end of apartheid, with Nelson Mandela installed as the first president of post-apartheid South Africa. We have seen the birth of the African Union and, despite the difficult situations in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, in Mali, and in Guinea-Bissau itself, the land of Cabral, the life of the continent continues, advancing slowly, amongst the many tribulations. We see a vertiginous economic growth for many states, Mozambique, Angola, and Cape Verde amongst the PALOP countries, even though we are still in the grip of growth without development, to use an expression of Samir Emin. 120 And hence the deep significance of the question of leadership, the tragedy of this issue today in the world in general and its evil effects, particularly on the African continent, render Amilcar Cabral alive again in our minds and in our hearts. Amilcar Cabral as an icon for our times. The philosopher Severino Elias Ngoenha 121 calls iconography a figure of art. Icons, historically speaking, are great personalities who have left an indelible mark or a strong and lasting legacy. Thus, for example, in philosophy we speak of the epoch of Imhotep, Akhenaten, Anton Guillaume Amo, Edward Wilmot Blitten, and Pericles to mention just a few. In history we refer to pharaonic Egypt, the Alexandrian period, the era of the great empires, Gao, Ghana, Songhai, Mali. We can talk of the Portugal of Salazar and Marcelo Caetano, of the France of Napoleon, even the Germany of Hitler and the Italy of Mussolini. Is that what Africa and above all the international community meant for Amilcar Cabral? He was not only a revolutionary chief but also a real leader, in the sense that he was a brilliant intellectual and politician with a broad vision, who mobilized people. Above all he was aware of the mission that history had assigned him, which was to open up the way to the redemption of the countries and peoples of Africa. As he said, "I am a simple African who is carrying out his duty for his country, in the context of our time. A simple African who wants to pay his debt to his people and to live his epoch." 122 Amilcar Cabral was very important in the mobilization of the country for the struggle for the freedom and dignity of people, for promoting the idea of unity and the understanding the end of politics and geopolitics of self-protection as people, the end of single destines, and the consequent need to walk together in the direction of the common home of a family of nations, and towards a vision that goes beyond tribes, ethnicities, races, cultures, religions, nations, and continents. Amilcar Cabral's leadership was not limited to the PALOP countries, but addressed to the historical unity of these 5 countries and their peoples with all Africans. Amilcar Cabral inspired personalities such as Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu Tutu. It also inspired the various South African liberation movements, helping them to understand clearly that the struggles of the African peoples cannot be directed against a race, a group of individuals, or a group of nations, but they should be struggles against the political and geopolitical systems of death, imperialist forms of slavery, colonialism, apartheid, and the other forms of destruction that we have known. In this sense, we can talk of Cabral as an icon of leadership for Africa and the world as a whole. Nevertheless, icons can be problematic in that they reveal problems and contradictions. Alain, the French philosopher, said that what we need is not great men and great women, but great peoples. Cabral himself insisted on the need for Direco Collectiva and Dirigir M. Grupo, collective leadership and governing as a group, while thinkers like Aimé Césaire, Senghor, Cheikh Anta Diop, and Paulin Houtanji believed that this task belonged to the intellectuals. Does this mean that Amilcar Cabral as an icon was necessary because our peoples were not sufficiently mature and conscious to take up their own historical destiny and therefore needed someone to carry them on their shoulders, or unnecessary, for the popular will he enjoined himself to? In fact, the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and the Cape Verde Islands, PAIG, is the political liberation movement in a long history of popular resistance in Guinea-Bissau, which started thousands of years before Amilcar Cabral. In fact, when icons are too strong, they run the risk of preventing the emergence of a broader popular will, which one could call more democratic. The writer Karl Heinz, reflecting on the great personages in the 19th century, rightly wondered whether we should continue to exalt these men and women, whether such eulogy does not in the end diminish the general populace, as an integral part of a broad social debate, the movement of the times. But, at the same time, these great personalities can wake up people and make them realize that they themselves have the dimension of greatness and change. In sum, who was Amilcar Cabral, and what kind of icon do we need today? Men and women with great charisma who risk diminishing the emergence of the people, or great peoples who do not need great charismatic personalities to lead them? Amilcar Lopez Cabral was assassinated on January 20, 1973. His serene face in the profound sleep of death in Guinea-Conakry showed his greatness as a political leader. When, following his infamous assassination as the leader of the PAIGC in Conakry on January 20, I went to Guinea-Conakry to pay the ultimate tribute, says Joseph Kizerbo, I saw the impact of the bullet as a hole in the temple and the blood as the sweat of heroes. But the shot had a boomerang effect. It is a fact that to liberate himself the slave must liberate his master. But who is to guard the guardians themselves? Still today, Africa awaits a leader with the stature and caliber of Amilcar Cabral. 123 Amilcar Cabral is thus a model of a poet, writer, political intellectual, and fighter, in sum, a leader. It is true that we continue to laud the figure of Cabral, nevertheless, it seems that we have buried him as they used to bury pharaohs. We have buried a hero, but he has been hermetically closed off from us. Thus the value of unity that Cabral always professed no longer exists, either within Africa or in the African diaspora. What we see instead increasingly is the culture of the egoism of those who govern, the politics of division, and the incitement to racial hatred based on realities that Cabral would not have hesitated to call counter-values. I therefore wonder if the man who died and whom we now remember would recognize himself in our countries today. The testimony of the leader and political intellectual that Amilcar Cabral bequeaths to the world, to the new African generation, is that he was ready to die for the good of his own people and for the whole of humanity. He refused every offer of personal privilege made to him by the government in Lisbon, because it would not have benefited his people. He thus gave the fascist government to understand that the problem was a question of restoring dignity to a people who had the divine right and duty to be the protagonists of their own history and historicity. For Cabral this need was priceless and in no way negotiable. Thus he put into practice unambiguously what Frantz Fanon once said, "We are nothing in this land unless we are slaves to a cause, that of our peoples, of justice and of freedom." 124 Today, unfortunately, in Guinea-Bissau, everything has a price, everything can be bought in Africa and in its diaspora, including our consciences, by the highest bidder. Honoring and learning from Cabral 40 years later. Wangui Kamari. THSA below is an exploration of Cabral's words and actions, while acknowledging that the revolutionary impact of the PAIGC in Guinea and beyond was not the result of one man's actions, but rather due to the courage, beliefs, and determination of many African communities. These words come at a time when this subject increasingly occupies our minds and our lands, when Coca-Cola is easier to find than clean water in many African communities, and when neocolonial governments and institutions such as AFRICOM, NATO, the World Bank, and mining companies work hard to negate the independence struggles that were watershed moments in our histories. At the same time, even in light of the present moment, these humble words are inspired by those who came before, named and nameless, who have always known that African self-determination is more than just a dream. Returning to the source in the diaspora 125. Se wo were fi na wo sankofa a yankai, it is not wrong to go back for that which you have forgotten. Ghanaian proverb. Culture is simultaneously the fruit of a people's history and a determinant of their history. Amilcar Cabral. The main strategy inheritance of our mother Africa, the only thing they couldn't steal. Jury Rational, Mono Brown, Brazilian MC. For Africans born abroad, whether in Brazil, Colombia, Trinidad, the United States, or elsewhere, returning to the source has been seen as a viable means of rooting struggles for dignity and self-determination. What do I mean by returning to the source? I do not mean having an afro or participating in events such as Black History Month. These events, while well-intentioned, have their limits. Rather, as Cabral said, returning to the source is the denial of the pretended supremacy of the culture of the dominant power over that of the dominated people with which it must identify itself. Cabral 1973, p. 63, and a key vehicle for this is Pan-Africanism, Cabral 1973, p. 91. It is in this way that remembering cultural elements and histories that involve resistance to oppression are utilized to rebuild culture, and consequently form part of our fight for the freedom of our people to free our people. Such pursuits allow Africans to ground and solidify our identities farther away from those of the oppressor, and also to create a powerful situation where we learn from history, in particular the strategies and symbols for rebellion waged by those before us. In Salvador da Bahia, Brazil, African descendants are mobilizing to do just this as part of a comprehensive bid to organize against widespread and institutionalized anti-black racism. This Pan-African organizing has increased since the late 60s and early 70s. The Instituto Cultural Steve Biko, ICSB, emerged from these Africa-centered mobilizations and tasks itself with preparing Afro-Brazilian students, often from poor urban communities, for university education. Certainly, these actions holistically work to challenge the conventionally violent white spaces in the city. Above all, the Afrocentric and traditional Afro-Brazilian worldviews that undergird these initiatives allow black youth to begin/continue the decolonization of their minds, taking back what Biko asserted is the most powerful weapon in the hands of the oppressor. Similarly, the African Food Basket, AFB, in Toronto, Canada, mobilizes Africans from the continent and the diaspora to grow organic foods, some of which are from the continent and were taken with the diaspora, which they often do not have access to, because of the cost as well as a lack of space to grow them. In this way, the AFB endeavors to reinforce the importance of food in our communities, works towards self-reliance, and simultaneously brings about greater food security and justice for people who often have no access to healthy food. While they may have different targets and objectives, both these initiatives emphasize the importance of Pan-African customs and knowledge in a bid to survive, contest, and overthrow the white supremacist capitalist system that seeks to recolonize our lives. The challenge, as always, is to return to the source, even amidst our contradictions, in a manner that recognizes that returning to the source is a political process, as well as a cultural event, one that involves, tacitly or explicitly, participation in the mass struggle against foreign political and economic domination. Essentially, it is to look within ourselves, us who have been colonized and excluded, and the other selves that have historically constituted us, our mothers and fathers, grandmothers, ancestors, and spirits, no matter how fractured these connections may be. It is to uphold older knowledge, feelings, and practices, and some that are not so old, that are outside of the brutal boundaries that seek to define our state, in order to find solutions to our ongoing problems. In this regard, Cabral stated, "But the people are only able to create and develop the liberation movement because they keep their culture alive despite continual and organized repression of their cultural life, and because they continue to resist culturally even when their politico-military resistance is destroyed. And it is a cultural resistance which at a given moment can take on new forms, i.e. political and economic, armed to fight foreign domination." Cabral 1973, p. 60. I am part of the generation who can't speak the language of their grandmothers. While some words resound and are understood, for the most part we are, save for the warmth of an embrace, mute in each other's company. I am also part of the generation born when both the ways in which we traditionally come into and leave the world had been denied. As a result, we contend, and unfortunately are sometimes content, with the fantasies created about and for Queen Elizabeth in our educational, religious, and political institutions. At the same time, we recognize, undoubtedly, that what remains of a lot of our ways of being is fractured and distant, and it is okay for us to move away from those best left behind. Nevertheless, let us hold in cupped hands those that we still have, feel them, study them, remember them, and, to the extent that they advance the liberation of all African people, bring them to the fore, so that our bodies and spirits can no longer be killed and so that we can stop, as Bantu Mwara said, raising ourselves and our children to be foreigners in our lands. And it is in this way that we can, on multiple rooted fronts, fight the domination that seeks to extinguish us. Dangoizing our struggles and committing class suicide. 126. In an underdeveloped country, an authentic national middle class ought to consider as its bounden duty to betray the calling that fate has marked out for it, and to put itself to school with the people, in other words to put at the people's disposal the intellectual and technical capital that it has snatched when going through colonial universities. Franz Fanon. We are fighting so that insults may no longer rule our countries, martyred and scorned for centuries, so that our peoples may never more be exploited by imperialists, not only by people with white skin, because we do not confuse exploitation or exploiters with the color of men's skins. We do not want any exploitation in our countries, not even by black people. Amilcar Cabral. Cabral said once, in an informal discussion with Africans in the United States, that if a thief comes into your house, it is important not to shoot at their shadow but instead to target, discerningly, the body of the intruder. He used this metaphor to illustrate and emphasize the need to look at the origins of the problems we face rather than dissecting their surface manifestations, a phenomenon that many of us in the Kenyan civil society have been engaging in. In many African countries, civil society's immersions in surface and neoliberal agendas continues, while many of those less fortunate than the demographic I fit into, middle class, overeducated in foreign lands African, risk their lives on a day-to-day basis just to survive. Members of the African working class and peasantry put their lives in jeopardy, using a varied number of scripts, and understand the connections between the oppressions that they face. And, in these their perceptive ways, make the association between lack of water in their neighborhoods and the government/ruling class servility to foreign institutions. Meanwhile, betraying our revolutionary mission and fulfilling the fate marked out for us by colonial forces, we overeducated intellectuals keep shooting the shadows, merely exploring the surface of both our predicament and our missions through the myriad seminars/workshops/handshakes with ambassadors that often endanger genuinely meritorious struggle. This is not a bid to romanticize the masses who live in conditions and contradictions that are very unjust and complex. Rather, it is a message to us, the privileged in our society, to get engaged in more than proposal writing warfare and come down and sit and sacrifice comfort, ego and, above all, willful ignorance, so that we may be part of the self-determination and justice required. I too, fitting, while hopefully fighting, this demographic, need to make sure that I am doing just this, questioning my actions and position and seeking ways, often filled with unnerving and revealing mistakes about the true extent of the coloniality we live under and that we have internalized, to make sure that my mode of living, and perhaps liberation, does not further entrench oppression and neocolonialism. My class suicide needs to be more than rhetoric, it needs to be a determined decolonial action, not a job. Now a confession. When I was maybe 17 and captivated by the romance of first-year social justice activism within a university in a very cold North American outpost, one that, like its neighbor, was stolen from its indigenous people through genocidal warfare, while on an early morning phone call with my father, I mustered the courage and perhaps also the audacity to declare, "Daddy, I am a communist." To which, my middle-aged progressive/post-colonial/Nairobi-based traditional father responded, as expected, with silence. This exchange came to mind when I was thinking about what to write here, where words need to be sparse and actions central. I decided to share this memory because it made me remember the importance of decolonizing and Dangoizing our work and consciousness. This is because, for many in Kenya who are subject to sinister and arbitrary violence under neocolonialism, fervent declarations of unexplained, inaccessible foreign ideologies and neoliberal tenets indicate a freedom that is not free and that are often secondary concerns, when the majority still lacks UNGA, maize meal, clean water, land, and justice. Due to the precarious existence of the majority, they do not need us to engage in excessively abstract, subsidized and donor-funded theories that shoot at shadows. As Cabral said, to have ideology is merely to know what conditions we want to exist under, and to be honest about the situations we are forced to endure. While it is clear that the majority know what conditions they would like to live under, and demand these conditions, for the most part, NGOs and the industrial complex that supports them continue to attend to only the most superficial needs, and in this process engage in a dramatic defense of some civil liberties while masking and tempering the urgency of redress in the face of unrelenting injustice. Therefore, dear overeducated, privileged African civil society activist / academic / politician / proposal writing warrior, are you still with me? These words act as a behest that we de-NGOize the way we live and work with our people. I recognize the material conditions that we live under require that we find ways to make an income, and often it is in NGOs that we find security. Nonetheless, often, while carrying out the work of these organizations, we fail to genuinely identify with the real strife and the real triumphs that are going on in the spaces where merely surviving is truly resistance. We cannot, however, continue to approach and observe our people through microscopes, Pajero / SUV windows, or through the capacity building terms of our donor-funded reports. Enough. Now, 40 years after the death of Cabral, almost a century and a half after the cutting up of the continent and the continuous intentional genocide of our communities, I insist that we stop implicating ourselves in binds that, instead of working for freedom for all of our people and an internationalism for oppressed people everywhere, are re-establishing dominion over them. Please let USAID / SIDA / CIDA etc. not be the intermediaries between us and the masses. Let us de-NGOize our struggles, question our privilege, and, if we are employed within them, have a long-term goal to work for their demise. For monitoring and evaluation, M&E, and more flashy pamphlets with starving African women and children will not alter the material conditions of the majority. We should hope that their passing, hopefully soon, will signal and occur in conjunction with an environment of genuine social and economic justice, devoid of an NGOizing of our consciousness that makes us foreign to our land and to our people and that betrays the fates that historically we should be engaged in. And in these people-centered and people-motivated processes and liberatory fronts, which do not involve shaking hands with Hillary Clinton, we will be moving forward and questioning and undoing our conditions of poverty, imperialism, self-denial, and rendition to white supremacy, taking the time, and a real good look at the target, to shoot the body, the colonial, imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist comprador body, and not the shadow. We cannot afford to miss. References: Cabral, Amilcar. 1973, Return to the Source, Selected Speeches by Amilcar Cabral. New York and London, Africa Information Service. Fanon, France. 200, 1962. Wretched of the Earth. New York, Grove Press. Adrian Harewood. I believe that I was first introduced to Amilcar Cabral in the mid-1970s, probably in the pages of Contrast, the black newspaper with the largest circulation and most influence in Canada at the time. Contrast was a paper for which my parents, John and Hyacinth Harewood, were columnists. Suffice it to say that at the age of 6 or 7, I was an avid reader. Some of the other people who appeared in the pages of Contrast included Rosie Douglas, one of the student leaders involved in the famous Sir George Williams affair of 1969 and later Prime Minister of the Caribbean island of Dominica, Pan-African scholar and author of Rasta and Resistance, from Marcus Garvey to Walter Rodney, Horace Campbell, Max Stanford, aka Muhammad Ahmed, member of the Revolutionary Action Movement and chairman of the African People's Party, Guyanese historian, Walter Rodney, author of How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and the leader of the New Jewel movement and later Prime Minister of Grenada, Maurice Bishop. Every year in late May, beginning in 1972, the paper would mark African Liberation Day. I can remember distinctly seeing pictures of and articles about Amilcar Cabral along with the likes of Angela Davis, Stokely Carmichael, and Stephen Biko. I next encountered Cabral in my second or third year at McGill University in Montreal in the early 1990s. I was a member of the McGill Black Students Network, BSN, and the Southern African Committee, SAC, the main anti-apartheid grouping on campus. In fact, I was the designated librarian for the BSN, and so I was fortunate to meet Cabral in text form in our fledgling library books like Return to the Source and Unity and Struggle. Cabral was a revelation. Reading him grounded us. He made us recognize the weapon that was theory and the necessity of marrying it to our practice. Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. 127. We in the BSN took our roles as student activists seriously. In fact, we saw ourselves as having a role to play in making a change on the McGill campus, within the greater Montreal community and in the world. We imagined ourselves to be young organic intellectuals in the tradition of a Walter Rodney, veritable extensions of the Montreal community on campus. There was no separation between the so-called community and us. We were inextricably linked. We strived to forge bonds with the people by bringing the community to the campus, hosting events for young school children, running various tutoring and mentoring programs, hosting cultural events, inviting speakers like Jan Carew, Yvonne van Sertima and John Henrik Clark, establishing a dynamic library and organizing against acts of police brutality. We felt that as students it was critical that we not lose ourselves in the ivory tower that was McGill University and that we make a concerted effort to become fully implicated and integrated in the Montreal community. We brought the campus to that community. When we read the phrase, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victories," we found it both insightful and inspiring, because it suggested that how one struggled for freedom mattered. The freedom road contained numerous obstacles and a plethora of pitfalls. But there were no shortcuts. There would always be setbacks and reversals. The possibility for transformation, for making history, existed in every moment each and every day. The journey, as long and arduous as it may be, was a fundamental part of achieving that freedom. To us, Amilcar Cabral was displaying a deep and genuine humanity by acknowledging that as human beings we were fallible and that in recognizing and admitting that fallibility we could, as the Asian American activist and former member of the Johnson Forest Tendency along with C.L.R. James, Grace Lee Boggs once told me in an interview in her Detroit home, we could enlarge our humanity. Here and there, even among responsible workers, there has been a marked tendency to let things slide. 128 Amilcar Cabral, tell no lies, claim no easy victories. We regarded Cabral as a veritable standard bearer for accountability and transparency, both of which were important lessons for us as individuals and members of a political grouping. In revealing one's faults, one's errors, one was enabling the possibility for learning and transformation. No one, regardless of their station, regardless of their pedigree or prominence, was above criticism. In fact, not to criticize was to do a disservice to the collective and to the individual. The struggle against our own weaknesses was, as Cabral argued, fundamental. As he put it in The Weapon of Theory, this battle against ourselves, no matter what difficulties the enemy might create, is the most difficult of all, whether for the present or the future of our peoples. This idea resonated with us because it spoke to our own agency as individuals and members of a community. This was in no way to discount or diminish the depredations of imperialism. Imperialism pervaded our reality. It was a constant factor that could only be extirpated through a determined and dedicated struggle. Regardless of imperialism's configuration, those internal contradictions would remain. Cabral would add in The Weapon of Theory, we are convinced that any national or social revolution which is not based on knowledge of this fundamental reality runs the grave risk of being condemned to failure. We took this to mean that we needed to understand our grouping's internal geography, We needed to mine our interior if we wanted to achieve genuine liberation. And the only way to address those contradictions was through, as Cabral put it, detailed knowledge of it. One had to be fully cognizant of the specificity of one's condition. Cabral's renowned universalism was a product of his being grounded in the very particular human experience that was Guinea-Bissau. We often made note of the fact that as an agronomist Cabral had traveled to all corners of Guinea-Bissau, conducting a comprehensive agricultural census. He was thus intimately familiar with the geography, the economy, the social structure and the cultural diversity of the communities that comprised his nation. He had an appreciation for the productive capacity of the soil and indeed the people of his country. Thanks to Cabral's example, we learned that, as aspiring revolutionaries, we too needed to become much more familiar with our own local histories. We needed to become much more acquainted with our own surroundings. As Cabral argued, our own reality, however fine and attractive the reality of others may be, can only be transformed by detailed knowledge of it, by our own sacrifices and efforts. Demand from responsible party members that they dedicate themselves seriously to study, that they interest themselves in the things and problems of our daily life and struggle in their fundamental and essential aspect and not simply in their appearance. Learn from life. Learn from other people. Learn from books. Learn from the experience of others. Never stop learning. Responsible members must take life seriously, conscious of their responsibilities, thoughtful about carrying them out with a comradeship based on work and duty done. Amilcar Cabral, Tell No Lies, Claim No Easy Victories, 1965. Cabral's commitment to education and self-improvement was one that we shared and took seriously. This was not some abstract notion. Our studies outside the classroom were as important to us as the assignments we were given inside. We did not refy the knowledge gained at our university as being any more valuable or fundamental than other knowledge, whether acquired from the black high school students who told us about the particular challenges that they faced within the education system, the broken Congolese immigrant teacher who told us about the humiliations he'd suffered in his class and staff room, or from the elders in our community, like the Vincentian politico and former West Indian Test cricketer Alfie Roberts. He alerted us to the vital role that Montreal played in the freedom struggles of the 1960s, particularly as the host city for the famed Congress of Black Writers of 1968, and the role that his former group, the Montreal-based Conference Committee on West Indian Affairs, which included the likes of scholar Robert Bobby Hill, UCLA professor and future editor-in-chief of the Marcus Garvey and UNIA papers, Franklin Harvey, Tim Hector, Antiguan journalist and founder of the Antiguan Caribbean Liberation Movement, and the future Canadian Senator and Cools, played in reviving the career of Trinidadian intellectual C.L.R. James, author of such seminal texts as The Black Jacobins and Beyond a Boundary. We always made a point of trying to share rather than hoard knowledge. We took it as our mission to democratize information, make it accessible to the masses. It was why we opened the Black Students Network Library to our fellow students, but also to members of Montreal's Black community. In the days before the internet, we would always be carrying books by Frantz Fanon, Aimé Césaire, Manning Marable, Alberto Memmi, Audre Lorde, Cheikh Anta Diop, Eduardo Galeano, James Baldwin, Paulo Freire, and Patricia Williams. We also carried pamphlets and articles that we had photocopied from journals, newspapers, and magazines, like Race and Class, Radical History, Race Today, NACLA Report on the Americas, The Guardian, Signs, Journal of Women in Culture and Society, The Black Scholar, Z Magazine, The Monthly Review, Africa Confidential, The Nation, The Progressive, in these times, the Anti-Apartheid Journal of the South African Communist Party, and pass them on to anyone we felt might be interested. We distributed reading lists and would bring our fellow students up to the periodical section on the second floor of McGill's McLennan Library and alert them to the wealth of information that was in their midst. We would also share cassette tapes of lectures and speeches by the likes of C.L.R. James, Walter Rodney, Edward Said and David Barsamian, films by Marlon Riggs, Haile Gerima, Isaac Julian, Julie Dash, Dion Brand, Jennifer Hodge da Silva, Claire Preto, Roger McTeer, John Akumfra, and the Black Audio Collective, and the music of Linton Kwesi Johnson, Young Disciples, Mutabaraka, Thomas Map Fumo, Steel Pulse, Living Color, Public Enemy, Tribe Called Quest, Arrested Development, Soul to Soul. To quote Cabral from a party directive from 1965 entitled Tell No Lies, Claim No Easy Victories. Every responsible member must have the courage of his responsibilities, exacting from others a proper respect for his work and properly respecting the work of others. At one point I began encountering difficulties as an organizer within our grouping. I was making a lot of commitments, a lot of promises and not always following through. It was becoming a problem. Indeed, my ability to fulfill my duties was being hampered by my faltering reputation. One of my closest comrades, my best friend in BSN, soon pulled me aside and essentially read me the riot act. He understood the need for all of us within our grouping to be accountable and responsible. He took it upon himself to call me out and alert me to my errors but also to the possibilities that existed for transformation. His solution for my organizational issues was for me to purchase an agenda. I was, of course, mortified by the situation. It was a painful but necessary scolding. My brother was alerting me to my deficiencies and failure because he believed that I was capable of better. He understood, like Cabral, that we all must be accountable both for our actions and our inaction. Almost a quarter century on, he is the godfather of my son and I am the godfather of his daughter. Today, I understand his intervention today as an act of love. We are not fighting simply in order to hoist a flag in our countries and to have a national anthem. We are fighting so that the insults no longer rule our countries, martyred and scorned for centuries, so that our people may never more be exploited by imperialists, not only by Europeans, not only by people with white skin, because we do not confuse exploitation or exploiters with the color of men's skin. We do not want any exploitation in our countries, not even by black people. 129. For Cabral, national revolution was but the first step. It was a step whereby the anti-colonial forces gained independence. National liberation was truly about wresting control of the productive forces of society. The goal was to create a new man and a new woman. Indirect control of productive forces by external interests served as the last barrier to genuine national liberation. He insisted that national liberation had to be more than being able to display the rather trivial trappings or symbols of political independence. National liberation must put an end not only to suffering but to backwardness. It must enable Africans to rejoin the mainstream of human history and human evolution from which they have been excluded by imperialism. The struggle for national liberation must transform the masses from their present passivity and dependence on others. It must develop in them and through them the power, the will, the capacity, and the structures to govern their own accelerated development. Only through this fundamental transformation in attitudes, and through the creation of new infrastructures by the people themselves, can the social productive forces of the people be liberated. When Cabral talked about returning to the source, he was urging Africans to draw from the well of their own traditions to create their own national culture. There was a lucidity and flexibility in Cabral's thought. He seemed, in a word, free. A wholly independent actor, one can see this in his refusal to be boxed into any ideological corner or political corner. Not only did he seem to us to be intellectually free, but he also exhibited a kind of freedom of the person, a freedom of the spirit that was as refreshing as it was revealing. He wasn't wedded to fundamentalist racialist attitudes, a phenomenon that re-emerged in the 1990s in much of North America at the same time as a reawakening of black consciousness on campuses and in communities, manifested by an explosion of interest in the life and teachings of Malcolm X. We are fighting for the freedom of our people, to free our people and to allow them to be able to love any kind of human being. You cannot love when you are a slave. It is very difficult. 130. Somehow Cabral escaped the racialist straitjacket that often prevented some of us from fully expressing our humanity. This does not mean that he did not see aspects of the world through the prism of race, but he did not allow race to become his prison. Finally, we were attracted to Cabral's internationalism. Cabral lived his Pan-Africanism through his practice. He worked in solidarity with his comrades in Angola, Mozambique, South Africa, and the United States, anywhere people were engaged in the righteous pursuit of freedom. Amilcar Cabral may have been from a small place, yet 40 years after his most untimely death, his struggle, and the struggle of the people of his tiny West African nation for genuine liberation, continues to inspire many beyond their borders. Lessons from Amilcar Cabral. Maria Poblet, as a left community organizer in the United States, working with oppressed and exploited people in the San Francisco Bay Area of California, I have benefited greatly from Amilcar Cabral's work and thought. I am part of a broader growing political tendency that is building a working class base for the left in urban centers inside the United States, innovating with organizing fights for housing and transportation, immigrants' rights and women's rights, building race-conscious class unity, particularly between oppressed communities of color who are pitted against each other at the bottom of the economy in the U.S., and have a strong basis for solidarity with working class and poor people throughout the world. Like a lot of radical political organizing in the 21st century, our tendency, in part, comes out of critiques of the 20th century socialist models. From rejecting the authoritarianism of Stalin, to broadening the concept of the revolutionary subject to include a broader set of marginalist groups not limited to the industrial working class, to rejecting race-blind class reductionism, to lifting up the liberatory aspects of cultural traditions amongst oppressed people. Amilcar Cabral's work has been profoundly influential to the development of this political tendency, amongst many others around the world. His theory provides a way to engage with the shortfalls of 20th century models of radical change that do not throw the class struggle baby out with the Soviet bathwater. Cabral is a luminary amongst the broader set of Third World Marxists who, from Nicaragua to Kenya, led successful national liberation movements. He formed and led the PAIGC, and was instrumental in strategizing the successful overthrow of Portuguese colonialism, not only in his home of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau, but also throughout the continent of Africa. He was core to the development of a broader Pan-Africanist tendency, which built strong links to liberation movements in Asia and Latin America, and had inspiring, global impact. Even in the United States, the belly of the beast, in such a markedly different time, place, and set of conditions than the ones Cabral operated in, we have a lot to learn from his work. He grappled with theoretical questions that have parallels to the ones we face today. And, he reached a level of depth and sophistication regarding movement strategy that we have yet to achieve in the 21st century. Revolutionary democracy. Today's emerging movements in the West hold democracy to be a core value. They have emphasized collective decision-making as an attempt to increase engagement, inclusion, and community control. This approach, heavily influenced by anarchism and zapatismo, attempts to remedy problems attributed to top-down approaches by left political parties of the 20th century. The vast majority of the people involved in those movements have little knowledge of Cabral's insights on the question of what he called revolutionary democracy. Cabral's work presents a different approach, in a very different context, with some of the same values. His advice to militants in his organization reflected a commitment to revolutionary democracy: do not be afraid of the people and persuade the people to take part in all the decisions which concern them. This is the basic condition of revolutionary democracy, which little by little we must achieve in accordance with the development of our struggle and our life. 131 He addresses this question in a dialectical way, acknowledging what our movements have been beginning to understand, that oppression and exploitation rob people of the capacity to self-govern, both structurally and psychologically, and that building that capacity is a core task within the revolutionary struggle, and not after. This very same assessment is built into radical community organizing that seeks to develop working-class leaders who can advance the social justice movement as a whole. Structures of support, capacity building, and decision-making that we have built in the community organizing sector prioritize people directly impacted by the problems of capitalism, and our attempts to build that kind of revolutionary democracy within our progressive movements. Cabral called for both collective and individual leadership, and theorized the role of individual leadership as part of a collective whole. He said the leader must be the faithful interpreter of the will and the aspirations of the revolutionary majority and not the lord of power. 132. This approach affirms the role of leaders in and developing the vision emerging from the people, while not putting leaders on a pedestal of unchecked power. To that end he called on militants to tell no lies, claim no easy victories, and encouraged a practice of profound humility, honest 133 evaluation, and integrity throughout his organization. He also theorized collective leadership. To lead collectively, in a group, is to study questions jointly, to find their best solution, and to take decisions jointly. It is to benefit from experience and intelligence of each and all so as to lead, order and command better. In collective leadership, each person in the leadership must have his own clearly defined duties and is responsible for the carrying out of decisions taken by the group in regard to his duties. But to lead collectively is not and cannot be, as some suppose, to give to all and everyone the right of uncontrolled views and initiatives, to create anarchy, lack of government, disorder, contradiction between leaders, empty arguments, a passion for meetings without results. Still less is it to give vent to incompetence, ignorance, intellectual foolhardiness. In the framework of the collective leadership, we must respect the opinion of more experienced comrades who for their part must help the others with less experience to learn and to improve their work. In the framework of the collective leadership there is always one or other comrade who has a higher standing as party leader and who for this reason has more individual responsibility. We must allow prestige to these comrades, help them to have constantly higher standing, but not allow them to monopolize, take over, the work and responsibility of the group. We must, on the other hand, struggle against the spirit of slackness, and disinterest, the fear of responsibilities, the tendency to agree with everything, to obey blindly without thinking. 134. The PIG was so committed to being an instrument of the people, that, in 1973, after more than a decade of armed struggle, when they finally defeated Portugal militarily, they did not storm the Palace of Power. Rather, they returned to the people, conducting a vote of confidence amongst the population, affirming their approval through a popular vote before officially taking up governance. This referendum is a powerful example of revolutionary democracy. What would today's movements look like if we had highly effective, collectively controlled instruments of political struggle? What would organizations look like if we held individuals to high standards of integrity, provided structured developmental support, and consciously built our capacities towards governance? Reimagining political power is a central challenge to today's 21st century. Generation of freedom fighters. I have been part of experiments in structure that sought to uphold the value of collective leadership, from flat collectives to ultra-democratic centralism, to developmental hierarchies that focused on in-depth training and mentorship for emerging leaders. These approaches, none of them perfect, have reinforced the core lessons that Cabral offers: the need for clarity on the outcomes you seek, the necessity for alignment and accountability, and the value of collective leadership amongst people who share a political goal. Class analysis and class consciousness. Cabral argued that no revolution could be truly successful without leadership from the working and peasant classes whose work produced the wealth of the country and of its colonizers, and whose strategic position was powerful enough to turn the tables on economic injustice. And that a revolutionary vision of liberation would not be satisfied by simply replacing Portuguese political and economic control, putting the national bourgeoisie at the top of the exploitative structure created by colonialism. Gaining political representation or even political control would not be sufficient to truly change the economic structure that colonialism put in place. Neither would it be possible or ideal to return to the way indigenous societies were organized before colonialism. So, Cabral argued, the task of revolutionaries was to make possible the development of national productive forces, the capacity of Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau to sustain an economy independent of Portugal, while laying the ideological foundations and movement infrastructure to fight against exploitation that would emerge under the rule of the national bourgeoisie. This sophisticated strategy came from a deep conviction in the fundamental right of his people to live free of exploitation of any kind. He described the national liberation movement in this way. We are fighting so that, our peoples may never more be exploited by imperialists, not only by people with white skin, because we do not confuse exploitation or exploiters with the color of men's skins. We do not want any exploitation in our countries, not even by black people. 135 Today's reality is one where the exploiting class is no longer made up only of European colonial rulers. There are plenty of political and corporate leaders from oppressed nationalities, some of whom use their oppressed identity as an excuse to not only exploit others, but to celebrate that exploitation as if it were a hallmark of progress. The question of class exploitation was core to Cabral's strategy, and is just as important for freedom fighters today. Without organizing working class people from oppressed nationalities, our movements lack the strategic base of power that can challenge capitalism's core. Without organizing working class and peasant communities, our movements can easily remain focused on social issues without tackling the underlying economic structure of capitalism. That is why organizing working class people is so important to building a successful movement towards economic democracy. He also detailed the role of privileged layers of society in the revolutionary project. The fact that the national petty bourgeoisie live the contrast between the world of the colonizer and the world of the colonist, he said, could be a catalyst for revolutionary consciousness. In fact, he theorized, these layers of society who were privileged in some ways but still not owners of the means of production were likely to see the need for national liberation sooner, given their role in society and in the economy. The colonial situation, which does not permit the development of a native pseudo-bourgeoisie and in which the popular masses do not generally reach the necessary level of political consciousness before the advent of the phenomenon of national liberation, offers the petty bourgeoisie the historical opportunity of leading the struggle against foreign domination, since by nature of its objective and subjective position, higher standard of living than that of the masses, more frequent contact with the agents of colonialism, and hence more chances of being humiliated, higher level of education and political awareness, etc., it is the stratum which most rapidly becomes aware of the need to free itself from foreign domination. This historical responsibility is assumed by the sector of the petty bourgeoisie which, in the colonial context, can be called revolutionary, while other sectors retain the doubts characteristic of these classes or ally themselves to colonialism so as to defend, albeit illusorily, their social situation. 136. Organizers in the 21st century can learn from this type of detailed assessment based on the time, place, and conditions, and should be asking ourselves these same questions. What is the most strategic role for privileged layers of society in social movements today? The economic crisis has pushed more and more racially privileged and self-identified middle-class people into precariousness and even poverty. Foreclosures, unemployment, loss of pensions, and lack of basic resources like healthcare are no longer problems unique to the self-identified working classes. While it is true that these privileged sectors have not felt the brunt of the burden of the failures of neoliberalism, denying their experiences, or writing them off as irrelevant to the movement is a self-marginalizing mistake. Unless we can leverage this opportunity to provide new entry points into the movement, and engage the falling middle class in the project of fighting for economic justice for the working class as a whole, our movement will not be able to grow to the scale we need to win. Nor will we be able to capture the imagination of society as a whole. How to best engage privileged sectors is a complicated question. Just as capitalism has robbed oppressed and exploited people of leadership capacities, it has ingrained privileged people with a complex of superiority that undercuts our collective capacity for revolutionary democracy. A more nuanced understanding that recognizes that we all have experiences of privilege and oppression allows us to build a more intersectional analysis. Just as Cabral theorized the unique potential of a sector of the petty bourgeoisie, while positioning the working class as the motive force of change, our movement should also get clear on the role of particular sectors of the falling middle class, in a broad multiracial, multi-class, multi-gender movement led by working class people. Class suicide and cross-class movement building. This type of cross-class movement building requires a particular framework. Freedom fighters from privileged backgrounds, whom Cabral identified as an important force within the broader front against imperialism, would need to gain a new kind of consciousness and develop a core sense of revolutionary ethics if they were to make real contributions to the movement. He called for a profound transformation. In order to truly fulfill the role in the national liberation struggle, the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie must be capable of committing suicide as a class in order to be reborn as revolutionary workers, completely identified with the deepest aspirations of the people to which they belong. This alternative to betray the revolution or to commit suicide as a class constitutes the dilemma of the petty bourgeoisie in the general framework of the national liberation struggle. Class suicide is an amazing concept, a vision of profound transformation and alignment with the revolutionary project, on a collective level that breaks open the next stage of development for the movement. This is particularly relevant in the face of the ongoing crisis in the capitalist economy and in the world's ecology, as more and more people are downwardly mobile or experiencing ecological collapse and are mobilized to join emerging movements. Not only is there an opportunity for class consciousness as wealth becomes more and more polarized, there is also an opportunity for privileged sectors of society to develop the moral consciousness that can help create the conditions for the development of 21st century liberation movements. Conclusion. Theory, according to Cabral, was a crucial weapon in the struggle. He agitated for militants to engage in intellectual work, saying, the ideological deficiency, not to say the total lack of ideology, within the national liberation movements, which is basically due to ignorance of the historical reality which these movements claim to transform, constitutes one of the greatest weaknesses of our struggle against imperialism, if not the greatest weakness of all. 137 He challenged militants to engage critically, but also advised, do not confuse the reality you live in with the ideas you have in your head. 138 And warned them, we are not going to eliminate imperialism by shouting insults at it. 139 He challenged freedom fighters to train themselves ideologically, and to simultaneously ground their efforts in the aspirations of everyday people. Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. 140. This dialectical approach that intertwined theory and practice made Amilcar Cabral one of the greatest visionaries of the 20th century. Even though his theories are deeply rooted in the movement for national independence in Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau decades ago, they have a much broader reach and meaning. From the groundbreaking concept of class suicide, to the imagination and application of revolutionary democracy, Cabral's contributions have the potential to support a successful re-emergence of social movements in the 21st century. A reflection on following Cabral's watchwords. William Minter. Although I was engaged with liberation struggles in Mozambique and Angola from the mid-1960s, I never had the opportunity to meet Amilcar Cabral. Nor have I ever visited the countries for whose freedom he lived and died. But like countless others in Africa and around the world, I have taken inspiration from the clear-minded guidance and analysis he provided while leading the African Party for the Independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. For me, the watchwords from Cabral that have meant the most are the call to tell no lies, claim no easy victories. There are many characteristics required for effective participation in struggles for social justice. But one is surely the determination to base one's actions on an analysis of concrete realities, be honest with ourselves about difficulties we face, and, as Cabral noted in another context, always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to preserve the future of their children. 141 While I have often cited these words, the request for this article prompted me to look a bit deeper into the context and to seek out the Portuguese language original of the general watchwords for the party from which they were taken. Both the Portuguese and my translation into English are included at the end of this article. It is clear Tell No Lies was not an isolated slogan, but part of a complex reflection on the need for criticism and self-criticism amongst members of the movement. In trying to apply those guidelines today, in a context almost 50 years removed, we must, as Cabral insisted, take concrete realities into account. We are far from the era of disciplined and apparently unified liberation movements, with both their strengths and weaknesses. While the goal of national political freedom has been attained, the broader goals for which Cabral fought are far from achieved, not least in Guinea-Bissau, which was the terrain of his party's armed struggle. With globalist communications, his further admonitions, such as do not hide anything from the masses of the people and practice and defend the truth, always the truth, to militants, leaders, and the people, whatever the difficulties the knowledge of the truth can create, are just as hard to implement as in his time, and perhaps even more so. While PAIC militants may have been able to address the people in gatherings in the bush, the constituencies for today's social justice movements are almost always dispersed and diverse enough that they can hardly be gathered in one place. Messages through multiple technologies to militants and the people are inevitably seen, heard, and interpreted or misinterpreted by multiple other audiences as well. That said, I am convinced that the fundamental principles of Cabral's guidance on criticism and self-criticism still apply. And these watchwords fit within the broader context of his determination to base strategy and action on sober analysis of realities. 142. It is an eminently scientific approach, where theory is used not as a lazy substitute for empirical investigation but as a guide to it. It is an approach which recognized that the same formula could not be applied to situations as different as Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, or even to different regions within Guinea-Bissau. It is one in which fighting against an enemy never obscured the recognition that enemy forces were composed of human beings, many of whom might become friends under other circumstances. In this, Cabral shared the conviction of leaders such as Eduardo Mondlane and Samora Machel of Mozambique, that distinguishing friends and enemies on the basis of race, nationality, institutional affiliation, or other generic characteristics was a fundamental mistake. And that assuming individuals and political structures could not change was a recipe for failure in the struggle. Know well our own strength and the enemy's strength was also a mandate to know how to win new allies, including amongst the enemy forces themselves. This short essay can hardly be adequate for an extensive discussion of the application of Cabral's principles to specific situations facing us today. But it would be incomplete without at least some mention of areas in which, in my opinion, progressive forces have been particularly weak in recent years, evading Cabral's imperatives to investigate concrete realities and to speak the truth. Let me very briefly address two areas, as examples. One concerns the international debates about political conflicts in Africa, including recent or forthcoming military interventions. The second is the sensitive issue of whether progressive as well as mainstream non-governmental organizations are willing to live up to Cabral's directives about truth-telling, or, in other words, to practice for themselves the accountability and transparency they freely demand of African and Western governments. Every internal conflict on the continent features different narratives from parties to the conflict, which are taken up and propagated by international allies. It would be presumptuous for anyone to assume that there is one easy truth in the conflicts in Zimbabwe, Libya, or Mali, to cite only a few prominent examples. The only country of the three I know enough about and have enough personal trusted contacts in to write about at any length is Zimbabwe. See, for example, my 2010 article with Briggs Bamba, http://www.africafocus.org/docs10/zim1004.php. But in reposting material from other sources in Africa Focus Bulletin, and providing brief introductory editor's notes, I have to distinguish between analyses I regard as worth reading and those which are so dubious they should rank as lies, or at least, using a term also cited by Cabral, as based on superficial appearances. 143. Perhaps I am remiss in not naming names falling amongst the latter. But they include those who, decades after ZANUP ceased to be a liberation movement to become the enforcer of a new repressive and oligarchical system, insist on supporting the incumbent regime in Zimbabwe simply because its critics include Western governments. It includes those who see developments in Libya as primarily the outcome of a Western plot and disregard the agency of Libyans themselves in his overthrow of Gaddafi, or dismiss his opponents as Western dupes. And it includes those who think there is any easy answer to the current question of whether to intervene and who should intervene against the Islamic extremists who have devastated northern Mali. Rejecting such interpretations as lies, or based on appearances, does not imply that there are not also real questions about the motives and strategies of other opposing forces, both internal and international. It is not a blanket endorsement of those who now oppose ZANJPF or the Islamists in northern Mali, or those who contributed to the overthrow of the Gaddafi regime. It is simply to say that in none of these situations, or in other conflicts on the continent, is simply opposing what the United States does or what the West does a substitute for analysis of the concrete realities of each country, its surrounding region, and changing international power balances. Progressives may and will reach different conclusions about the best course of action after making such analyses. But the ideological shortcut of making judgments based on ideas in people's heads rather than analysis of complex realities, is clearly one that Amilcar Cabral would have rejected. Finally, a few incomplete and admittedly inadequate words about non-governmental organizations and the pressures that work against transparency and accountability to broader constituencies. A high proportion of such groups, both mainstream and progressive, are governed by self-perpetuating boards of directors. For funding they depend either on a small number of large institutional donors, foundations or indirect government support, or fundraising appeals to a large number of individual donors, most of whom have no role apart from sending in their donations. In most cases, membership dues from an engaged and active membership are only a small proportion of income at best, and the role of such stakeholders in governance is most often token at best and commonly none at all. The boards of directors therefore may have little sense of accountability to their activist supporters or feel any real obligation to keep them informed. It would be a mistake to interpret accountability and transparency as a dogmatic mandate to never have private internal discussions or to tell everything, regardless of the consequences. Despite his call below to tell the truth, regardless of the difficulties it may cause, Cabral was well aware of the need for discretion in public discussion of sensitive issues, such as the difficulties his party faced from host countries such as Senegal and Guinea, Conakry, or the support the struggle received from Cuba. Nevertheless, I think many non-governmental organizations, including progressive ones, most often err on the side of secrecy in speaking with their supporters about difficulties faced. For much of the history of the organizations with which I have been most involved over my time as an activist, most notably the predecessor organizations of Africa Action, Africa Fund, American Committee on Africa, Washington Office on Africa, and the Africa Policy Information Center, this structural flaw was balanced by the fact that foundation income was minimal and government income non-existent. The bulk of individual donations, both large and small, came from engaged activists who expected and received accountability from those governing the organizations, including regular reports on program and financial status. Yet all progressive activists are well aware of crises in multiple organizations run by progressive people whose good intentions we respect, in which the constituencies who have helped build the organization are kept in the dark about current developments reflecting weaknesses. It would not be appropriate to go into details, so as not to violate Cabral's companion insistence in the text below that criticism should not edge over into intrigues. But it is surely no secret to anyone concerned, for example, that those who contributed their writing skills to Pambazuka News over more than a decade have had no report from the governing board of Fahamu on the crisis which led to the resignation of the founding editor. Most painful to many of us involved in Africa solidarity work in the United States has been the prolonged crisis at Africa Action. In August 2010, staff unexpectedly failed to receive their salaries. It was subsequently discovered that a reserved endowment had been fully drained, in part by fraud by an office manager and in part by use of endowment funds for operating expenses. Since then, the organization's board has managed to keep a shell of the organization in existence. Yet more than 2 years later there has still been no coherent accounting to the organization's constituency of what happened nor a strategy for the future which could address the crisis of confidence among former staff, board, and supporters of the organization. Despite the good intentions of the board members, it is likely that the failure to follow Cabral's advice by confronting hard realities and telling the truth will have done as much or more damage to the organization as did the original financial crisis. I am well aware that these brief remarks fall far short of any full truth or even a comprehensive analysis of any of the issues raised. But hopefully they may serve at least as a call to follow Cabral's example in analyzing concrete realities more deeply rather than relying on appearances, and in using criticism constructively to learn from our own and others' mistakes. Excerpts from Chapter 8, Apply Party Principles in Practice, in General Watchwords, November 1965. Portuguese original from Palavras de Ordem Garias, in PAIGC, Unidade de Luta / Amilcar Cabral, Lisbon, Nova Aurora, 1974, 9-66. English translation below by William Minter. Alternate English translation of full text of General Watchwords is available in Amilcar Cabral, Unity and Struggle, New York, Monthly Review Press, 1979, pages 246-249. 1. Develop the spirit of criticism among activists and officials. Give everyone at each level the opportunity to criticize, give their opinion about the work and the behavior or actions of others. Accept criticism, wherever it comes from, as a contribution to improving the work of the party, as an expression of active interest in the internal life of our organization. Remember always that to criticize is not to speak ill or engage in intrigues. Criticism is and must be the act of expressing one's frank opinion openly, in front of those concerned, based on the facts and in the spirit of justice, in order to evaluate the thought and action of others, with the aim of improving that thought and action. Criticism is to build, to help build, to show genuine interest in the work of others and the improvement of that work. Combat severely evil tongues, intrigues, so and so says, unfair and unfounded criticism. To evaluate the thought and action of a comrade does not necessarily mean to speak ill of them. To speak highly, praise, encourage, or stimulate is also part of a critique. Always be vigilant against personal vanity and pride, but don't stint on praise for those who deserve it. Offer praise gladly and frankly to all those whose thought and action serves well the progress of the party. Learn from the mistakes we make or that others make, to avoid making new mistakes, to not fall into the traps that others have fallen in. Criticizing someone does not mean setting yourself against them or victimizing them. It is showing that we are all interested in their work, that we are part of one corporate body, that one person's mistakes affect us all, and that we are vigilant, as friends and comrades, to help them overcome their shortcomings and increasingly contribute to the improvement of the party. But critique, proof of the willingness of others to help us or our willingness to help others, should be supplemented by self-criticism, proof of our own willingness to help ourselves improve our thinking and our action. Develop in all militants, leaders, and combatants, the spirit of self-criticism, the ability of each to make a concrete analysis of their own work, to distinguish good from bad, to recognize their own mistakes and to discover the causes and consequences of these errors. Making a self-criticism is not just to say yes, I admit my fault, my mistake, and I apologize, while getting ready to commit new faults and new errors. It is not to pretend to repent, while still being convinced that the other person just doesn't understand. Nor should self-criticism be performed as a ritual, while continuing to make mistakes. Self-criticism is not doing penance. It is an act of honesty, courage, camaraderie, and awareness of our responsibilities, a proof of our willingness to do our duty and do it well, a manifestation of our determination to be better every day and give our best contribution to the advancement of our party. An honest self-criticism does not require absolution, it is a commitment we make to our conscience not to commit more errors, to accept our responsibilities to others, and to mobilize all our capabilities to do more and better. Self-criticism is to rebuild oneself to better serve. 4. Practice revolutionary democracy in all aspects of the life of the party. Everyone responsible for leadership must assume their responsibilities with courage, should demand the respect of others for their activity, and should respect the work of others. Do not hide anything from the masses of the people. Don't tell lies. Fight lies when they are told. Don't disguise difficulties, errors, and failures. Do not trust in easy victories nor in appearances. Revolutionary democracy demands that we fight opportunism and not tolerate errors, baseless excuses, friendships, and camaraderie based on interests contrary to the interests of the party and the people, or the conviction that any leader is irreplaceable. Practice and defend the truth, always the truth, to militants, leaders, and the people, whatever the difficulties the knowledge of the truth can create. Portuguese original. 1. Desenvolver os irado de crítica entre os militantes e responsáveis. Dar a todos, cada nível, oportunidade de criticar, de dar a sua opinião sobre o trabalho e o comportamento ou a que dos outros. Aceitar a crítica, donde quer que ela venha, como uma contribuição para melhorar o trabalho do partido, como uma manifestação de interesse active pela vida interna da nossa organização. Lembrar-se sempre que criticar não e dizer mal nem fazer entregas. Criticar e deve ser o acto de exprimir uma opinião franca, aberta, diante dos interessados, com base nos factos e com irado de justica, para apreciar o pensamento e a ação dos outros, como objetivo de melhorar esse pensamento e essa ação. Criticar e construir, ajudar a construir, fazer prova de interesse sincero pelo trabalho dos outros, pela melhoria dos trabalho. Combater severamente a má língua, a mania das entregas, ou descaidais, as críticas injustas e sem fundamento. Apreciar o pensamento e a ação dum camarada não e necessariamente dizer mal. Dizer bem, elogiar, encorajar, estimular também criticar. Sempre vigilantes contra as vaidades e orgulhos pessoas, devemos no entanto poupar elogios a quem os miras. Elogiar com alegria, com franqueza. Diante dos outros, todo aquele cujo pensamento e ação servem bem o progresso do partido. Devemos igualmente aplicar uma crítica justa, denunciar francamente, censurar, condenar e exigir a condenação de todos aqueles que praticam actos contrários ao progresso e aos interesses do partido, combater cara a cara os erros e faltas, ajudar os outros a melhorar o seu trabalho. Tirar laco de cada erro que cometimos ou que os outros cometem, para evitar cometer novos erros, para queremos nas neiras que os outros querem. Criticar camarada não quer dizer por se contra o camarada, fazer sacrifício que o camarada e a vítima, e mostrar-lhe que estamos todos interessados no seu trabalho, que somos e seu corpo, que os erros dele prejudicam a nos todos, e que estamos vigilantes, como amigos e camaradas, para ajudá-lo a vencer as suas deficiências e a contribuir cada vez mais para que o partido seja cada vez melhor. Mas a crítica, prova de vontade dos outros de nos ajudar ou de nossa vontade de ajudar os outros, deve ser completada pela autocrítica, prova de a nossa própria vontade de nos ajudarmos a nos mesmos a melhorar o nosso pensamento e a nossa ação. Desenvolver todos os militantes, responsáveis e combatentes, o irado da autocrítica, a capacidade de cada fazer uma análise sincera do seu per pro trabalho, de distinguir nele o que está bem do que está mal, de reconhecer os seus próprios erros e de descobrir as causas e as consequências desses erros. Fazer uma autocrítica. Neo e apenas dizer sim, reconhecer a minha falta, o meu ero e pico perdeo, ficando logo pronto para cometer novas faltas, novos erros. Now e fing esse arrependido do mal que fez, e ficar, no fundo, convencido de que os outros e que nao o compreendem. Nem tão pouco fazer autocrítica e fazer uma cerimônia para depois poder ficar com a consciência tranquila e continuar a cometer erros. Autocriticar-se não e pagar responso ou uma bula nem e fazer penitência. A autocrítica e acto de franqueza, de coragem, de camaradagem e de consciência das nossas responsabilidades, uma prova de nossa vontade de cumprir e de cumprir bem, uma manifestação de nossa determinação de ser cada dia melhor e de dar uma melhor contribuição para o progresso do nosso partido. Uma autocrítica sincera não exige necessariamente uma absolvição, e compromisso que fazemos com a nossa consciência. Para não cometermos mais erros, e fazer aceitar as nossas responsabilidades diante dos outros e mobilizar todas as nossas capacidades para fazer mais e melhor. Autocriticar-se e reconstruir-se a si mesmo, para melhor servir. For praticar, todos os aspectos da vida do partido, a democracia revolucionária. Cada responsável deve assumir com coragem as suas responsabilidades, deve exigir dos outros o respeito pela sua atividade e deve respeitar a atividade dos outros. Não esconder nada as massas populares, não mentir, combater a mentira, não disfarçar as dificuldades, os erros e insucessos, não acreditar victorias faces, nem nas aparências. A democracia revolucionária exige que devemos combater oportunismo, a tolerância diante dos erros, as desculpas sem fundamento, as amizades e a camaradagem com base interesses contrarios aos do partido e do povo, a mania de que o outro responsável e insubstituível no seu posto. Praticar e defender a verdade, sempre a verdade, diante dos militantes, dos responsáveis, do povo, se jamais farem as dificuldades que o conhecimento da verdade possa criar. Tribute to an original and revolutionary thinker. Dimbaumausidimble. Introduction. Amilcar Cabral, the founder of the PAG, 144, the liberation movement that led the armed struggle against Portuguese colonialism in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, is probably one of the finest thinkers among the liberation movement leaders in Africa. In fact, Amilcar Cabral was an authentic revolutionary intellectual in the tradition of Frantz Fanon. His assassination by agents of the fascist Portuguese colonial state on January 20, 1973 deprived Africa of one of its foremost visionary and charismatic leaders. This tribute on the occasion of the 40th anniversary of his assassination aims to honor the memory of a man who dedicated his life to the liberation of his country and Africa and to examine the relevance of his life and actions for today's struggles. Ideological and political background. Growing up in a colonist country, Amilcar Cabral witnessed firsthand the oppression and humiliations inflicted on his people by the Portuguese colonial state. During his high school years, Cabral observed not only the humiliations of his people by the colonial power but also the devastations caused by a series of famines that killed thousands of his countrymen and women between 1941 and 1948. It seems that these tragedies prompted him to undertake agricultural studies at the university, with the aim of using his skills to improve agricultural policies in his country. This context is the general background that contributed to shaping his early social and political consciousness. But Amilcar Cabral's opposition to colonialism and commitment to the struggle for the liberation of his people were also the result of several political and ideological influences that shaped his thought and strengthened his resolve. During his student years in Lisbon, Cabral was involved in anti-colonial student associations and met several future leaders of the liberation movements of the Portuguese colonies of Angola and Mozambique. The anti-colonial sentiment was strengthened by echoes of the struggles against colonialism and domination waged by colonies in Africa and elsewhere in the world, exemplified by the War of Liberation in Algeria and the Vietnamese victorious resistance against French colonialism. These struggles had had immense echoes in all the colonist and oppressed nations of the world. They had given hope to colonist countries and oppressed people that foreign domination and oppression can be overcome if people are ready and willing to pay the price for their freedom. Those struggles against colonialism and imperialism were largely inspired by progressive ideologies, such as Pan-Africanism and Marxism, among others. Pan-Africanism. There is no doubt that the independence of Ghana in 1957 and the War of Liberation in Algeria had given great hope to Cabral and his colleagues from other Portuguese colonies and exposed them to ideology of Pan-Africanism and the ideas and activities of its most prominent representatives, such as Kwame Nkrumah, W.E.B. Du Bois, and C.L.R. James. Therefore, the influence of Pan-Africanism very likely led Cabral to understand that the liberation of his country could not be separated from that of the rest of the African continent, and that the success of the revolution in his country should be seen as another step towards the liberation of the whole continent. In that context, the solidarity of independent African countries was seen as a natural thing and essential for the success of the armed struggle in his country. This explains why the PAIGC headquarters were located in Conakry, capital of Guinea, a former French colony, which was the only one that rejected, in a referendum, the French neocolonial scheme of Franco-African community proposed by then French President Charles de Gaulle in 1958. Moreover, from the Pan-Africanist perspective, the struggle against domination and oppression in Africa cannot be separated from the struggles waged by people of African descent around the world, especially in the imperialist centers and their remaining colonies. In fact, the leading figures of Pan-Africanism, except Nkrumah, were all from the diaspora. And the best illustration of the unbreakable link between Africa and its diaspora is given by W.E.B. Du Bois, the revolutionary and foremost African-American intellectual of his time, who followed Nkrumah to Ghana, where he died and is buried. Frantz Fanon and the Algerian Revolution. Another towering figure of Pan-Africanism and revolutionary intellectual of the first order, who certainly had a great influence on Cabral, was Frantz Fanon, one of the fiercest critics of the colonial system. Fanon's total commitment to the Algerian Revolution and his close observation of the colonial system from within led him to write one of the most insightful analyses of the colonial society. It is almost certain that Cabral, like most African progressives of his time, had heard about, or read, Fanon's famous book, The Wretched of the Earth, which opened the eyes of millions to the tyrannical nature of the colonial system. Fanon's influence can be seen in Cabral's approach to the revolution in his country. Like Fanon, Cabral viewed decolonization as a radical process of political, economic, social, and cultural emancipation and transformation at all levels in order to create a new society, with a new culture and a new citizen. He put this vision into practice in the liberated areas, in which there were attempts at a radical break from the colonial legacy at the economic, social, and cultural levels. In Cabral's mind, the end of imperialist domination, to be complete, must involve uprooting the culture of the colonial power and the rehabilitation of the national culture. Cabral, like Fanon, was uncompromising. Marxism and revolutionary theory. The prominent figures of Pan-Africanism mentioned above also happened to be avowed Marxists. Therefore, the Pan-Africanist ideology and the strong support for the decolonization process by the former Soviet bloc had reinforced the influence of Marxism in progressive circles and liberation movements in Africa. During that period, almost all progressive intellectuals were exposed to Marxism, and most leaders of the liberation movements, like Cabral, were either Marxist or sympathetic to Marxism. In his famous speech made in Havana, Cuba, during the celebration of the 7th anniversary of the Cuban Revolution in 1966, Cabral showed a remarkable command of Marxist theory. In that speech he touched on a variety of subjects, including the resistance to imperialist domination, Marxism, the motive force of history, the role of the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie and the role of culture in the struggle for liberation. But Cabral was not a dogmatic Marxist. On the contrary, he adapted Marxist analysis to the specific situation of his country. In the speech he made an original class analysis of his society and of African societies in general that are relevant today. For Cabral, no revolution can be duplicated by others, because each struggle is specific to each country and depends on the history and culture of that country. It is useful to recall, that however great the similarity between our various cases and however identical our enemies, national liberation and social revolution are not exportable commodities, they are essentially determined and formed by the historical reality of each people. This is why he was able to put together an effective strategy against colonial domination based on a correct analysis of the class contradictions of his society. Cabral concluded that the contradiction between the colonial oppressor and the oppressed people overshadows the contradictions between ethnic groups. Therefore, the mission of the revolutionary movement is to bring the different ethnic groups into a patriotic front against the common enemy, which is the colonial state. This strategy proved correct and led to victory and the independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, even after Cabral's assassination. As a Marxist, Cabral understood the power of ideas, the value of theory in the revolutionary process. In fact, faithful to Lenin's famous claim that there is no revolutionary movement without revolutionary theory. Cabral observed that, if it is true that a revolution can fail even though it is based on a perfectly conceived theory, nobody has yet made a successful revolution without a revolutionary theory. This is why for him the absence of a revolutionary theory for a liberation movement will almost inevitably lead to failure of the struggle. It is this ideological and intellectual background that influenced Cabral's thought, shaped his vision and strengthened his commitment to the struggle against colonial domination. Cabral's relevance to today's struggles. After 40 years of his cowardly assassination, and despite the split between Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau and the problems experienced by the latter, Cabral has left an indelible imprint in Africa as a revolutionary, an intellectual, and a leader. Cabral's life and actions contain several messages for today's struggles, especially at a time when the danger of recolonization is becoming a reality, with the imperialist aggression against Libya and French intervention in Ivory Coast. The first message from Cabral's experience is that it is essential to have a good knowledge, an intimate knowledge of his society through a careful investigation. This allowed him to get a clear vision of the objectives to be achieved by the revolution and draw up a correct strategy based on the concrete economic and social realities of his country. It also enabled him to set up an effective organizational structure bringing together petty bourgeois intellectuals and peasants. The second and probably most important aspect of Cabral's message is his conviction that to be truly a revolutionary, an intellectual should get rid of his bourgeois tendencies and identify with the interests of the masses and the working classes. In his opinion, this is a fundamental requisite to avoid the betrayal of the revolution. To achieve this crucial transformation, Cabral said that, the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie must be capable of committing suicide as a class in order to be reborn as revolutionary workers, completely identified with the deepest aspirations of the people to which they belong. This is the condition for not succumbing to his bourgeois tendencies, which would inevitably lead him to betray the masses and the revolution. Cabral was able to make that transformation himself and identify with the masses, peasants, and working classes of his country. In this regard he taught a fundamental lesson of leadership, because, unlike many intellectuals, who take themselves as the saviors of the masses, Cabral behaved as a leader who always sought and respected the views of the masses. This is why he was so much respected and even revered by his close comrades and the masses. But this transformation is one of the most difficult things to do for the petty bourgeois intellectuals. In many cases, the bourgeois tendencies end up taking over the revolutionary spirit. This is why several revolutionary attempts failed, because the petty bourgeois leadership was not able to identify with the interests of the masses, without whose trust and support no revolution can triumph. Another key message to retain from Cabral's legacy is that revolutionary theory is absolutely indispensable to conduct a correct analysis and a successful revolution. However, in his writings and conduct of the struggle, Cabral has shown that faith in the theory does not mean making it a dogma. The theory has to be adapted to the specific situation of each country, of each society. In this regard, One may say that Cabral has followed a path similar to the one taken by Chairman Mao Zedong, who used Marxism in an original way to conduct a successful revolution in the most populous country on earth. Cabral always also made the link between theory and practice, because the theory should serve to guide practice and be validated by the latter. Another important legacy of Cabral's thought is the importance he gave to culture in the process of national liberation. First of all, Cabral was immersed in his country's culture. His widow, Mrs. Ana Maria Cabral, recalled how the respect for his culture shaped his behavior and influenced his leadership role during the struggle for liberation. He spoke the language of the masses, knew their customs and relied on their wisdom and knowledge of their localities. Like Frantz Fanon, Cabral understood the importance of culture in the imperialist strategy of conquest and domination. In a speech made in 1970 at Syracuse University in the United States as a tribute to the memory of Eduardo Mondlane, Cabral made this observation. History teaches us that in certain circumstances it is very easy for the foreigner to impose his domination. But history also teaches us that whatever may be the material aspects of that domination, it can be maintained only by the permanent and organized repression of the cultural life of the people concerned. Therefore, understanding the role and importance of culture in the strategy of domination and exploitation is a critical element in formulating a strategy of liberation. This is why Cabral emphasized the importance of culture in the resistance to imperialist domination. The value of culture as an element of resistance to foreign domination lies in the fact that culture is the vigorous manifestation on the ideological or idealist plane of the physical and historical reality of the society that is dominated or to be dominated. From this conception, culture should be an integral part of the overall strategy of national liberation and social transformation aimed at building a new society. Nowadays, we witness the formidable role culture, in the form of music, rap, reggae, traditional music, theater, and cinema, is playing in the resistance to global capitalism and imperialist domination. Several progressive musicians have made significant contributions to the African social movement within the African Social Forum and through many other movements. Conclusion. The assassination of Cabral deprived the African revolutionary movement of one of the most original and creative Marxist thinkers. As said earlier, Cabral was a revolutionary intellectual of the first order. Three key lessons can be drawn from Cabral's revolutionary work as a theoretician and an actor. The first lesson is that the success of the revolution depends on the fusion between leadership and the masses. This means an identification of the leadership with the popular culture and the use of a language understood by the masses. In that sense he was faithful to Fanon's teachings, as already indicated. The second lesson is that the dialectic of theory and practice is essential in the process of liberation, because things keep changing constantly and therefore there needs to be constant reassessment and adaptation between practice and theory. The importance given by Cabral to theory should be meditated by emerging revolutionary movements. As he correctly observed, so far, there has been no successful revolution without being guided by a revolutionary theory. The best illustration of the soundness of this claim is the hard and bitter lesson learned by the youth and progressive forces in the so-called Arab Spring. The sacrifices made by these forces came to almost nothing, and now, the spring has been transformed into a very cold winter. Cabral was the embodiment of a visionary and enlightened leadership close to the masses, the kind of leadership that Africa is sorely lacking today, in these troubled times. At a time of so much disappointment with Africa's leadership and cynicism about its political and intellectual elites, it is refreshing to be reminded that the continent has produced one of the finest revolutionary intellectuals and political leaders of Cabral's stature. If Cabral remains an icon in progressive intellectual circles in Africa, he is much less known by the youth and ordinary citizens. Yet, such a towering figure deserves to be better known. 4. This to happen, his thought and example need to be taught in African schools and universities, along with the thought and examples of other prominent revolutionaries and Pan-Africanists who inspired him, like Nkrumah, Lumumba and others, as well as the ideas of those he inspired, like Thomas Sankara. This is a struggle that progressive political and social forces and intellectuals should take up in order to strengthen the process of decolonizing the African mind and reclaiming our true history. References: Bakal, Alain, Amilcar Cabral, Marxist Africain, Ethiopics, No. 5, Dakar, January, 1976. Cabral, Amilcar, The Weapon of Theory, speech delivered in Havana, Cuba, during the First Tricontinental Conference of the Peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America, held in January 1966. Cabral, Amilcar, National Liberation and Culture, a tribute to Eduardo Mondlane, Syracuse University, February 20, 1970. Cabral, Ana Maria, Amilcar Cabral, address delivered at the commemoration of the 20th anniversary of the independence of Cape Verde, July 1995. Lo, Amath, Amilcar Cabral et la Révolution Panafricaine, Thomas Sankara website, November 2008. Reflections on the contribution of Amilcar Cabral to the liberation of women. Stephanie Erdong. In Guinea-Bissau we say we are fighting two colonialisms, one of the Portuguese and the other of men. This phrase, attributed to Cabral, was quoted repeatedly to me while traveling inside the liberated zones with PEG in April and May 1974, a time when solidarity with the anti-Portuguese colonial struggles had peaked. This was also a time when the women's movement, not homogeneous by any means, was gaining strength in the United States and Europe. There were intense debates and lines drawn, often exclusionary, as to whether patriarchy was the primary source of women's oppression, and, so to be free, women would have to liberate themselves from men, or whether the liberation of women and the realization of our autonomy could only happen as part of a process of systemic transformation. Those of us who considered ourselves socialists as well as feminists found reaffirmation in the reports about the way in which women were participating in the national liberation struggles in Africa, Asia, and Central America. And those of us whose activism straddled feminism and support for the armed struggles in Africa found that the call for the liberation of women in Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, and Angola both relevant and motivating. It gave us ammunition to argue our cause and lent impetus to the international women's movement. From listening to Amilcar Cabral talk about his revolution at informal meetings when he came to New York at the beginning of the 1970s, we took away messages of a profound commitment to changing the status and role of women. We believed in his uncompromising honesty and in the clarity of his political position. He would consistently stress the need for women to be liberated in the process of revolution, explaining that women were playing a critical role in the national struggle. We hung on to the declaration by Samora Machel at the Third Party Congress in 1973, "The liberation of women is a fundamental necessity for the revolution, a guarantee of its continuity and a precondition for victory." I remember a particular meeting with Cabral in New York in late 1972. After he spoke, a friend and I went up to him to ask him for more specifics about women's role in the struggle which he had referred to in his talk. His face lit up and he responded by removing a batch of 8 by 10 photographs from his briefcase. He went through them, one by one, pointing out the women in each. This woman is a political commissar for the South Front. That woman teaches in a boarding school. Yet another is in charge of the radio broadcasts. Many are health workers, others are in the army. We were taken with the pride in his voice. 3 months later, Cabral was dead. Cabral's speeches and writings were less explicit than his public statements on this particular aspect of his theory and analysis. I would find more in the reports of journalists such as Gerard Chaliand that spoke to that practice. As early as 1966, Chaliand recorded an address by Cabral to a mass meeting of peasants. "Comrades, we are going to place women in high-ranking posts, and we want them at every level, from the village committees up to the party leadership. What for? To administer our schools and clinics, to take an equal share in production and to go into combat against the Portuguese when necessary. The women and girls will go into the villages as nurses or teachers, or they will work in production, or in the village militias. We want the women of our country to have guns in their hands. Comrades, young girls are going to be coming into the villages from our bases. But don't anybody think that these girls are up for sale as brides. They will get married if they wish, but there will be no forced marriages. Anyone who does that is worse than the Portuguese. These young girls are going to work in the villages, go to school, be in the militia, and the party will exercise complete control. The women must hold their heads high and know that our party is also their party. Our party repeats to every one of you that the road we have taken is like the Firoze River, it never returns to its source, but flows towards the sea. Likewise the PEG will reach its goal, which is the true independence of our people. 146. While traveling in South and the Eastern fronts of Guinea-Bissau, I interviewed women and heard what they had to say about Cabral's call for their participation and how much they felt his loss. Among them were political cadres, health workers, teachers, peasants, members of regional and village tribunals, regional and village councils, peasant women. A quota system was in place for the tribunals and councils, in an effort to ensure that at least 2 of the 5 elected members were women. I could not verify how widely this was adhered to, but the women I spoke to insisted that it was. I was aware that where I went and who I spoke to was selective. It was a war zone and I did not speak the local languages. Nonetheless, the women I interviewed, mostly in positions of local leadership, were eloquent about how their lives had changed for the people and for women. Among them were Bwetna Ndiobi and Kumba Kalyabali. Bwetna Ndiobi, a member of the regional council, met me at a base in the South Front. She was Balanta, a dominant ethnic group, who were predominantly animist at the time. She explained. We were exploited by the Portuguese. They stole everything from the people of Guinea for centuries. They massacred our people. They stole all our products. They took our people as prisoners. Before our eyes were closed, and we could not see the world. It is the comrade Cabral who opened our eyes and showed us a new world, so that we could stop this Portuguese domination, so that we could stop all this exploitation. Cabral has cleared the road where we must walk. Cabral has cleared our minds to help us understand, and now we are able to see how important the work of Cabral is. We are in a new world. For this comrade Cabral gave his life. They killed Cabral, but Cabral is not dead. His work continues. This war is very important. It is not for one day. If it was for one day, we could not learn our story. This war must go slowly for the people to learn how important they are. We know why we are fighting. We don't want to fight, but the Portuguese came to our country and started the war. We did not go to Portugal to fight a war. We have a reason to be free. We are fighting in our own country. Today I work together with men, having more responsibility than many men. This is not only true for me. I understand that I have to fight together with other women against the domination of women by men. But we have to fight twice, once to convince women and the second time to convince men that women have to have the same rights as men. Sometimes I have to leave my home for up to 3 days on a party mission, and my husband stays home and takes care of everything. Before, life was very difficult for women. The party has brought new ways and a new life for women. But we must continue to define our rights ourselves. Kumba Kalyabali, Fula, and Muslim lived in the East Front 2 weeks after the coup in Portugal, hearing the news with a group of militants on a small shortwave radio deep in the Mato, that brought independence to Portugal's colonies. She told me. When the first comrade came here to mobilize us, we were very afraid. We did not know him, so we did not trust him. We thought he was dangerous and he would take our things and not pay for them. But he talked about all the bad things that the Portuguese were doing, which we understood very well. He said that the party believes that everybody is equal and that we are all one people. Later the party organized a committee in the village to take care of matters that related to the party and to the village. It was elected by the people in our village, and we elected 2 women as well. Before, it had not been possible to even imagine that things like this could happen. But now life is very different. Now I see more light, and now I know that everybody is my brother and my sister. Now we don't talk about color or ethnic group the way we did before. We know that everybody is from Guinea-Bissau. We have forced the Portuguese out by the war, and we are able to live much better than before. The difference between my life as a woman before and my life now is very, very big. How could I have ever thought that it would be possible for me to be vice president of a village council one day? Before, this was always man's work. When the elections were held, both women and men voted for me and for the other woman on the council. I know they accepted us as members of the council, otherwise they wouldn't have voted for us. You see, before, you were brought up to be a boy or to be a girl. Now things are different. For the party says everybody is the same, and we understand this. A boy can be a girl and a girl can be a boy. In other words, each can do what the other can do. The tone of my writing on Guinea-Bissau in the late 1970s was very hopeful. Too hopeful. Years of work on feminism and gender inequality has shown that transformation is far more complex than we wanted to believe at that time, and just how deeply rooted are power relations in the context of culture. Decades later, a sharpened feminist economic, political, and gender analysis recognizes that both men and women are socialized into the roles, attitudes and behaviors that contribute to gender inequality, discrimination, and violence against women. It is encouraging to see that men are increasingly joining this struggle, and are examining and confronting their role in perpetuating these power relations. On returning to Guinea-Bissau in 1976, I found the seeds of a very different process. The women's organization had become little more than a mouthpiece of the party. A downward spiral had become evident once Guinea-Bissau was independent. Women leaders at the national level, who had been stridently and articulately espousing the need for the liberation of women during the armed struggle, now promoted courses for women hairdressers so that they could look attractive to men, organized embroidery lessons offered by convent nuns rather than carving a space for their own advancement in a heavily male-dominated political environment. On that same visit I encountered Bwetna Ndiobi. She was a shadow of her former self, not only physically, but also in her personality. My interpreter, disturbed by what she was saying, would only translate the gist of it, that she was disillusioned and poorer, that those who had not been part of the struggle in her region were now in charge and had the power. She had been failed. Was Cabral proverbially turning in his grave? One can only hope. How many times have we indulged in a game of what if? As it was, his theory and practice had been well ahead of his times. He was an inspiration not only to women in his country but to women in many parts of the world at a time when feminist thinking about the nature of transformation was beginning to take off. Our inspiration was not misplaced. Amilcar Cabral and Guinean women in the fight for emancipation. Patricia Godinho Gomez. The global context. The 20th century was the century of women's emancipation and the gaining of basic rights such as freedom of expression and the right to vote. In general terms, these victories allowed women the progressive abandonment of the strictly private dimension in which their lives unfolded, to affirm themselves gradually in the public sphere. 147. In this way, the political and economic integration of women was characterized by a slow and sometimes contradictory process that presupposed profound changes in the social models and traditional cultural norms as defined by a masculine perspective. It was these norms that contributed to the establishment of the glass ceiling, an expression that explains the apparently invisible but real mechanisms that exclude women from effective participation in public institutions at the top of the pyramid. Kapazai, 2004, 12. The political mobilization of women represents, therefore, an important challenge for the contemporary world in general and the African continent in particular. 148. In the period between colonization and the formation of independent states in Africa, the condition of women underwent extraordinary changes, despite differences from country to country and from region to region. During the processes of decolonization that occurred in the decade of 1950 to 1960, but which would go on until the 1990s. 149, the African continent presented to the world more than 50 new states, with diverse political forms from monarchies to dictatorships, military regimes to civil governments, revolutionary and democratic systems to administrations of populists or authoritarian types. Despite having followed, in a general way, the Marxist or capitalist models in the context of the politics of the Cold War, until the 1990s, power in Africa tended to concentrate in one-party systems, and in most cases was personalized in the figure of the nation's president who had freed the country. The centralization of power was followed by bureaucratized and highly inefficient administrative systems and by the elimination or intolerance of the bourgeoisie political opposition. This situation led to the emergence of other factors such as, the increase of class and gender inequality, increase of ethnic inequalities, increase of rural-urban migration often feminine mainly due to prior movement restrictions, during the colonial period, and of modernizing ideas of the 1950s and 1960s, the low level of training and education for the majority of the Africans, especially women, among whom the illiteracy rate was very high. After the national liberation struggles in which African women participated directly and actively, economic and political development models were adopted based on the state nationalism, leading to the democratization of societies. These processes contemplated relevant women's emancipation projects by means of the elimination, or at least the attempt at the elimination, of customary practices considered harmful for women, precocious matrimony, inheritance discrimination, rights over children, etc. Feminine and feminist mobilizations were incorporated into the national reconstruction projects. This practice presupposes the previously unsuccessful association between feminism and nationalism in Africa. 150. In socialist states there was an important participation of feminine mass organizations. Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, and Cape Verde, basically the second generation of governments of Marxist inspiration that became independent during the 1970s, experienced this kind of active mobilization. At the international level this conjuncture was favorable to the protection of women's rights. The growing world interest for feminine questions led the United Nations, during the Mexico Conference, to declare 1975 as International Women's Year. In this World Forum, gender inequalities at the educational and economic levels in less advanced countries were addressed and, for the first time, the African countries made their voice heard as free countries with regards to the situation of women. But it would especially be the decade 1975 to 1985, that would see a surge in gender policies at the global level, culminating in the Nairobi Conference. Important studies appeared on the condition of African women and gave emphasis to projects with the objective of reinforcing the role of women in development, among them, Rosaldo and Lamphere 1974, Etienne and Leacock, 1980, Hay and Sticker, 1984, Bozarup, 1970, Amadium, 1987. It is in this context that discussion about the women's emancipation in Guinea-Bissau is framed, emphasizing the political, cultural, and social revolution promoted by Amilcar Cabral and the PIG. This process would contribute to the progressive change of mentalities regarding the role of woman in society. Cabral, the PIG, and women in the reconstruction process. To talk about Guinean women and the process of national reconstruction implies revisiting the history of the struggle for independence and also the legacy, even of pre-colonial times. Although it does not constitute the objective of the present analysis, it is important to underscore the fact that the approach to the theme of the condition of women in Guinea-Bissau implies necessarily a study of the period that preceded the Portuguese colonization in this area, since the region that today corresponds geographically to the Republic of Guinea-Bissau was, in the pre-colonial era, politically organized in kingdoms, that constituted independent nations, and populated by diverse socio-linguistic groups such as the Felops, the Banhuns, the Kasangas, the Balantas, the Bijagos, the Nalus, and the Brahms that embrace today's Brahms, Pepel and Manjaco besides Fulas and Mandingas, who would later arrive in this area through migrations. In this complex frame, women had a status that varied in accordance with the social organization that they belonged, more or less stratified societies, and that determined their role in the family, the economy, and in the exercise of socio-political authority. 151 The struggle for political and civil rights for women in Guinea-Bissau gained momentum after the formation of the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, PAIC, the liberation movement created in 1956 that would lead the liberation struggle which culminated in the unilateral declaration of the independence of Guinea-Bissau, on September 24, 1973, in Medina Dubbo 152. In its program of action it established the equality of men and women, stating that men and women enjoy the same rights in the family, at the work and in public activities, PAIC, 1965:2. These words translate into a veritable revolution and innovation regarding the status of the woman in the public sphere. In the context of armed struggle, the liberation movement appealed to the rights of women, to their integrity and their respect. But this result would only be possible with the realization among women that emancipation and freedom depended, first of all, on themselves and their will to struggle against all obstacles of their own culture: precocious marriage, procreation in adolescence, female circumcision, rights over children, right to inheritance of their subordination to men. Theorizing on the armed struggle in Guinea-Bissau, Amilcar Cabral 153 evidenced from the onset the fundamental role of women in the revolution and in the national reconstruction process. The success of any type of social transformation, according to Cabral, consisted of proving in which form a woman participates at the most ample process of liberation of the society. Our revolution will never be victorious if we do not achieve the full participation of women, Cabral, 1972. It was necessary to start from the concrete reality of Guinea-Bissau, from the socio-cultural situation and from the then existing gender 154 relations. Since women's position is well differentiated, but fundamentally one of dependence, a profound work of changing mentalities without creating conflicts or fractures was the challenge. As Cabral stated, at the beginning men didn't want meetings with women. Step by step, we did not force, while in other areas women attended the meetings immediately, without problems. We have to have consciousness of the general reality of our country, but of the particular realities of each thing, to be able to guide the struggle correctly. Cabral, 1976, 132. The Guinean women joined the struggle even at the phase of clandestine organization. In the urban centers they carried out connection tasks, seating their houses many times for meetings of the party, preparing and distributing propaganda material, cooking for many militants who found themselves in hiding in their houses, pursued politicians who tried to evade the PIDE 155. They were the matrix, serving as a link between the diverse clandestine cells spread throughout the territory, participating directly in political activities. Carmen Pereira, one of the PAIC's most dynamic women who assumed various political posts during and after the armed struggle, stated the following: "The position of women was very backward. To greet her husband, for example, a woman would have to kneel and put her forehead on the floor. She went to work and the husband stayed home. She worked till sundown, came home, greeted her husband, prepared the meal, got some water for him to wash with, brought him food and knelt before giving it to him. The party has struggled against such negative traditions and done away with most of that. Now men work with women in the fields. In the past, Muslim men never wanted a woman to go to a meeting. There were many meetings during the struggle and women were very interested to hear what was going on. The men would refuse to let them go for 3 or 4 times, but women would keep insisting. Finally the men were obliged to accept. Now women are on the village committees and are sometimes elected president. Men now accept women leading meetings, because it is a party directive and they see why it is correct." Pereira, 1978, 63. The narratives of the struggle contain several examples of women's determination, not only to join the process, but also to show the decisive influence they exercised over the men/husbands and children, holding them to the ideals of the struggle. It should be pointed out that the liberation struggle caused enthusiasm among young girls, for whom new perspectives of life were opening, far from the logic of colonialism and of some customs that tradition had imposed on them. However, in spite of the successes gained in the military field, the party structure of the PEG presented evident weaknesses, which led, at a given moment during the process, to the inevitable overlapping of some traditional structures, in particular, modes of some retrograde practices and customs that went on to constitute the line of action of certain leaders in certain liberated regions. These deviations were reflected in various domains, particularly with regards to the women's participation in political questions. Despite various obstacles, Guinean women made irreversible gains. As of 1972, women began to be part of the political organs 156 of the PEG and in people's courts as jury members. They knew the struggle should be something more than national liberation. It was necessary to realize, in a permanent form, a double struggle, against colonialism and against the obstacles that hindered their advance within society. There have been various other areas where women had distinguished themselves, in military operations with the intensification of the war from 1966 and as militia and integral part of the military units in the war fronts, Gomez, 2010a. On the other hand, the education system that then evolved in liberated zones of Guinea-Bissau counted on the fundamental support of women in all its aspects and levels. In schools management committees and among students' representatives, the case of Escola Piloto, girls were represented equally with boys, 3 girls and 3 boys, beside the teachers' representative and the political representative 157, PEG, 1971. At the same time, the Schools Control Group, the organ responsible for the coordination of school activities, programs, budget, students' management, comprised 4 members, among them 2 men and 2 women. Also in the health sector, women played an extremely important role as nurses and laboratory technicians, with several of them pursuing higher education studies in foreign countries 158. All this despite women's social roles still being limited to the domestic dimension. The UDMU, in search of a women's political organization. Besides defining the major objectives, national liberation and construction of a model of society well defined in its program, the PEG was concerned about the feminine question from the onset. It was in virtue of reinforcing this component that in 1961, in Conakry, the União Democrática das Mulheres de Guiné e Cabo Verde, UDMU/Democratic Union of the Women of Guinea and Cape Verde appeared, having as main task the mobilization of women for better integration in the process of the armed struggle. During its existence, besides its internal work, the UDMU launched itself onto the international arena through its activities, making an important contribution to the struggle in the diplomatic field. The gender perspective outlined by the PEG was an extremely important element for the prestige it acquired at the international level. Meanwhile, the evolution of the armed struggle and the need it created for the integration of women cadres in various sectors at the time seeking recruits would lead to the extinction of the UDMU in 1966, only 5 years after its creation. 159 Regarding this, Carmen Pereira stated, At the beginning of the struggle the party created the Democratic Union of Women of Guinea, but we lacked cadre for this. All the experienced women were at the front, participating in the armed struggle, doing the political work, so they could not take part in the organization. Now that the war is over, the party has created a committee composed of 10 leaders, cadres, and militants of the party. The committee is now preparing to organize the women of the party, Pereira, 1978. 66. The Feminine Commission, created in the aftermath of a meeting held in Bissau in January 1975 and presided by PEG Secretary General Aristides Pereira, had, as a mission, to analyze attentively the condition of Guinean women and their interests in order to elaborate programs for the improvement of the condition of the woman throughout the national territory. An important campaign of sensitization and political mobilization of Guinean women was undertaken, explaining and clarifying the objectives for the creation of a female organization. The struggle for emancipation continued within the existing socio-political structures in liberated regions and outside the country, where the Pague Feminine Commission, and later the National Commission of the Women of Guinea, always represented itself, actively participating in international encounters and acquiring great visibility. 160 The creation of the National Commission of the Women of Guinea in June 1979, with the main objective of contributing to the work initiated by the Pague Feminine Commission, led to a profound restructuring of the UDMU, culminating in the decision to hold the first National Congress of Women in 1982. This first Congress of Guinean women had as fundamental objective the redefinition of the structure of UDMU, which since the mid-1960s had stopped functioning, as was earlier stated. The UDMU should contribute to the construction of a democratic society, in which all citizens have the same rights and duties, without discrimination of color, sex, religion, or social origin, a society where it is guaranteed the exercise of fundamental freedoms and rights. 161 In the new organization's program of action, various obstacles and difficulties that Guinean women faced were underscored, and the related aspects for which it was fundamental to intervene. Conscientization of women about the importance of their role in the national productive effort, recognition, by society, of the importance of their role in this sector, as creators-producers of national wealth, promotion of a better and equal distribution of national wealth on the basis of the individual's productive capacity and not on criteria based on sex, capacitation of women to engage in work in a responsible way, favoring the struggle to curb discrimination against women regarding job access. Promotion of the participation of women in the leadership superstructure in order to guarantee their inclusion in the decision-making process, promotion of women in political, cultural, and literary terms, provide incentives for the technical, scientific and professional training of women, facilitation of the participation of women in the party structures. The promotion and integration of women in development was already a concern dating back to the period of the armed struggle, resulting in the creation of UDMU, which was worried about issues directly related to women's promotion. However, this organization, by virtue of its fundamentally partisan character, remained limited in its capacity of response to the new demands of the independent state. The legacy of Cabral, which perspectives for Guinean women. The process of female emancipation in Guinea-Bissau was unquestionably favored by the armed liberation struggle. The concern for educating women and transforming them into one of the key elements in the fight for independence was mainly due to the vision of Amilcar Cabral and the perseverance of Guinean women. Since independence, the Guinean government has ratified various international accords for the protection of the rights of women, amongst them the 1979 Convention for the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, whose facultative protocol was adopted in the National Juridical Order in 2000. Many gains were achieved in the 39 years that followed independence, especially in terms of the education and training of women in urban and, to a lesser extent, rural areas. But if, on the one hand, the Constitution of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau guarantees equal rights between men and women in the various public and private domains of life, on the other hand, various obstacles still persist today that continue to prevent the achievement of gender parity. Regarding the political trajectory and the victories in terms of women's rights, Teodora Inacia Gomez 162 affirmed that in the past women didn't have enough freedom to participate in meetings to be chosen for political activities. But a lot of work was already made in that direction. Already there is consciousness by women to present their candidacies. The candidacies are normally presented by the organizations themselves or by the party structures in which women work. Since many of our women work at the level of the structures of the parties, it is from there that they are chosen. But what it is fundamental is to understand that we are making an important work of sensitization of women in order to integrate them in the structures of the parties, for them to be ready and to be chosen whenever the possibility prevails, whether in the parliament, the government, the regional structures, the institutes, or the courts, because it is not only the parliament that exists, there are other structures. There are already many women who, at this moment, are sensitized and conscious of the fact that they voluntarily want to be chosen to work in one of the structures that I just referred to. 163 These were the legacies left by Amilcar Cabral to women: education, political participation, and economic and cultural emancipation. However, in spite of the positive results, Guinean women still face various difficulties in terms of participation in political and leadership positions, lack of financial means to support their own candidacies to political offices or decision-making positions, the lack of unity amongst women in supporting a female candidate, finally, a lack of engagement and involvement in the political structures that oftentimes translates into lack of initiative and the resulting absence of women in the selection processes of candidates of the parties and of the other political organizations. At the parliamentary level, many battles were won by women, namely, approval of laws regarding reproductive health, family planning, and female genital mutilation, FGM, in 2011. A lot remains to be done, especially with regards to the struggle against gender violence, sexual, economic, and domestic. As long as legal mechanisms that can serve as the basis are not created, there will not be any means to fight these crimes. Women themselves must, above all, be the ones to fight, in unity, against violence. Common commitments and connected praxis. Patricia Rodney, Asha Rodney, Jesse Benjamin, Hashim Gibral, and Sina Abraha. W. Alter Rodney and Amilcar Cabral were martyred sons of Africa in the arduous yet unfinished struggle to liberate Africans and all colonist peoples from foreign domination. Born in 1924, Cabral was 18 years older than Rodney, who was born in 1942. If we were fortunate enough to see both living today, 2012, Cabral would be 88 and Rodney 70 years old. The assassination of these leaders in their prime was tragic and the consequences linger on. The struggles for liberation and transformation that Cabral and Rodney led and inspired in, respectively, Guinea-Bissau and Guyana, are still very far from being realized. Today's pressing need for progressive leadership on the African continent, in the African diaspora states, and beyond, makes the study of Cabral and Rodney of continuing relevance. Most of Cabral's intellectual and activist work was done in the 1960s, whereas the bulk of Rodney's work was done in the late 1960s and throughout the 1970s. Rodney's most important work, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, came out in 1972, the year before Cabral was assassinated, and 2 years before Guinea-Bissau's independence in 1974. The late 1960s through the early 1970s was the period when their work and activity overlapped, intertwined, influenced each other, and was shaped by the local and global movements of which they were both integral parts. In 1966, for example, Cabral wrote Weapons of Theory while Rodney published Masses in Action and completed his PhD in African history, which was subsequently published as History of the Upper Guinea Coast 1545 to 1800. 164 Both Cabral and Rodney recognized the reinstatement of colonialism as neocolonialism in post-independence Africa and the Caribbean, and adopted Marxist theory as a tool for interpreting and overcoming neocolonialism. For them, theory was valuable as an analytical weapon insofar as it could be utilized in practical struggles for freedom. Education and political engagement. Cabral and Rodney both received Western-oriented education. They could readily have become members of the local petty bourgeoisie. They refused, however, to accept the status quo and chose instead the complex path of leading their people towards freedom, eventually, paying the ultimate price. But what led Cabral and Rodney to choose the life of a revolutionary? Cabral left home after completing his secondary education in Cape Verde to study in Lisbon, Portugal, where he qualified as an agricultural engineer in 1950. During his student days in Lisbon he was introduced by friends to the Portuguese Communist Party. He returned home during the holidays and educated the population about soil erosion and its effects on the environment, using this forum to do political education by analyzing how destruction of the environment affected social and political conditions within the country. The Portuguese authorities were quick to respond, forbidding him access to the radio airwaves and blocking the teaching of his night course. On the completion of his studies in 1952, Cabral returned home and, under contract with the Agricultural and Forestry Services of Portuguese Guinea, worked in the countryside, where he was exposed to the harsh daily realities of the lives of the peasantry. In 1955, the governor demanded that he leave Bissau, although he gave him permission to return annually for family-related matters. Cabral took up a position in Angola, and joined the Movement for the Liberation of Angola, MPLA. During one of his visits to Bissau in September 1959, he and other progressive elements founded the African Party for the Independence and Union of Guinea and Cape Verde, PIG. After completing his secondary education, Rodney studied at the University of the West Indies, in Mona, Jamaica, for the next 3 years, where he obtained first-class honors in history. During his stay in Jamaica, Rodney was involved in debating, and both student and party politics. In 1963, after graduating from UWI, he proceeded to London to complete a PhD at the School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS. While a student in London, Rodney was involved in student and community political activity. He was a regular speaker at the West Indies Student Centre and at Speaker's Corner, Hyde Park, on Sunday afternoons. Rodney shared a similar experience with Cabral when the government of the Republic of Guyana, under the leadership of President Forbes Burnham, refused to allow Rodney's voice to be heard on the radio and forbade the government-owned radio station from allowing him to read his children's stories. The stories are based on historical accounts of how different peoples came to Guyana, and were aimed at educating Guyanese children on their complex and interconnected heritage. Initially, a popular and respected radio personality was allowed to read the stories, but then the government completely banned the reading of the stories. The government also prevented Rodney from taking up an academic appointment at the University of Guyana, before escalating its persecution. Cabral co-founded, with Dr. Agustin Honito, the Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola, MPLA, in 1956. 165 Cabral was also one of the founders of the African Party of Independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde Islands in 1956, and was its leader at the time of his assassination on January 20, 1973. On his return to Guyana in 1974, Rodney became involved with progressive movements and joined the Working People's Alliance, WPA, which declared itself a political party on July 27, 1979. Lewis 1998, 228, this party was unusual in its formation. It opted for a provisional executive and a rotating chairmanship. The executive was predominantly made up of Afro-Guyanese and Indo-Guyanese middle-class intellectuals. IBID, the rotating leadership meant that there was no one leader but a shared leadership. However, Walter Rodney was the person most recognized as the leader by the Guyanese people, the Burnham regime and the international community. Philosophy, leadership, and the role of the intellectual. Both Cabral and Rodney advocated an intellectual leadership that was dedicated to the revolutionary aspirations and empowerment of the people. This style of leadership results from the commission of class suicide. In the words of Rodney, such leadership must be grounded with the people. This grounding would educate black intellectuals and prepare them to function as revolutionaries. Walter Rodney described this leadership as guerrilla intellectualism, GI. He portrayed the black intellectual as a guerrilla embedded within a hegemonic colonial/neocolonial order against which he/she had to mobilize his/her intellectual resources. Rodney and Cabral exemplified this leadership typology in the context of African and broader neocolonial struggles. Rodney urged black intellectuals to embrace the first and major struggle, that is, the struggle over ideas, by using their positions within the academy to challenge Eurocentric ideas. Furthermore, as a product of a bourgeois environment, the black intellectual must first be emancipated from the entrapment of bourgeois culture, indeed from what Rodney characterized as the Babylonian captivity of bourgeois society. 166 He suggested two ways of accomplishing this by vigorously attacking negative Eurocentric and hegemonic ideas and theories, and by fully identifying and grounding with the people, thereby undergoing, in the process, what Cabral called, a spiritual reconversion of mentalities. This commission of class suicide, which Rodney and Cabral prioritized, entailed the cultural re-education of the intellectual in the native mass character, and his/her spiritual reconversion of mentalities. 167 Both Rodney and Cabral fully embraced the two sides of the intellectual, a theoretician as well as a revolutionary, someone who was not just an armchair scholar but also a fully engaged practitioner. The latter disposition came from the commission of class suicide. Through grounding with the masses and learning from them, the guerrilla intellectual acquires understanding of the people's needs, and thus is better able to lead the struggle. Rodney used his intellectual resources to challenge and deconstruct both what he perceived as the prevailing hegemonic and bourgeois theories of his times, and the colonial and neocolonial structures of exploitation and domination. He abandoned what would have been a lucrative and successful academic path to fully immerse himself in the working class struggles in his native Guyana, a commitment that eventually took his life. Cabral, on the other hand, lost his life in the vanguard of his native Guinean revolutionary struggles against Portuguese colonialism. Like Rodney, Cabral could have retreated to the safety and comfort of ivory tower intellectualism, but chose the path of the people and their struggle. Scholarship can be a weapon if it exposes the misconceptions and falsehoods of competing understandings, provides surer knowledge, seeks to determine the strategies for focused change, and identifies the agencies of liberation. This, in sum, is what the theoretically and ideologically grounded analyses of social realities by Cabral and Rodney have contributed to the political, economic, and cultural struggles of African peoples worldwide. Cabral's seminal statement regarding the indispensability of correct analytical understanding argues, if it is true that a revolution can fail even though it is based on perfectly conceived theories, nobody has yet made a successful revolution without a revolutionary theory. 168 This declaration derives from the theoretical recognition gained by practice that national liberation consists of the struggle of a people to regain the ability to create and recreate their history. 169 And that ignorance of the historical reality which these national liberation movements claim to transform constitutes one of the greatest weaknesses of our struggle against imperialism. 170 In related vein, Rodney affirmed, the purpose of his scholarship has been to try and reach Africans who wish to explore further the nature of their exploitation. 171 And that sure knowledge of African history is a weapon. 172 In the struggle of the level of ideas. 173 Engaged in by the guerrilla intellectual. 174 Both Cabral and Rodney made clear that the struggle against imperialism involves applying strategies and policies derived from thorough, engaged analyses of complex, conflictual conditions. Marxist theory, culture, and class struggle in political practice. Both Cabral and Rodney utilized Marxist political economy as a contingent explanatory tool that needed to be adapted to local conditions. Both saw political economy as inherently rooted in specific local cultural conditions, and therefore questioned whether culture was epiphenomenal, as some classical and doctrinaire Marxists have maintained. Culture was seen as the necessary medium through which real people, in real social conditions, and with real historical contexts, engaged specific dynamics of inequality, oppression, and social transformation. In their hands, neither race nor class became abstractions, with universal applicability, but were important variables to be calculated and understood. 20th century anti-colonial struggles were important proving grounds in the long battle to break Marxist theory and praxis free from its linear, unilineal evolutionist mold, in which it was first assumed that only fully capitalist proletarians could lead a socialist revolution. After the Bolshevik Revolution, which we know from unpublished manuscripts 175 that Rodney studied extensively, the Maoist and Cuban rebellions demonstrated the possibility and efficacy of peasant insurrections, and inspired similar actions in anti-colonial struggles throughout Africa and its diaspora, as well as in other colonial territories. Now that additional sectors could be understood as potentially revolutionary, their cultures and ways of knowing became important to mobilizing that consciousness into action, and also became important for making the revolution relevant to the people undertaking it. While infrastructure, political economy, was originally understood to determine superstructure, the place of culture and identity, it was in lived practice during anti-colonial struggles like those that Cabral and Rodney studied and engaged in, that this theoretical and practical relationship was rethought, and culture began to take on much greater significance. While the Frankfurt School and other theoretical tendencies like it are often credited in the Academy with the emergence of cultural analysis in the service of revolution, it is far more attributable to the always theorized anti-colonial insurrections and agitations that comprised Pan-Africanism and similar tendencies throughout the 20th century, and of which Rodney and Cabral were heirs and leading practitioners. Today, there is still intense debate about the role and importance of identity in revolutions, whether or not class is the primary unit of analysis, and what role race plays in relation to class and gender. Rodney and Cabral both challenged our understandings of culture, and refused reductionist conceptualization of the critical categories of race and class, and their role in revolutionary praxis, which is one of the main reasons they remain important touchstones for anyone interested in true social transformation. Prominent in Cabral's and Rodney's extensive legacies are their emphases on precisely understanding the socio-economic and cultural realities of their peoples as a necessary basis for successful political struggle to bring about national liberation. In pursuing this understanding, class relations and class struggle feature pointedly in their analyses of social structure and the possibilities for radical political transformation. Class struggle is an incisive vantage point from which to examine contemporary politics in Africa. It is the vantage point of, fundamentally, political economy, the struggle to defend or advance conflicting, contradictory, material interests emanating from the economic relations embedded in African social formations. The class dimension of African politics is part of the dynamic interplay amongst dominant and subordinate social forces on the continent. Cabral's and Rodney's analyses focus on 1. The character of the African ruling class in terms of historical and dialectical development, composition, ideology, material interests, political practices, and alliances. 2. The array of allied and subordinate classes, class fractions, and other social solidarities that compete with the African ruling class in shaping the character, tasks and possibilities of the post-colonial state. And 3. The need for revolutionary praxis, class suicide, on the part of petit bourgeois militants. 176 Cabral's and Rodney's joint emphases on the prominence of class struggle again emerge from their engagement in and systematic reflection on the anti-hegemonic, national liberation struggles of their peoples. Race and the race/class nexus in practice, diasporic specificities. Like Cabral, Rodney understood clearly that race was a social construction, as opposed to conferring inherent biological or essential characteristics, as was claimed and used as a justification during the rise and duration of the colonial world order. In so doing, he followed a long tradition in the Pan-African world, which saw race pride and consciousness as critical to resistance to white supremacy, even while knowing it was a contingent social construction. Variants of this view can be seen in leading diaspora Marxists, such as W.E.B. Du Bois, C.L.R. James, or Claudia Jones, long before social constructionism became de jure in the Academy. Rodney, and this tradition generally, deserve far more credit in the genealogy of knowledge of contemporary critical theory than he has yet received. To illuminate Rodney's thinking on race, we cite 2 spatially disparate examples in his illustrious career, both from 1974. The first is from his work in Guyana, where he and the WPA sought to unite the Afro-Guyanese and Indo-Guyanese communities. His solidarity with and analysis of Arnold Rampersad is one window into this process. 177 The other example comes from Rodney's grounding with the Institute of the Black World, IBW, in Atlanta, at the height of the race/class debate in the Black Power movement in the United States. Rodney's involvement with the Arnold Rampersad case in 1974 indicated that his ideological commitment to multiculturalism was backed up by practical involvement in defense of Indian political activists who were victims of Afro-Guyanese intimidation and violence. Rampersad was an activist of the PPP who had been charged with the murder of a police constable, James Henry, who was killed while guarding the toll station at the No. 3 village on the Quarantine. Rampersad was arrested while going to take food for his brother who had been held on the previous day in connection with the toll gate shooting. Arnold Rampersad was a well-known PPP activist in the Quarantine, and his supporters contended that he was being framed by the government. In one of his speeches on behalf of Rampersad, Rodney dealt with the issue of race and politics in Guyana. Lewis, 221, he felt that more than one political party has been responsible for the crisis of race relations in this country. I think our leadership has failed us on that score. I think external intervention was important in bringing the races against each other from the 50s and particularly in the early 1960s. But I am concerned with the present. If we made that mistake once, we cannot afford to be misled on that score today. No ordinary Afro-Guyanese, no ordinary Indo-Guyanese can today afford to be misled by the myth of race. Time and time again it has been our undoing. Rodney 1982:8. Rodney opposed racial, or race-only, politics from the standpoint of the need to reduce the socially and politically constructed and manipulated divisions amongst the Guyanese working people. He came out against the transfer of the case from the predominantly Indian area of the Quarantine to the predominantly Afro-Guyanese area of the capital, Georgetown, where the jury was made up mainly of Afro-Guyanese men. Instead, Rodney suggested that the target of attack in the struggle for justice for Rampersad was the Afro-Guyanese middle class and the leadership of the ruling party. Denied by the Burnham dictatorship the salary of his academic post in Guyana, Rodney traveled occasionally to the United States to lecture and raise funds for his family, and this included a leading role in the IBW's Summer Research Symposium, 1974. Derek White's Important New History of the IBW, 2011, reveals yet another Rodney/Cabral link. The 6-week research project was shaped around testing the applicability of the development theories of Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa and Cabral's Return to the Source, 149. The IBW, as a think tank in support of United States and global black social movements, sought answers to the increasingly contentious and doctrinaire race/class debate. Rodney suggested parallels between the neocolonialism in Guyana, the Caribbean, and Africa, and the co-optation of the growing black middle class in the U.S. 151. Utilizing what he and the IBW associates called a racialized political economy approach, Rodney suggested that both race and class were flexible, contingent, socially constructed categories that were historically interchangeable, 178, and specifically that each race and class category has a validity of its own. In other words, one is not just purely derivative of the other. There may be at one particular point in history the racial contradiction may have derived from the basic class contradiction. At another point the class contradictions reinforce or react upon the race contradictions, and so that what I'm getting away from is a sort of simplistic analysis which takes one of these factors, either one, and ascribes to them the sole or preponderating determining historical influence in a society like this America. 153 to 154. This is an important new window into the subtlety of Rodney's thinking on race and class. We have long known about Rodney's powerful racial affirmations in Groundings with My Brothers, 179, and that throughout his career Rodney thought history should not be written neutrally, but in the service of the race/the oppressed. His sophisticated, particularist, racialized political economy is less well known, and can also be seen in action in his reaction to the 6th Pan-African Congress, where intense debates between black nationalists and Marxists threatened to divide the movements of that era. I think we must beware of being trapped into generalizations that are supposed to be valid for the whole of the Pan-African world. It does not help to generalize. Rodney argued that the nationalist and Marxist perspectives are unnecessarily antagonistic, and that race and class are not absolutes, but instead concepts that arose historically. 157. In summation of this perspective, one cannot do better than the resonant prose of Wole Soyinka. In an intellectual world rendered increasingly turgid by ideological mouthers and phrasemongers, Walter Rodney stood out for lucidity, relevance, for a preference for actuality, its analysis and prescription over and above slavish cant. He was clearly one of the most solidly ideologically situated intellectuals ever to look colonialism and its contemporary air-black opportunism and exploitation in the eye, and where necessary, spit in it. 1980. Conclusions. There are many reasons why comparison of the lives and works of Rodney and Cabral remains salient, and this short essay has examined a few of them. It is meant more as a reflection and a contribution to a larger conversation than as anything final or definitive. In the years since both gave their lives in the service of revolution and social justice, the world has changed in many ways. The long 1980s and their aftermath left the non-aligned movement and other revolutionary forces in disarray, and it remains to be seen what the current juncture provides by way of resumption and reinvigoration of those same energies in new and refined forms in various parts of the world, from Latin America and the Caribbean to the Arab/African Spring. At the same time, critical advances in theory and its engaged practice have continued to accumulate, and to build on the work of Cabral, Rodney, and our other ancestors, so that whatever social movements emerge now, they will not be the same as those that came before. Some continue to try to pigeonhole Rodney and Cabral into neat categories that suit their agendas. Some have advanced readings of Rodney, for example, that stress his class analysis over his racial consciousness, or see the former as giving way to the more mature perspectives of the latter. 180 However, like Cabral, Rodney's theory was never just abstract, but always grounded in historically and socially situated analysis and engagement, and therefore always reflected the lived complexities of the world being studied and transformed. Just as comprador members of the oppressed races were often recruited to the forces of neocolonial rule, so too were members of oppressed classes co-opted ideologically and even individually. Just as the concept of class suicide identified allegiance against one's own inherited privileges and with the oppressed, similar racial formulations that rely more on political commitment than phenotype were identified and can be extended into the present. Critical political economy perspectives continue to have salience in our modern world, which has seen the Zapatista uprising, the Second Bolivarian Revolution in South America, the Occupy movement in the US, and the Arab/African Springs currently underway in Africa and the Middle East. While the academic fad of post-colonial theory never resonated with those grounded in Rodney's neocolonial analysis, and its anti-neocolonial consciousness, new theories like subaltern studies in South Asia, and coloniality in the Americas build on and extend the corrective historiographic interventions of Rodney and Cabral, and the dependency theory origins of Rodney's How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. One can only wonder what contributions Rodney and Cabral would have made to these and other debates if their lives had not been cut short. It remains our collective task to carry forward this work as well as we can. Much work remains to be done. For example, this essay did not engage the questions of education that these great thinkers devoted significant time to, such as the intersections of Freirean praxis in both of their work, or their links and disjunctures with Nyerere. Writing this in Atlanta at the close of 2012, we share a hope in the continued scholarly and political engagement of the works of Rodney, Cabral, and their generation, to better inform the current generation and its ongoing task to make the world better than they found it. It is our hope that as it did during the civil rights period, and during the 1970s around the Institute of the Black World, Atlanta will continue to play a leading role in the study and practice of social change and revolutionary transformation. To this end, we hope the presence here of the Walter Rodney Foundation, the Walter Rodney Papers housed at the AUC Woodruff Library, 181 and the annual Walter Rodney Symposium 182 also held at the Woodruff Library, will provide material and space for some of the necessary groundings we face in our time. Much work remains to be done. We hope this essay points in the direction that some of this conversation might continue. Cabral, Rodney, and the Complexities of Culture in Africa. David Austin. They say that the countryside has turned verdant, a most beautiful color, because it is the color of hope. Amilcar Cabral, 1946. Time in the late 1990s, I had a series of discussions with a friend from Senegal that helped to crystallize for me some of the challenges related to Caribbean political intellectuals who wrote and thought about African politics. At the time I had inherited the recordings of several lectures by CLR. James that had been delivered in Montreal in the 1960s. The lectures covered a range of topics, including one presentation titled Policy and Program for Developing Countries. In the lecture James described the dismal social and political state in Africa, corruption, poor governance, illiteracy, and then, drawing on his deep knowledge of European history, acknowledged the inevitability of military coups in much the same way that they had historically occurred in Europe during Cromwell's revolution in Britain and during the French Revolution. Then, drawing on Lenin's analysis of Russia in 1920-21, James called for a literacy campaign in African societies as, he argued, those who are illiterate are outside of politics. He also called upon African politicians to change those governments which they inherited from former colonial powers and introduce cooperative systems that would involve the population in the development of the economic and social life of the country. 183 That James did not suggest how his ideas would be carried through does not detract from his analysis as, in the final prognosis, he called for process that would actively engage Africans in politics, or more appropriately, would allow Africans to actively engage in the political process. As I read James' account, it was difficult to ignore the sense of despair that undergirded his reasoning. While his pragmatic approach made sense on one level, I was left with the sense that he saw the African continent as existing outside the boundaries of modern history and, despite his hopes for change, hopelessly sinking into a political abyss. And while his analysis reflected his understanding of current trends in African politics, it lacked the nuance and depth of understanding of the deep structures of African cultures and societies that had characterized his work in other areas. In other words, unlike so much of his other work, and despite his understanding of conventional African politicians, many of whom he had been associated in London in the 1930s when it came to the African continent, James was writing from the outside. I shared James's lecture with Amith Lowe, who at the time had recently moved to Montreal and was an active member of GRILA, the Group for Research and Initiative for the Liberation of Africa. And while I dithered and attempted to make sense, and even justify James's analysis despite my unease, Amith's response was swift, clear, and to the point in a manner that was reminiscent of Amilcar Cabral. Amith simply pointed out that James's limited understanding of the African continent, the nuances of its diverse politics, cultural dynamics, and social structures had prevented him from developing a full appreciation of the challenges confronting the continent and the prospects for social change within it. As I would later conclude after listening to Amith, James was applying Western, and West Indian, sensibilities to a continent and terrain that he could not possibly have understood from his limited contact with Africa, and despite or perhaps as a result of his close contact with African leaders such as Kwame Nkrumah, Jomo Kenyatta, Nnamdi Azikiwe, amongst others. In retrospect, Amith helped to save me from what, in his own way, V.Y. Mutombe has described as the African diaspora's invention of Africa. While Mutombe was speaking about a different kind of invention to that of James, the end result was the same. James's invention or imagining ultimately hovered above the lived experience of the majority of Africans, so-called ordinary people, for whom in other contexts James had often described in terms of their ability to do the extraordinary. James was part of a long history of Caribbean engagement with the African continent that loosely fits under the broad banner of Pan-Africanism. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, African emancipation was the central preoccupation of West Indian Pan-Africanists such as Edward Wilmot Blitten, Henry Sylvester Williams, and Marcus Garvey. The African continent was a beacon of hope, the figurative motherland, and Caribbean Pan-Africanists believed that their freedom was intricately tied to the fate of the African continent. But the West Indian road to Africa, to borrow a term from James, was not without its share of controversy. Not only did West Indians often invent Africa, creating an imaginary continent, replete with often romanticized notions of ancient African societies and kingdoms on the one hand and an image of contemporary Africa as a dark continent in decline from this illustrious past, on the other, implicit, and often explicit, in this reasoning was the idea that scattered Ethiopians of the Americas would rescue Africa and restore it to its former glory. 184 Seen as a component part of the West Indians' recovery from the legacy of slavery and the colonial degradation, this idealized perception of Africa is understandable. The road to Caribbean rehabilitation passed through Africa and, if West Indians were to humanize their own existence, the continent itself would have to be rehabilitated, even if this meant reimagining it in ways that were not in keeping with the lived experience of continental Africans. By the 1930s, however, a new and highly politicized Caribbean conception of Africa emerged as exiled West Indians and Africans came into close contact with one another in European metropolitan centers. 185 It was while in exile that a second wave of West Indians rediscovered the continent, as they sought to reclaim their humanity in the face of colonialism at home and racism abroad. In the process, West Indian paternalism partially gave way to genuine collaboration and solidarity amongst West Indians and Africans. In London in the 1930s, West Indians George Padmar and James of Trinidad, Amy Ashwood Garvey of Jamaica and Ras Makonnen, formerly George T. N. Griffith, of British Guiana agitated for African liberation alongside several future African leaders, including Nnamdi Azikiwe of Nigeria, ITA. Wallace Johnson of Sierra Leone, Jomo Kenyatta of Kenya and later Kwame Nkrumah of the Gold Coast, later Ghana. Their work in exile culminated in the Fifth Pan-African Congress in Manchester in 1945, laying the foundation for the independence of Ghana and other colonial territories on the continent. During this same period in Paris, Aimé Césaire and Suzanne Lacascade of Martinique, Léon Damas of French Guiana and Léopold Senghor of Senegal, amongst others, established the literary philosophical Negritude movement. Along with the emergence of the journal Présence Africaine and a publishing house of the same name founded by Eliane Diop, Negritude inspired a cultural renaissance in Africa and the Caribbean as France's colonies agitated for independence and self-determination. In the 1960s, the focus of the Caribbean exiles shifted from Africa to the Caribbean as a new generation of West Indians, in part inspired by independence and liberation movements in Ghana and other parts of Africa, set about transforming the Caribbean. Building on the foundation of their predecessors, they embraced a combination of Caribbean nationalism, Third World internationalism and socialism. These exiles played a crucial role in the emergence of the Caribbean New Left, which began, in a sense, with the Rodney riots in Jamaica following Walter Rodney's expulsion from that country after his participation in the Montreal Congress of Black Writers and culminated with the rise and subsequent fall of the Grenada Revolution, 1979 to 1983. 186 But Africa remained central to the work of West Indians such as Frantz Fanon and later Rodney, and many other Caribbean political intellectuals of the post-World War II period, and continued to inform those who were now primarily concerned with the Caribbean. But of the Caribbean women and men that attempted to engage the African continent, it was Rodney, even more than Fanon, who developed a complex understanding of African societies and attempted to understand those societies on their own terms, not through the lens of modernist notions of progress. In A History of Upper the Guinea Coast, 1545 to 1800, Walter Rodney examines trade and social relations between primarily Portuguese merchants and West Africans. As we learn from him in Walter Rodney Speaks, The Making of an African Intellectual, the book represents an effort to bring to bear a kind of proto-class analysis of the history of slavery and colonization in Africa. 187. A history of Upper Guinea coast is centered on the sociology and economic history of the West African coast prior to and during the slave trade, and the impact of the trade on African societies. And in this painstakingly researched study, Rodney provides the reader with insight into the inner workings and dynamics of West African societies during this period. In the process he raises similar issues to those raised by Amilcar Cabral in relation to 20th-century Guinea-Bissau under Portuguese rule. In many ways, Cabral's analysis of Guinea-Bissau makes explicit in the 20th-century context what Rodney projects in his analysis of 16th to 18th century West African history. Walter Rodney was a close associate of James. He read James's classic work on the Haitian Revolution as a university student in Jamaica and participated in a study group with CLR and Selma James as he pursued a PhD in history in London. These study sessions at the James's home included a number of Caribbean nationals, several of whom would go on to play active political roles in the post-independent Caribbean. From Rodney's account, the study group had a tremendous impact on him. Grappling with his own ideas and approach to history, and finding nothing in the English political scene that was helpful, 188 Rodney found the study group indispensable to his political development. Getting together in London and meeting over a period of 2 to 3 years on a fairly regular basis, says Rodney, afforded me the opportunity to acquire a knowledge of Marxism, a more precise understanding of the Russian Revolution and of historical formulation. 189 One thing is certain about CLR James, adds Rodney, he has mastered a whole range of theory and historical data and analysis. This explains why he was very good at focusing in on the subject matter. 190 And as many people know, CLR had that habit of really incisively dismissing bourgeois foolishness. And I think that his wife, Selma James, in her own right had a complementary if different style that tended in that same direction. 191 For Rodney, both CLR and Selma James exemplify the power of Marxist thought. That's what one got a sense that a bourgeois argument could never really stand a chance against a Marxist argument, provided one was clear about it. 192 But despite his admiration for the Jameses, it was Rodney who made a unique contribution to our understanding of Marxist theory and class struggle during this period, and not by drawing on European history, but by turning to a troubled part of the history of the African continent. In 1970, a revised version of Rodney's PhD thesis was published as a history of Upper Guinea coast. The book is the least known of his major publications, and it is fair to say that it has been generally ignored by Rodney scholars, particularly American scholars, according to Rodney. 193 Although, perhaps for different reasons, Pan-Africanists have also tended to shy away from it. A history of Upper Guinea coast is unique for its nuanced description of the relationship between Africans and Europeans during the period of the European slave trade of Africans. It also illustrates the role of Africans in the slave trade, as Rodney distinguishes between the aims and aspirations of the African ruling class, on the one hand, and those of the majority population, on the other. Somewhat empirical in its approach, the book outlines the way in which the African elite were both used and manipulated by Europeans during the slave trade, and the way in which African elites also consciously manipulated their European counterparts in order to profit from the enslavement of other Africans. Rodney never loses sight of the fact that it was Europeans who orchestrated and were the primary beneficiaries of the slave trade. But, referring to the existence of social classes in the Upper Guinea coast and the phenomenon of slavery, Rodney informs us, the kings were just as likely to rob their own people as to attack their neighbors. 194 He also suggests it could scarcely have been simple coincidence that the Jolas and the Balantas, who produced the least slaves either by raiding or by preying upon each other, were the very tribes with an amorphous state structure, from which a well-defined ruling class was absent. 195 Rodney also suggests that tribal divisions were not, then, the most important. When the line of demarcation is clearly drawn between the agents and the victims of slaving as it was carried on among the literal peoples, he adds, that line coincides with the distinction between the privileged and the unprivileged in the society as a whole. 196 The Atlantic slave trade was deliberately selective in its impact on the society of the Upper Guinea coast, according to Rodney. With the ruling class protecting itself, while helping the Europeans to exploit the common people. This is of course the widespread pattern of modern neocolonialism. 197 Several major points stand out in Rodney's arguments, points that illustrate his unique traits as an historian and Pan-African figure. First, Rodney had no qualms about implicating African rulers in the Atlantic slave trade, a critique that he would later extend to contemporary African and Caribbean rulers. Yet he did so without absolving Europe of its pivotal role in the trade of Africans and without overlooking the fact that those who most benefited from the trade were Europeans and white North Americans. Hence his mention of neocolonialism, which suggests that the book was animated by political and economic developments in post-colonial Africa. Second, in identifying class differences in Africa, Rodney was able to separate the common people from the elite who acted in accordance with their own interests as opposed to those of the entire population. This too is an analysis that he would draw upon in his assessments of contemporary African and Caribbean developments in his later work. Third, in reflecting on class in Africa during the early days of the slave trade, Rodney contributed to our understanding of class struggle and capitalism. Perhaps more than anyone else, CLR. James understood the central role that slave labor played in the emergence of global capitalism. As James remarked in the Black Jacobins, Toussaint L'Ouverture and the San Domingo Revolution, slave plantations in the Caribbean housed the first factories of global capitalism. These factories carried out the complicated process of turning raw sugar cane into sugar and, situated on the North Plain of Haiti, they were the jewel of colonial trade. 198 For James, the concentrated presence of large numbers of slaves laboring in these proto-capitalist factories was closer to the modern proletariat than its counterparts anywhere in the world at the time. 199 This point has yet to be fully appreciated. African slave labor was central to inaugurating the modern capitalist era. This was the most economically advanced, and socially backward, system in the world. And James argued that black slaves were being socialized in the production process in a manner that, as Marx argued, would lead to the overthrow of the system that dominated workers as they developed class consciousness. Despite the fact that Marx was not thinking about black or African laborers when he described the working class, the Haitian Revolution not only struck a blow against slavery but was also important because it struck at the heart of French and European capital and capitalist production. In reflecting on class struggle and the slave trade in West Africa, Rodney provides insight into a process that would lead to amongst the first acts of resistance to the enslavement of Africans, and thus amongst the first acts of resistance against what would become capitalism. In the process, Rodney, like James, challenges us to shift our understanding of capitalist development and the primacy of labor from Europe to Africa, laying the seeds for his later work in How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Rodney's description of the Jola and Balanta is reminiscent of the writing of Amilcar Cabral. While Rodney's analysis was informed by historical research, Cabral was an agronomist by training who surveyed the rural areas of Guinea-Bissau and, in the process, drew conclusions about the social structures of diverse African ethnic groups within the region. His intimate and very detailed understanding of the territory of Guinea-Bissau, coupled with his penetrating insights, brought him to conclusions that complement Rodney's. In societies with a horizontal structure, like the Balanta society, the distribution of cultural levels is more or less uniform, variations being linked solely to individual characteristics and to age groups. In the societies with a vertical structure, Cabral informs, like that of the Fula, there are important variations from the top to the bottom of the social pyramid. This shows the close connections between the cultural factor and the economic factor, and also explains the differences in the overall or sectoral behavior of these two ethnic groups towards the liberation movement. 200 Moreover, the class character is still more noticeable in the behavior of privileged groups in the rural environment, notably where ethnic groups with a vertical structure are concerned, where nevertheless the influences of assimilation or cultural alienation are nil, or virtually nil. This is the case of the Fula ruling class, for example. Under colonial domination, adds Cabral, the political authority of this class, traditional chiefs, noble families, religious leaders, is purely nominal, and the mass of the people are aware of the fact that the real authority lies with and is wielded by the colonial administrators. However, the ruling class retains in essence its cultural authority over the mass of the people in the group, with very important political implications. 201 The colonial authorities, knowing this reality, install chiefs whom it trusts and who are more or less accepted by the population, gives them various material privileges including education for their eldest children, creates chiefdoms where they did not exist, establishes and develops cordial relations with religious leaders. 202 The system, we are told, by means of the repressive organs of colonial administration, ensures the economic and social privileges of the ruling class in relation to the mass of the people, though this does not remove the possibility that, among these ruling classes, there may be individuals or groups of individuals who join the liberation movement. 203 Cabral's ideas not only resonate with Rodney's, but also with the work of Mahmoud Mamdani. In Citizen and Subject, Contemporary Africa and the Legacy of Colonialism, Mamdani argues that 204 until the problems of the urban-rural dilemma, the dichotomy between urban civil rule and rural or customary law, is resolved, factionalism will continue to prevail and political governance will remain, at the very least, a major challenge and, at its worst, continue to manifest itself in bloodletting and inter-ethnic conflicts. The similarities between Cabral and Mamdani rest less in their overall analyses and more in the fact they both point to the dilemma that the hierarchical and centralized urban rule and customary law has posed for the African continent. For Mamdani, in order to get beyond the present state of political despair in Africa, the nature of rule in both the rural and urban regions must be simultaneously transformed and democratized, creating the conditions for the active participation of both citizens in the city and subjects under customary rule in the country while attempting to reconcile the differences in these forms of social organization. 205 Perhaps like no other African political leader, Cabral spoke frankly and openly about class and the dangers of the ruling elite betraying the aspirations of their people. It is perhaps time that we reconsider the word betrayal in this context. Betrayal implies that common interests have been compromised, when in actual fact, what both Rodney and Cabral suggest is that the interests of the ruling elite are often closer to those of the colonizers than they are to their subjects. Like Rodney and Fanon, Cabral understood the importance of class differentiation in the shaping of African societies and was fully conscious of the role these differences could play in post-colonial Africa. But unlike Fanon's modernism, and like Rodney, Cabral's analysis was rooted in an understanding of the peculiar features of Guinea-Bissau which he then, as great theorists do, generalized in his analysis of Africa, but without overgeneralizing. It is remarkable that Cabral's analytical contributions are not more widely acknowledged and studied in greater detail. He was certainly one of the last century's brilliant political minds and theorists who lent clarity to the complex interplay of forces that define the African continent. Cabral was one of the major influences on Walter Rodney's thought, and it is not surprising that, through different means, they would come to similar conclusions about the nature of class struggle in Africa. In writing about the Atlantic slave trade at this early stage in his political life, Rodney was conscious of the prevailing socio-economic climate in Africa and the Caribbean and used history as a means of contextualizing and assessing contemporary events in much the same way that Cabral arrived at theoretical political conclusions through his intimate understanding of social and economic structure of Guinea-Bissauan society. Both challenged the dominant narrative of Marxism and the primacy of European, white, labor, a history that has historically omitted the centrality of slavery and black labor and the significance of colonialism to the formation of capitalism. Both, in their own ways, point to the importance of conducting assiduous research, one as a historian and the other as an agronomist and revolutionary leader and theorist. For them, theory is not abstract, but drawn from social relations and specific historical contexts, This is what makes ideas potentially universal and part of the universal human experience, providing that we don't attempt to impose purported universals upon particular human experiences. Of course, culture and history are not only experienced through class, but also through gender and various kinds of human experiences, and clearly women did not experience class differentiation, slavery, or colonialism in precisely the same way that men did. These are obvious omissions in Cabral and Rodney's work. With this in mind, there is much that we can learn from their analyses as we attempt to disentangle the contemporary dynamics of struggle on the African continent, its diaspora, and in other social and political contexts around the world. Umrit Wilson. It is perhaps a sign of the neoliberal erasure of history that Cabral's writings are no longer as widely known as they once were. In the 70s and 80s, his ideas influenced a whole generation of progressive and radical Africans, and across the world in the United States and Europe they inspired a generation of activists who had come from third world countries. His descriptions of colonial violence spoke directly to us, mirroring our experiences and histories not only across Africa but in Asia, the Caribbean, and Latin America. The political and armed resistance of the people of the Portuguese colonies, as of other countries and regions of Africa, was crushed by the technical superiority of the imperialist, with the complicity of or betrayal by some indigenous ruling classes. Those elites who were loyal to the history of and to the culture of the people were destroyed. Entire populations were massacred. The colonial kingdom was established with all the crimes and exploitation which characterize it. Repressed, persecuted, betrayed by some social groups who were in league with the colonialists, African culture survived all the storms, taking refuge in the villages, in the forests, and in the spirit of generations who were the victims of colonialism. Cabral, A. 1973, 1970. p. 49. We were struck by his critical approach and his dazzling commitment to truth. What we got from him was not the fairly routine glorification of anti-colonial movements by their often white liberal cheerleaders, but a highly nuanced analysis of the way forward, with all its myriad pitfalls. These critical writings struck a chord with everyone from a third world background and had a special relevance to others like myself, who, as women, were often acutely aware of the patriarchal ideologies inherent in many movements. In his Weapon of Theory, an address delivered to the First Tricontinental Conference of the Peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America in Havana in 1966, for example, Cabral argued that the battle against ourselves, which no matter what difficulties the enemy may create, is the most difficult of all. This battle is the expression of the internal contradictions in the economic, social, cultural, and therefore historical, reality of each of our countries. We are convinced that any national or social revolution which is not based on knowledge of this fundamental reality runs grave risk of being condemned to failure. Cabral, A. 1966 p. 2. While in his essay, Tell No Lies, Claim No Easy Victories, he spoke out against what is essentially the inherent machismo of militarism. Some people get used to the war, and once you get used to a thing it's the end. You get a bullet up the spout of your gun and you walk around. There has appeared a certain attitude of militarism, which has caused some fighters and even some leaders to forget the fact that we are armed militants and not militarists. This tendency must be urgently fought and eliminated within the army. Cabral 1965 p. 2. But perhaps it was Cabral's seminal writings on culture which inspired us most. His poetic and dialectical metaphor of culture as simultaneously the fruit of a people's history and a determinant of history, Cabral, A. 1973, 1970, p. 41, or his argument that no culture is a finished whole. Culture, like history, is an expanding and developing phenomenon. With highly dependent and reciprocal linkages with the social and economic reality of the environment, with the level of productive forces and the mode of production of the society which created it, Cabral, A. 1973, 1970, p. 50, made it clear to us then that culture was the dynamic, ever-changing product of struggle, not an static entity interchangeable with circumscribed notions of tradition as defined by colonial anthropology, and also more recently by British multiculturalism. His language, permeated with his agronomist's knowledge of and dedication to plants, had a unique impact on us. He wrote, "Culture is an essential element of the history of a people. Culture is, perhaps, the product of this history, just as a flower is the product of a plant. Like history, or because it is history, culture has as its material base the level of its productive forces and the mode of production. Culture plunges its roots into the physical reality of the environmental humus in which it develops, and it reflects the organic nature of the society, which may be more or less influenced by external factors. Just as happens with the flower in a plant, in culture there lies the capacity, or the responsibility, for forming and fertilizing the seedling, which will assure the continuity of history, at the same time assuring the prospects for evolution and progress of the society in question." Cabral, A. 1973, 1970, p. 41-42. Revisiting these passages today, one wishes that Cabral had had more time to elaborate on these ideas and explain them further. Was the seedling the movement itself, and what did forming and fertilizing the seedling mean in political terms? Was it the development of a movement, which would be the vehicle to carry forward the struggle and lead to victory? But of course these were writings from the heart of the struggle, jotted down in course of a protracted war of liberation against one of the most violent and racist colonial powers in Europe. A war in which some 75% of the countryside was liberated in less than 10 years of struggle, and during which schools and health care were established to serve a population where 99% had not been able to read and write and 60% of babies had died before they were 1 year old. Portuguese colonialism was presided over by such semi-feudal, fascist dictators as Salazar, who commented famously, "Africa does not exist," and Caetano, with his tactics of smiling and bloodshed. It was also actively supported by the growing might of U.S. imperialism and by the major European powers France, Germany and, of course, Britain, which had for centuries dominated Portugal. As Cabral had put it, Britain adopted a tactic. It said, "Portugal is my colony if it preserves colonies, they are also my colonies," and England defended the interests of Portugal by force. The liberation movements of the three African countries ruled by Portugal, the PAIGC in Guinea-Bissau, the MPLA in Angola and Frelimo in Mozambique, were closely linked, but of these three countries only Guinea-Bissau, the poorest of the three, was a Portuguese colony in an economic sense. The resources of Angola and Mozambique were siphoned off by the more powerful European countries, while, as Cabral said, Portugal remained the policeman and receiver of taxes. Portugal, Cabral had told his audience at an informal meeting with black organizations in the United States held by the Africa Information Service, would never be able to launch 3 colonial wars without the help of NATO, the weapons of NATO, the planes of NATO, the bombs of NATO. The Americans know it, the British, the French, the West Germans know it, and the Portuguese also know it very well. We cannot talk of American participation in NATO, because NATO is the creation of the United States. Cabral, 1973, 1972, p. 82. The 60s and 70s were the tumultuous years of the Cold War, when America was trying to take control of European colonies, or ex-colonies, and, in a striking parallel with today, using informers, carrying out assassinations, engineering regime change and bolstering pro-Western governments. It is against this background that a remarkable generation of African revolutionaries, Cabral, his close comrade Agostinho Neto, leader of the MPLA, Abdul Rahman Babu from Zanzibar and Patrice Lumumba from Congo, amongst others, not only fought colonialism and U.S. imperialism but sought to build a socialist Africa. They knew and interacted with each other, and there are many similarities, and a few interesting differences, in their strategies and theoretical approaches. Babu and Cabral are also two theoreticians of the period whose writings and speeches are still easily available to us. Both saw unity across ethnic differences as crucial to any movement for national liberation. Cabral and the Pegsi struggled from the mid-1960s until his death in 1973 to unify the multi-ethnic population and variety of interests of Guinea-Bissau and to preserve, as he wrote, the positive cultural values of every well-defined social group, of every category, and to achieve the confluence of these values in the service of the struggle, giving it a new dimension, the national dimension. A decade earlier, Babu and his comrades in Zanzibar had struggled similarly, but in different circumstances. They had aimed to unite the people in Zanzibar and build a mass party, the Zanzibar Nationalist Party, ZNP, which would mobilize the people from all racial groupings in a struggle against colonialism, highlighting, at the same time, the need to unite the working class and poor peasants. To an extent this was successful, but eventually the colonial divide and rule policies exacerbated the latent Arab-African tensions in Zanzibar. At this point the ZNP capitulated and became the party of the Arab elite. Babu and other progressives left it to set up the revolutionary Ummah Party, dedicated to working for Pan-Africanism and a socialist Zanzibar and transcending the Arab-African divide. 206 All the leaders of this generation of revolutionaries rejected the racist division of Africa between countries north of Sahara and south of Sahara. Pan-Africanism, in Cabral's words, p. 91, had to be worked for, and clearly it was futile to expect it to be pursued by the pro-imperialist rulers who had come to power in many African states. It is not for me to accuse Houphouët-Boigny or Mobutu, because they do not want it. They cannot want it. It is difficult for some heads of state in Africa to accept African unity as defined by Nkrumah, Cabral 1973, 1972, p. 91, 207. As Baba wrote in an article commemorating Agostinho Neto, some 15 years later. Africa's post-colonial states as instituted by the departing colonialists were not the proper instruments for bringing about unity. On the contrary, they were meant to intensify divisions and competition among themselves for the benefit of imperialist forces and for international finance capital. Not only have the leaders developed a vested interest in the status quo, but also the very nature of their colonial economies is not conducive to unity, it is conducive to disunity and competition. Pan-Africanism in the vision of Cabral, Babu, Neto, and other revolutionaries of their generation was not to be created by a union of African states but from the united will and solidarity of the revolutionary people of Africa. Babu, AM 1993, 1988, p. 73. Related to these analyses of Pan-Africanism and centrally important to the struggles of the era was the nature of the colonial state and what to do about it. We are not interested in the preservation of any of the structures of the colonial state. Cabral told his listeners at a speech in America, "It is our opinion that it is necessary to totally destroy, to break, to reduce to ash all aspects of the colonial state in our country." Cabral 1973, 1972, p. 83. Babu's ideas complemented and extended this. The colonial state, he wrote, was designed to suppress the entire people and it was based on the use of violence. That kind of state was not intended to develop the people but to undermine their self-respect so as to make it easier to rule them. Its economic activity was limited to the production and export of agricultural commodities for the consumption and production needs of the metropolitan countries. Needs of the people were ignored. Babu, AM 1993, 1981, p. 20. In fact, as Cabral pointed out, some African countries preserved the structures of the colonial state. In some countries they only replaced a white man with a black man, but for the people it is the same. Cabral 1973, 1972, Cabral reminded us that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. Cabral, 1965. Babu, writing of the next stage, i.e. economic development in a newly independent country, sketched a blueprint for self-reliant development, which would provide these benefits. It cannot be overemphasized that people are our most precious capital, and therefore, they must eat well, be housed and clothed well. This then is our starting point. The economy must be so structured to provide adequate food, good housing, and cheap but good clothing. In the course of providing these, the economy will also develop a good agricultural foundation, together with engineering and extensive textile industries. All of these will create vast employment opportunities for people currently or underemployed, who in turn will help expand the home market essential for further industrial and agricultural development. Babu, AM 1993, 1980, p. 12. Today we are witnessing a new scramble for Africa's resources, preceded by military conquest. Imperialist armies have proliferated across Africa. French and British forces, NATO, and the U.S. Army's new incarnations and surrogates, AFRICOM, and peacekeepers such as ECOWAS, in addition to the armies of African countries, whom imperialism has coerced into fighting on its behalf. These are new colonial wars which clear the way for the corporate loot of Africa's oil, gas, uranium, and much else, and as before, this plunder is justified with self-righteous arrogance, this time in the name of democracy, humanitarianism, and the often Kafkaesque logic of the war on terror. Meanwhile, in America and in Europe, the experiences of one recession after another, always accompanied by escalating racism, bring home the reality that capitalism is in severe crisis. As we read Cabral's last New Year's message of 1973, we are struck once again by his relevance to our struggles today. What he said about Guinea-Bissau and dying Portuguese colonialism is now true on a much wider scale. The enemy tries vainly to make the Korabel River return to Futajalu instead of flowing towards Goba and the sea. This attempt, like that of tricking our people with the mirage of the Beterguine, a la Portugal, and that of making African fight African, is doomed to failure. Without a doubt they will take shameless aggressive action. But all in vain. For no crime, no use of force, no maneuver of word or deed, of the criminal colonial Portuguese aggressor will be able to stop the march of history, the irreversible march of our own African people. Cabral, A. 1973, 1973, p. 99-105. Perry Mars. What is most remarkable about Amilcar Cabral's thesis on revolutionary struggle is his insistence that cultural practices are pivotal to successful revolutionary transformation. The major challenge in this regard was to construct a particular methodology of struggle relevant to both colonial and post-colonial conditions. The primary objective was to mold an organic force of revolutionary political leadership capable of combating colonial oppression and transforming neocolonial relationships and practices. Cabral's ideas on this theme paralleled and reinforced similar revolutionary perspectives of Caribbean intellectual activists, in particular the thoughts and practices of Frantz Fanon and Walter Rodney. Together, their intellectual and organizational efforts influenced revolutionary developments in the Caribbean, mainly in the form of leftist upsurges and socialist experiments during the 1970s and 1980s. Attributing significance to cultural practices in revolutionary struggle has affinities also with the earlier efforts amongst Caribbean activist intellectuals residing in the United States during the 1920s and 1930s, particularly the works of C.L.R. James, members of the African Blood Brotherhood, ABB, and the Pan-Africanist movement at the time. The novelty or significance of this cultural-centered approach resides in its contrasting and complementary relationship with the deep structuralism of the orthodox Marxism that influenced most revolutionary activists and theorists of the 20th century. Apart from armed struggle, Cabral and his Caribbean counterparts regarded theory, ideology and history itself as weapons or tools in the realization of revolutionary change. Theory as weapon. Briefly, Cabral's main thrust in his 1965 speech on theory as weapon is about what could be termed decolonizing the mind of the colonist or oppressed subjects, particularly of those he termed the national bourgeoisie, or those in the Caribbean context that could be identified as the privileged middle-class elite. Here Cabral regarded struggle against internal contradictions and ideological deficiency as absolutely necessary for revolutionary successes against European colonizers and modern imperialism. In essence, revolutionary theory is primarily about combating Eurocentric thought, ideology, and education. The weapon of theory, according to Cabral, should necessarily be linked with armed struggle. This means that the more politically conscious of the Western-educated domestic elite or national bourgeoisie must be prepared to commit class suicide, as Cabral put it, to become capable of leading the working classes in national liberation and revolutionary struggles. Similarly, Fanon contended that the primary motor in the struggle against colonial and neocolonial oppression is self-liberation. Rodney later suggested that a sense of history itself is a major instrument in the struggle against imperialism and the neocolonial political elite. What these theorists have in common is the high value they place in the organic sources of revolutionary leadership and the pivotal role of self-perception and knowledge of one's own history in bringing about successful revolutionary outcomes. Much like Gramsci, they championed the significant role of organic activist intellectuals in conducting successful working-class revolution. Thus the link between theory and practice is indispensable in revolutionary struggle. Decolonization and national liberation. Whereas the contributions of Cabral and Fanon were historically effective as challenges against colonialism and imperialism, Rodney's contributions were more directly pointed at autocratic elites of neocolonial regimes in politically independent African and Caribbean states. These challenges to colonial or post-colonial oppression were more specifically directed against both white imperialism and black dictatorial rulers in Africa and the Caribbean. But above all, for these revolutionary theorists, the fundamental struggle towards national liberation and revolutionary change was against one's own weaknesses. By this self-assertive approach, the colonist and oppressed people whose history has been suppressed by imperialism will be able ultimately to regain their true historical personality and identity. Cabral and Fanon openly advocated armed or violent struggle towards national liberation. Rodney, however, was largely silent on, although not necessarily opposed to, the need for violence in confronting dictatorial post-colonial regimes in the Caribbean, although many in the leadership of his party in Guyana, the Working People's Alliance, including Rodney himself, died violently via police or military interventions. The differences here might be due to the operational distinctions between the colonialism that preoccupied Cabral and Fanon and the imperialism that was the more immediate target of Rodney. European colonialism maintained its political dominance basically through the direct use of force and violence, while U.S. imperialism in the Caribbean tended to be more subtle and indirect and centered mainly on foreign economic exploitation rather than political domination, which made strategies of counter-violence feasible in the former case and nonviolent strategies thinkable or optional in the latter case. These theorists also agreed that in Africa and in the Caribbean the nationalist elite facilitated foreign hegemonic control, and consequently played a rather ambivalent role as a class in the struggles towards decolonization, national liberation, and political independence since the latter half of the 20th century. The irony of this westernized elite rule in Africa and the Caribbean is that while members of this class are a conduit for the persistence of Western imperialism within these territories, it is usually from this very class that the main opposition and challenges to colonial rule and imperialist control are derived. Class relations, feasibility of class suicide. Cabral's contention was that sections of the national political elite could become instrumental in the national liberation and revolutionary struggles only to the extent they are prepared to commit class suicide by abandoning their traditional class privileges and preferences. Similarly, Rodney advocated the need for members of this elite to shed what he called their Babylonian captivity, while Fanon agreed that these must abandon their Eurocentric orientations to become relevant for revolutionary struggles. Fanon further suggested that European racism against members of this national elite also propels the latter into resistance against colonial and imperialist domination. Meanwhile, this racism divides the population into warring racial camps over which the national leadership class has little or no control. At the same time, according to Fanon, the nationalism professed by this class soon degenerates into chauvinism and tribalism. For Cabral, however, the contradictions between classes are far more significant than those between tribes or races. In this equation, the working classes, broadly defined by Cabral to include the peasantry and the national petite bourgeoisie, become the true revolutionary vanguard. Similarly, Caribbean theorists like Fanon and Rodney regard the racial/ethnic dimension as subordinate to class forces in the revolutionary process, even if only under certain historically specific conditions. Fanon, in writing of the West Indian, contended, for example, that a Negro worker in the West Indies will be on the side of the mulatto worker against the middle-class Negro, and further argued that the enemy of the Negro, as he called him, was not so much the white man but a man of his own color. Fanon further concluded that an even more intensive opposition existed between the West Indian and the African than against the European. Rodney, however, was more nuanced in his contention that under some conditions, like in Cuba, black and white working people collaborate, because white Cuban workers have also been colonized, unlike America, where white workers tend to be more imperialistic and therefore more racist against black workers. While the superior organizational capability of the Caribbean middle classes puts members of these classes in positions of leadership of working class movements, the typically foreign orientation and outlook of these leaders allow for flaws in this interclass relationship. Leadership betrayals, as in the cases of foreign instigated splits and purges in the leftist movements, ranged from the internal divisiveness that led to the breakup of the Caribbean Labor Congress, CLC, in the 1940s, to similar factionalism leading to the defeat of the Caribbean socialist momentum of the 1970s and 1980s. The Caribbean, therefore, is generally devoid of initiatives towards class suicide in Cabral's sense of the term. In Rodney's terms, political intellectuals need to abandon their Babylonian captivity and class privileges and become properly grounded with the urban and rural working classes if revolutionary changes are to be realized. The few labor or political leaders in the Caribbean who were prepared for such a self-sacrificial task, like Richard Hart, Chetty Jugun, Walter Rodney, and Maurice Bishop, have had mixed results in bringing about the immediate revolutionary changes they envisaged. Yet over time their common revolutionary goals, such as greater democracy in the 1950s, political independence in the 1960s, socialist programs in the 1970s and bargaining power for the working classes since the 1960s, were met with the support of the masses and working people across the region, notwithstanding the consistently massive and violent retaliations by foreign hegemonic powers against these developments. For a long time, the historical dominance of the privileged middle-class elites kept the working classes at bay for leadership positions in the political and revolutionary movements in the Caribbean. However, since the emergence of the organized left in the 1940s, working-class militants have gradually been propelled to the forefront of political activism across the region. Alliances between political organizations and working-class supports, such as in the formation of the National Joint Action Committee, NJAC, in Trinidad and the Working People's Alliance, WPA, in Guyana, emerged in the 1970s with the specific mission of bridging the gaps that divided the working classes along racial, ethnic, and ideological lines. Unfortunately, the problem of ethnic divisiveness proved to be too entrenched for any single political vanguard to readily resolve. A most recent example of organic leadership at the grassroots level was the Laborcom community protest that erupted in August 2012 in Linden, Guyana, against government impositions and neglect of communal demands. This Linden struggle holds a lesson about grassroots leadership of working class struggles, which has the potential for successful political and policy changes. What compares the NJAC struggle in Trinidad with the bauxite community struggle in Guyana is the largely successful effort to replace traditional top-down leadership arrangements with the more community-generated leaders and representatives, and labor political collaboration and solidarity at the mass and communal levels. What, however, is different about the Guyana bauxite workers' struggle is their consistent resistance to the vanguardist type of leadership imposed from the outside by political parties and interest groups that are part of the typically divisive power politics at the national level. Prospects for revolutionary change. The relevance of Cabral's theory of liberation for Caribbean revolutionary thought and practice relates mainly to questions about a. The relationship between armed struggle and cultural level initiatives towards change, b. Prospects about reversing or transforming Eurocentric thought and patterns of behavior, and c. the very feasibility of class suicide as revolutionary strategy. Regarding violence in approaches to change, the context or conditions of engagement must be taken into account. That Cabral and Fanon operated under conditions where the violence and brutality of colonial regimes were unyielding makes a strategy of counter-violence thinkable, or inevitable. Historically, Caribbean revolutionary politics tended to be largely nonviolent protest and agitation on the part of the underdog and disadvantaged classes. Whenever violence erupted in Caribbean political and labor resistance, it usually followed violent police or state interventions in peaceful protests. Yet significant and fundamental political changes, including democratization, independence, and socialist experiments, came through mass agitation and pressures, notwithstanding the relative absence of armed struggle. But the battle continues against the neocolonialist outlook that is clearly evident amongst the Caribbean political elite. The second issue regarding Cabral's recommendation for battle against neocolonialism calls up the irony that focusing combat on Eurocentric thought tends to reinforce the leadership status of the middle classes, who are usually the most advanced repositories of Eurocentric education in Africa and the Caribbean. There is not yet much traction in this direction of decolonizing elitist education in the English-speaking Caribbean, notwithstanding recent strenuous efforts at recognizing the creolization of the English language in schools and the increasing use of the vernacular in popular Caribbean music and song, as exemplified in the calypsos of the Mighty Sparrow and the reggae expressions of Bob Marley. The problem or challenge so far is to devise an adequate Caribbean or Afrocentric educational curriculum that at the same time is capable of accessing advancements in knowledge made possible by increasing technological globalization. Finally, the applicability of Cabral's proposal on class suicide comes up against the very entrenchment and intransigence of middle-class rule in the Caribbean. Indeed, the historical dominance of the middle classes across the region proved hard to dilute. But there were some contradictions here too, since those prepared to commit class suicide in the interest of the working classes were not similarly prepared to dress down from their leadership role in preference for the cultivation of leadership directly from the grassroots and working classes themselves. Efforts to train the working classes to take over leadership of revolutionary struggles were limited at best, while leadership remained in the hands of the reformed or soon resurrected national political elite. Alas, since the advent of economic globalization policies imposed by the IMF following the debacle of the Caribbean left in the 1980s, most of the political leadership even of the once revolutionary left across the region have become neoliberals now. Explo Nani Kofi. Introducing Pan-Africanism. I will define Pan-Africanism as the ideas and efforts made by people of African descent and/or the present population of Africa to reverse the unfair relationships that exists between Africa, Africans, and the rest of the world. Despite Africa's richness in natural wealth, the continent is incredibly marginalized economically and doesn't have political weight in relation to the rest of the world. People of African descent worldwide are disproportionately represented in the most downtrodden sections of society throughout the various countries in which they reside. There is a diaspora older than the recent migration. The original diaspora arose mainly from enslavement, and those in it have borne the brunt of this marginalization. In fact, the Eastern older diaspora in the Middle East, Caspian Sea, and Europe has not been as remembered as the one in the Americas and Europe. The organization and mobilization for the restoration of fairness and equity in humanity as a united African people has become known as Pan-Africanism, and the movement that has grown alongside it is the Pan-Africanist movement. Amilcar Lopez de Costa Cabral. In the pre-colonial era, the question of unity against occupying forces was simple and quite easy to deal with. However, the post-colonial era, with black people holding government office and supposedly running affairs, black people as representatives for the multinational companies and black playing all manner of roles, including the President of the United States of America, things have become more complicated with regards to the strategy for Pan-Africanism. It is in this complexity that Amilcar Lopez de Costa Cabral towers as a theoretician and a strategist for the Pan-Africanist cause. Amilcar Cabral was the leader of the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, PAIGC, before his assassination on January 20, 1973. Amilcar Cabral avoided the use of terminology and slogans, so whilst his theoretical influences, especially the uncompromising position on class, are very clear, those who have prejudices based on terminology find it impossible to attack Cabral, as they do others who may be coming from the same angle as Cabral. His approach helps unite the movement in a progressive and radical direction. It also helps explain many of the questions which are raised around the post-colonial state in Africa and its failures. He made the case for centrality of the post-colonial state for the African crisis in his statement, "The problem of the nature of the state created after independence is perhaps the secret of the failure of African independence." 208. Importance of theory. Amilcar Cabral emphasized the importance of theory in building the movement for a successful revolution. He pointed out that ideological deficit, which arises from the ignorance of the historical reality that liberation wants to transform, was a serious weakness of the movements. For him, it was important for the African liberation movements and others to pay attention to the problem of a common struggle. It was his position that enough experiences have been accumulated to help define a general line of thought and action to eliminate ideological deficiency. He drew attention to the fact that these conclusions came out of experiences of the African liberation struggle and that of others. He said, "To those who see in it a theoretical character, we would recall that every practice produces a theory, and that if it is true that a revolution can fail even though it be based on perfectly conceived theories, nobody has yet made a successful revolution without a revolutionary theory." 209. Brothers, sisters, or comrades. When Amilcar Cabral met the African Americans in 1972 during his visit to the United States, he took the opportunity to lay down part of his vision, tactics, and strategy for the Pan-African struggle, as it was the occasion to discuss issues of struggle on the continent and in the diaspora. He introduced the question of merely being blood relations like brothers and sisters. He felt that was not enough to unite the struggle and that people should develop their relationships as comrades. Camaraderie marks the relationship of political engagement, making the stakes higher. He held the position that the contribution of African Americans towards solving problems in the United States assisted the advancement of the African struggle, and it was unnecessary for all African Americans to pack luggage to come to struggle in Africa. He told his United States audience that racism is a product of certain circumstances, but that racism cannot be fought with racism. He stressed the reality that when you suffer racism, you cannot love the ones who cause you the suffering, but for him it wasn't a fight of white people against black people. Whilst they fought against Portuguese colonial rule, they were not against the Portuguese people as a whole. We are fighting for the freedom of our people, to free our people and to allow them to be able to love any kind of human being. 210. He advised that you have to combat the causes of racism. He said when you have a problem you have to change the light and that will affect the shadow. He let people know that in struggle, you have to consider the conditions of the terrain you fight in, and people you organize in different places have different conditions. He felt that there should be proper analysis, as opposed to taking things which seem alike as the same. He stressed that this will avoid wasting time. He argued that the point was not to do the correct thing now, but to do it as soon as it becomes possible. 211. Tribute to Kwame Nkrumah. He acknowledged Kwame Nkrumah as a leader, and in fact as his leader, in the Pan-Africanist movement and paid one of the highest tributes on the occasion of his death. Touching on Kwame Nkrumah's greatness and his achievements, Cabral, in his usual way, asked a number of questions. We must however draw the lesson from all events. Even at this moment of grief, we must ask ourselves some questions the better to understand the past, live the present and prepare for the future. For example, what economic and political factors made the success of the betrayal of Ghana possible? Despite Nkrumah's personality, courage, and positive action, true, imperialism is cruel and unscrupulous, but we must not lay all the blame on its broad back. For, as the African people say, rice only cooks inside the pot. Just how far would the success of the betrayal of Ghana have been linked or not to the questions of class struggle, contradictions in the social structure, the role of the party and other institutions, including the armed forces, in the framework of a newly independent state? Just how far, we wonder, would the success of the betrayal of Ghana have been linked or not linked to the question of a correct definition of that historical entity, that craftsman of history, the people, and to their daily action in defense of their own conquests in independence? Or then, just how far might not the success of the betrayal be linked to the key question of choice of men in the revolution? 212. He explained that in finding answers to these questions, we throw more light on Kwame Nkrumah's greatness. He also drew attention in the tribute to the fact that Nkrumah himself understood all these difficulties and pointed this out to them, other freedom fighters, from time to time. This was evident in Nkrumah's own reflections after the coup, as he pointed out how his own party, the Convention People's Party, was not an appropriate vehicle for carrying the Pan-African struggle, and how many within the leadership were found wanting. Kwame Nkrumah has detailed this in his book Dark Days in Ghana during his interview with Douglas Rogers in the March 1966 issue of Africa and the World, as well as in his various letters in Kwame Nkrumah The Conakry Years, His Life and Letters, compiled by June Milne. 213 Amilcar Cabral, in addressing the questions he posed, concluded that the African peoples and particularly the freedom fighters cannot be fooled. Let no one come and tell us that Nkrumah died from cancer of the throat or any other sickness. No, Nkrumah was killed by the cancer of betrayal, which we must tear out by the roots in Africa, if we really want to liquidate imperialist domination definitively on this continent. He also warned that, so long as imperialism exists in an independent African state, there must be a liberation movement in government, or else it will not be truly independent. 214 As Cabral analyzed the cancer of betrayal which killed, he couldn't predict what awaited him. In his case the cancer of betrayal was not subtle, as he was dragged at 3 a.m. on January 20, 1973 and shot to death like a goat by his own comrades, with whom he was fighting in the trenches against Portuguese colonialism. Class struggle. Cabral was clear on the point that class struggle is a motivating force for revolution and social change. He explained the difficulties that the African struggle faces with the role of the African petit bourgeois in the post-colonial era. Cabral pointed out that, as for the Africans, the petit bourgeoisie can be divided into 3 subgroups as regards the national liberation struggle. First, there is the petit bourgeoisie which is heavily committed and compromised with colonialism. This includes most of the higher officials and some members of the liberal professions. Second, there is the group which we perhaps incorrectly call the revolutionary petit bourgeoisie. This is part of the petit bourgeoisie which is nationalist and was the source of the idea of a national liberation struggle in Guinea. In between lies the part of the petit bourgeoisie which has never been able to make up its mind between the national liberation struggle and the Portuguese. Next come the wage earners, which you can compare roughly to the proletariat in European societies, although they are not exactly the same thing. Here, too, many members of this group were not easy to mobilize. Wage earners who had an extremely petit bourgeois mentality and whose only aim was to defend the little they had already acquired. 215. African petit bourgeoisie. Cabral pointed out that the African petit bourgeoisie is the class which will take control of the state in the post-colonial era. He noted that, since it is a service class, it doesn't even have the capacity to act as a national bourgeoisie. It is left with the option to either side with the imperialist or with the working class. This is a very important question of the Pan-Africanist movement in the post-colonial era. This question was being addressed by the All-African Peoples Conferences, in which Cabral was one of the steering group members. In order not to betray these objectives, the petit bourgeoisie has only one road: to strengthen its revolutionary consciousness, to repudiate the temptations to become bourgeois and the natural pretensions of its class mentality, to identify with the classes of workers, not to oppose the normal development of the process of the revolution. This means that in order to play completely the part that falls to it in the national liberation struggle, the revolutionary petty bourgeoisie must be capable of committing class suicide as a class, to be restored to life in the condition of a revolutionary worker completely identified with the deepest aspirations of the people to which he, she, belongs. 216. Cabral sees the importance of international solidarity. He felt, however, that our international friends would do well to understand the circumstances within which we work, so that this can inform them of how to effectively assist us. He drew attention to some of the weaknesses in the European left approach to solidarity. The European left sometimes assumes or even demands that the African petty bourgeoisie that comes into government advance the path of revolution, ignoring the path through which the petty bourgeoisie ascended to power. National liberation and culture. Some acclaimed Pan-Africanists haven't come to terms yet about how culture can be a facilitator for achieving African unity instead of being divisive. In a lecture on national liberation and culture, Cabral started by informing the gathering that, when Goebbels, the brain behind Nazi propaganda, heard culture being discussed, he brought out his revolver. Cabral explained that history teaches us that any form of foreign domination can be maintained by a permanent and organized repression of the cultural life of the people concerned. He said, "The ideal for foreign domination, whether imperialist or not, would be to choose, either to liquidate practically all the population of the dominated country, thereby eliminating the possibilities for cultural resistance, or to succeed in imposing itself without damage to the culture of the dominated people, that is, to harmonize economic and political domination of these people with their cultural personality." 217. Pan-African unity will be facilitated by ending the suppression of the cultural life of Africans. Conclusion. As stated earlier, Cabral is not one of those who use a lot of terminology to address Pan-Africanism or socialism, but when you go back to what Pan-Africanism or socialism are about, and then return to the contents of Cabral's speeches and writings, you will find that he has been one of the most articulate on both these issues. Cabral, guided by his understanding of the issues, communicates effectively with his audience. He is, therefore, the indispensable source when it comes to addressing the theory, tactics, and strategy of Pan-Africanism in the post-colonial era, especially when it comes to the reality of Africa as it is today. Despite the fact that he was killed 40 years ago, Cabral's positions describe what we are going through today as if he were describing them now. Olufemi Taiwo. Are we to take seriously Cabral's injunctions respecting culture, its place in national liberation, and its role in progress? A lot of what is done in the name of scholarship on Africa, by both African and Africanist scholars, would not pass muster. This is because we have embraced the racism-inflected metaphysics of difference that was originally used to deny our humanity and our place at the summit of civilizations. Progress requires that we eschew this metaphysical paradigm in rebuilding our culture towards the completion of national liberation. Amilcar Cabral's ideas and writings reward continual revisits. The occasion of the 40th anniversary of his assassination by agents of the Portuguese Secret Service is a welcome opportunity to take another look at his writings and assess them, not only for their cogency, internal consistency, political relevance, or philosophical sophistication, but also, and more importantly, for their uncanny prescience. My focus in this reflection turns on a singular prescient warning respecting the dialectic of identity and culture in Africa and in Africa's relations with the rest of the world. Cabral was very exercised by the matter of culture. Colonialism did a lot of damage to the culture of the colonist. Indeed, part of the strategy of the colonizer to ensure the subjugation of the colonist was to deny the humanity of the latter. And given that one of the singular manifestations of our humanity is the culture that we create and transmit through successive generations to our progeny, it is obvious that to deny our humanity is to deny that Africans have any legacy of monuments, ideological and physical institutions, processes and practices that can justifiably be regarded as our contribution to the world's summit of civilizations. To our colonizers, our music was noise, our dance was obscenity, our religion was fetish, we did not have literature, philosophy was beyond our ken, and, most of all, we were a people without history. In short, it was at the behest of our conquerors that we became a part of humanity's history march. When the colonizers French, Portuguese, and British denied that Africans are human and are, therefore, culture bearers and history makers, they did not single out any particular African group. They made no distinctions amongst African groups or cultures. Of course, it stands to reason that they did not think that Africans could be treated as individuals, an attitude which, in the peculiar context of our historical epoch, the modern age with its singular concern with the principle of subjectivity, is almost absurd. In light of this collective indignity, it comes as no surprise that in their response to this denial, Africans, during the national liberation struggle and in the aftermath of independence, have repeatedly affirmed a collective identity and a corresponding African culture. Here is the danger: in responding to a collective denial with a collective affirmation, one has not really transcended the limits imposed by the denier. Quite the contrary, in so doing, one has conceded, however unwittingly, the truth of the denial. When colonialism and its operators and ideologists denied that Africans are human, they were proceeding from a metaphysical standpoint defined by radical otherness. Africans are radically different from human beings, and if they may be considered human, their humanity was of such a different temper that they may be treated as inferior beings. Thus was inaugurated what I now call the metaphysics of difference. The metaphysics of difference predate colonization. It was originally created to justify the enslavement of Africans and expiate any guilt or moral culpability in the execution of the transatlantic slave trade and the New World slavery that was built on it. In the modern age, the dignity attached to the sheer personhood of a human individual is inviolate, and the modern age is the only one in history that has made the promotion and protection of the dignity of the individual the metaphysical template from which all other philosophic and practical ideas, institutions, practices, and processes are fashioned. The ideologists of modernity could not at one and the same time proclaim the universal entitlement to dignity of all humans while enslaving a significant section of the human race. The solution is simple: Africans are different, therefore, no sin or crime is committed in enslaving them. Certainly we do not talk of dog culture or the culture of other lower animals or inanimate objects. Only humans create culture, and by so doing leave for posterity a record of their creativity, their genius, and, for good measure, their follies. As bad as this racism-inflected denial of our humanity is, it is worse that, in negating it, we have, in the main, adopted its dubious starting point and made it our own. That is, many African scholars have embraced the metaphysics of difference, and it now informs a large part of scholarship by both African and Africanist scholars. There is a high degree of essentialization that characterizes discussions of African phenomena from the criteria of what it is to be African in its many forms and manifestations to how one ought to conduct oneself, one's social relations, or with whom one may have relations and in what depth. From reacting to the ravages of difference-denominated denial of our humanity, we have become earnest apostles of the metaphysics of difference and censorious guardians against its transgressors. In our earnestness to affirm African difference, we have forgotten or chosen to ignore the racist provenance of this ahistorical, false metric. Frantz Fanon long ago realized this and made clear a similar logical connection between denial and its negation. Fanon wrote that, following the unconditional affirmation of European culture came the unconditional affirmation of African culture. 218 Neither unconditional affirmation is likely to be insightful or hold much promise of illumination for our understanding of its substantive focus. At the same time, Fanon unhesitatingly traced the genealogy of this orientation. According to him, it is all too true that the major responsibility for this racialization of thought, or at least the way it is applied, lies with the Europeans who have never stopped placing white culture in opposition to the other non-cultures. 219 I would like to suggest that we owe Cabral a debt of gratitude for apprehending, even if he did not so name it, what I have called the metaphysics of difference, and warning all and sundry of the pitfalls attached to it. We can all use a reminder of this dimension of Cabral's humanism. We talk a lot about Africa, but we in our party must remember that before being Africans we are men, human beings, who belong to the whole world. We cannot therefore allow any interest of our people to be restricted or thwarted because of our condition as Africans. We must put the interests of our people higher, in the context of the interests of mankind in general, and then we can put them in the context of the interests of Africa in general. 220. In insisting that the world and general humanity be the framework for the unfolding of national liberation and the rebuilding of African culture that would emblematize that liberation, Cabral forewarned against the crude generalizations that now frame some of the discourse on Africa and things African. Contrary to his forebodings, the metaphysics of difference now defines much of African self-definition and the conceptualizations of Africa in scholarship. The failure of liberal democracy and the rule of law to take root in many parts of Africa was for so long attributed to the inherent incompatibility of a nebulous African culture with the tenets of modern political philosophy. Witchcraft continues to exercise African and Africanist scholars alike because of the persistent influence of the metaphysics of difference in the scholarly imaginary concerning Africa. African phenomena continue to be designated differently because the African experience is adjudged to be irremediably different from those of other peoples in other parts of the world. Only recently have scholars begun, ever so timidly, to allow that the problem of creating supranational identities from the motley traditions of particularism that populate the continent is not different from what obtains in the overwhelming percentage of the world's countries. For so long, scholars were led on a wild goose chase conveniently labeled nation building as the primary lens through which to see the problem of creating supranational identities, as if this were a peculiarity of African polities. Whereas the truth of the matter is that the business of manufacturing a modern citizenship to overlay the multiple nationalities and ethnicities that typify most countries in the world is exactly what African countries were required to do in the aftermath of independence. But African scholars allowed themselves to be led down theoretical blind alleys once they accepted that theirs was a special problem conveniently dubbed tribalism and the challenge it poses to the pseudo-problematic of nation building. Cabral knew that separating Africa and Africans from the general flow of common human experience could only lead to the retardation of social processes on the continent. Cabral knew well the danger of confronting the denial of African culture with the affirmation of some unique, one-of-a-kind African culture. He cautioned against selecting any number of behavioral traits as being essentially African and unlike anything to be found amongst other peoples of the world. He feared that such affirmations would not allow Africans to embrace and enact the rapid changes that the continent would need if it were to march again in tandem with the rest of common humanity. Cabral's theory of culture and its place in national liberation merits extra attention. National liberation occurs when a people reassume their capacity for history-making, epitomized by the liberation of productive forces and the ability freely to determine the mode of production most appropriate to their evolution and which necessarily opens up new prospects for the cultural process of the society in question, by returning to it all its capacity to create progress. 221 There are many pitfalls on the path to this attainment. First, he warns us to abjure the supposition that there can be continental or racial cultures. This is because, as with history, culture develops in an uneven process, at the level of a continent, a race or even a society. The coordinates of culture, like those of any developing phenomenon, vary in space and time, whether they be material, physical, or human, biological and social. The fact of recognizing the existence of common and special traits in the cultures of African peoples, independently of the color of their skin, does not necessarily imply that one and only one culture exists on the continent. In the same way that from the economic and political point of view one can note the existence of various Africas, so there are also various African cultures. 222. When our moral and political philosophers affirm, caveats notwithstanding, the idea of communalism as emblematic of what they designate as African culture, they run afoul of this caution from Cabral. When they affirm Ubuntu or some version of it, as the centerpiece of a so-called African metaphysics, they run afoul of Cabral's caution. When scholars write as if Africans are marked by an intense religiosity, they also run afoul of this caution. Worst of all, when things that we should have gotten rid of a long time ago amongst our cultural practices, belief in witchcraft, for instance, and institutions that should have no place in our modern setting, such as rule based on ascription rather than merit and on selection rather than the consent of the governed, are turned into constitutive elements of a putative African culture, we likewise fail to pay heed to Cabral's admonition. He could not have been more direct in the following. There are many folk who think that being African is being able to sit on the ground and eat with one's hand. Yes, this is certainly African, but all the peoples of the world have gone through the stage of sitting on the ground and eating with one's hand. There are many folk who think that it is only Africans who eat with their hands. No, all the Arabs in North Africa do it. But even before they were Africans, before they came to Africa, they came from the east to Africa, they used to eat with their hands and seated on the ground. 223. He later added for flourish. If you see a film about the Vikings of olden days, you can see them with great horns on their heads and amulets on their arms, setting off for war. And they would not set off for war without their great horns on the head. No one should think that to be African one must wear horns on one's chest and an amulet around one's waist. Such persons are individuals who have not yet properly understood the relationship between man and nature. The Portuguese did the same, the French did it when they were Franks, Normans, etc. The English did it when they were Angles and Saxons, voyaging across the sea in canoes, great canoes like those of the Bijagos. 224. Cabral was not ready to regard as definitive of African identity traits and practices that were mere contingencies in the historical evolution of humankind. By turning, say, witchcraft and its diffusion amongst Africans into anything other than a sign that such persons are individuals who have not yet properly understood the relationship between man and nature, scholars are turning Africans into permanent equivalents of the Vikings of olden days and their great horns and amulets. Such may titillate, but I doubt that they illuminate our understanding of African processes. Cabral calls on us to eschew the metaphysics of difference and, instead, treat African phenomena as they really are, examples of the general human experience denominated by specific histories and nothing more. We need critically to engage with and seek always to understand in the most complex ways the historical evolution of humankind as this unfolds within specific cultures. For Cabral, this is the only route to progress, to the kind of culture that would do justice to the very goal of national liberation, the restoration and efflorescence of the human dignity of ordinary Africans. To do this, our appreciation of the different cultures in Africa must be characterized by honesty and frankness. We must not embroider our weakness nor exaggerate our strengths. We must, in all ways, be willing to rid our cultures of anachronisms, while borrowing what we lack but is present in other cultures with which we are familiar, regardless of the latter's racial or geographical provenance. We must have the courage to state this clearly. No one should think that the culture of Africa, what is really African and so must be preserved for all time, for us to be Africans, is our weakness in the face of nature. Any people in the world, of whatever status, has gone through the stage of these weaknesses, or has to go through them. There are folk who have not reached it, they spend their lives climbing trees, eating and sleeping, nothing more yet. And then, what myths they still believe. We should not persuade ourselves that to be African is believing that lightning is the fury of the deity, God is feeling angry. We cannot believe that to be African is to think that man has no mastery over the flooding of rivers. 225. Any observer of the contemporary African scene at the present time cannot fail to see that the weaknesses that Cabral highlighted now dominate the continent, probably to a worse degree than when he wrote. The continent has become one vast theater of religious fundamentalisms, dueling for supremacy over who has the most following in numbers and the most intensity in zealotry. Saddest of all, our universities are themselves wallowing in the supernaturalist cauldron. Cabral was quite prescient in his insistence on the centrality of culture to true national liberation. and it is why he was concerned to take a critical scalpel to our indigenous culture. Nor was he afraid to acknowledge the obvious: our struggle is based on our culture, because culture is the fruit of history and it is a strength. But our culture is filled with weakness in the face of nature. It is essential to know this. 226 That his warning is relevant at the present time is the best indicator of how poorly African intellectuals have internalized the lessons from Cabral's writings. They do bear reiteration: it is what progress enjoins. Yes, we must affirm, even celebrate, the cultural values of African peoples. But in the face of the vital need for progress, the following factors or behavior would be no less harmful to Africa: unselective praise, systematic exaltation of values without condemning defects, blind acceptance of the values of the culture without considering what is actually or potentially negative, reactionary, or regressive, confusion between what is the expression of an objective and historical material reality and what appears to be a spiritual creation or the result of a special nature, absurd connection of artistic creations, whether valid or not, to supposed racial characteristics, and finally non-scientific or ascientific critical appreciation of the cultural phenomenon. 227. Were we to take seriously Cabral's injunctions respecting culture, its place in national liberation, and its role in progress, a lot of what is done in the name of scholarship on Africa by both African and Africanist scholars would not pass muster. And I have no doubt that Cabral would take a dim view of much that is passed off these days as African culture, especially in the humanities and social sciences. Africa's continuing failure to embrace the scientific revolution is the ultimate reason for the relevance of Cabral's disquisition on culture and progress. A significant step towards remedying this defect is the extirpation of the metaphysics of difference. The importance of cultural capital in rebuilding a successful education system in Guinea-Bissau. Brandon Lundy. His chapter revisits two attempts to institutionalize a radical approach to teaching in Guinea-Bissau put forward by Paulo Freire and his predecessor Amilcar Cabral. This chapter analyses how cultural capital influenced each man's educational initiatives in the country. Throughout this chapter, cultural capital refers to a social lubricant within a cultural landscape or habitus that includes accumulated, embodied cultural understanding that confers power to the bearer to effect real change. Bourdieu 1986. As leader of the African Party for the Independence of Guinea and Cape Verde, PAIG, Cabral worked to revise the inherited colonial educational system by relying on his strong cultural ties to the country. Most scholars agree that he was quite successful in generating a revolution amongst the people of Guinea-Bissau that a majority could support. After his assassination, the PAIG leadership continued Cabral's commitment to education by enlisting the Brazilian exile, educator, and radical thinker, Paulo Freire, to help them develop an adult literacy program beginning in 1975. From the outset, Freire advocated for a collaborative and engaged educational style, what he called authentic help, 1978:8, built on the people's reality. Freire participated in the adult literacy program from May, 1975, to October, 1976. He attempted to understand the national milieu of Guinea-Bissau by visiting the country several times and reading the works of the nation's architect, Amilcar Cabral. For Freire, however, his task to develop a viable adult literacy program would prove to be daunting as an outsider in the face of grinding poverty, a largely uneducated population, little usable infrastructure, political disagreements over the country's direction, and a fractured educational legacy that favored the country's elite. Cabral's vision for education in Guinea-Bissau. The Portuguese government under the fascist Estado Novo of Antonio de Oliveira Salazar invested little in its African colonies in terms of developing infrastructure or promoting their ideology of assimilation. 228 Patrick Chabal, 2003:16-17, showed that in the 1950 colonial census, there were only 1,478, 0.39%, assimilados in Portuguese Guinea, present-day Guinea-Bissau, from a total population of 502,457, the lowest percentage in all of Portugal's African colonies. In more than 5 centuries, Guinea-Bissau remained one of Portugal's least penetrated and least developed African colonies, Haracim 1983:82. The limited formal education that was taking place in West Africa was cautiously brought about by colonial regimes to develop good workers and low-level administrators without running the risk of creating critical and thinking people, Haracim 1983:96. According to Eduardo de Sousa Ferreira, a very limited African elite was educated for one purpose only, to support Portuguese hegemony and act as an intermediary between the colonial machinery and the African population, 1974:55. Amilcar Cabral himself noted that there were only 43 Catholic mission schools operating in Portuguese Guinea by 1962, serving a population of just 800 students, 1979:25. In addition, there were no universities and only one secondary school. Cabral himself, along with his few contemporaries, had to go to Portugal for post-secondary education. This is where he and several other expatriate Africans from Portuguese colonies began to develop a unified philosophy of re-Africanization, an assertion of African self-identity, to counter the colonial attempts at de-Africanization, Cabral 2003:42, in which culture belonged only to the colonizers, Freire 1978:14. It was this idea of a shared critical consciousness that Cabral promoted amongst not only the small proletariat but even more so amongst the rural masses of Guinea-Bissau through formal and informal educational initiatives. For Amilcar Cabral, the revolutionary power of education was central to the continuation and success of the independence movement and future of the country. In a 1968 interview, he explained, "The difficulties of our struggle were mainly those inherent in our situation as an underdeveloped, practically non-developed people whose history was held back by colonialist and imperialist domination. A people that started with nothing, a people with a 99% illiteracy rate. You have already seen the effort that we have to make now to teach our people to read and write, to create schools. A people that had only 14 university-trained men. This people was surely going to have difficulties in carrying out its armed struggle. It is a struggle for schools, for hospitals, so that children won't suffer. That is our struggle, and, if you had the opportunity to speak to the children, you would see that even our school children are already politically and patriotically aware and desire the independence of our country. They have an awareness of mutual understanding, of national unity and of unity on the African continent." 1969 B 143, 145-146. The fledgling nationalist education system during Guinea-Bissau's liberation struggle focused on both ideology and practicality. It was a driving force behind Pague's campaign for state formation. Cabral realized, the people do not fight for ideas or anything that is simply in men's heads. They accept the sacrifices required by the struggle in order to be able to live better and in peace. They want to guarantee the future and progress for their children, 1969 A23. Pague's major program of 1963 highlighted 5 educational initiatives. 1. Education reform, including the expansion of secondary, post-secondary, scientific, and technical capacity was needed. 2. Free and universal education along with the eradication of illiteracy was necessary. 3. Dismantling of the colonial educational system had to take place to break free from Portuguese hegemony. 4. Writing and preserving indigenous and Creole languages as well as protecting and promoting national literature and arts were critical for educational advancement. Moreover, 5. Striking a balance between preserving tradition and modernizing was the only way to achieve mass acceptance of the latter through culturally accepted mechanisms, Haracim 1983:111. Cabral's leadership of the independence movement inspired a revolutionary ideology amongst its citizenry, as demonstrated through their successful collective actions, Forrest 1992, Ghali and Jones 1987, and emergent mutual respect for diverse cultural groups within the country, Davidson 2002, Patty 1973. Cabral, using critical theory and grounded practice, succeeded in building cultural capital amongst the oppressed Bissau Guineans. For example, Cabral maintained a political strategy of non-alignment to ensure international support from both the East and the West during the Cold War years, while using socialist language throughout the liberated education system. Cabral tasked 3 trusted PAIGC leaders, including his half-brother and the eventual first president of Guinea-Bissau, Luis Cabral, with designing a progressive and culturally sensitive curriculum. Syllabi for 5 primary school years were created, including subjects like conversational Creole and civics, which was designed to instill nationalist fervor in first-year children and eventually covered in-depth study of the PAIGC. 1993:98. To minimize brain drain, an advanced course on the history of the PAIGC in the context of world politics was introduced, as was a new interdisciplinary course, Nationalist Themes in the Performing, Dramatic, and Visual Arts. 1993:105, see also, Rudbeck 1974. Unfortunately, while attempts were made to create a comprehensive yet culturally sensitive educational system, what eventually emerged was a 2-tier system, one for the civilian public sector that was severely underfunded and understaffed, and a second set of boarding schools that catered to the needs of the liberation movement. At the same time, after 1966, when the Portuguese intensified their campaign, PAIGC school administrators were coping with decreasing enrollment due to parents' refusal to let their children leave home because of increased bombings. To overcome parental resistance, the PAIGC leaders established a string of coaxers who went to villages near day primary schools with a view to overcoming resistance or what the party called detrimental traditions. The men and women who refused to send their children to school are enemies of our struggle, said Cabral. 1993:108-109. In some regards, the PAIGC educational initiatives worked too well. Eventually, the PAIGC boarding schools helped breed and perpetuate a new proto-military class, a class that subsequently came to dominate post-colonial independence politics. 1993:112. Their biggest hurdle to comprehensive education was the fact that they were unable to reach enough of the population in the midst of armed rebellion. Between 1965 and 1972, PAIGC was only able to educate a yearly average of 10,989 students, about a quarter of which were female, Erdong 1979:175. Due to this inadequate capacity, no adult education and literacy took place during the liberation struggle, Harasim 1983:117. After independence, Mario Cabral, the Commissioner of State Education and Culture, note his title linking education and culture, tried to resolve this deficiency by contacting Paulo Freire, an acquaintance and supporter of Cabral and the resistance. Freire's post-colonial contributions to Guinea-Bissau's educational system will be explored next. After Cabral, Freire and Guinea-Bissau. Writing about the vision for Guinea-Bissau at the start of the new nation, journalist Stephanie Erdong suggested, the very process of education was itself helping to develop a new society. The students were being prepared for a future that did not yet exist, and in this way were themselves molding the future. Their education was an assurance that the revolutionary direction of the society into which they would pass would be carried forward. Our type of education, said Cabral, has to be conditioned in each phase of the struggle by the life and the history we experience at a given moment. Erdong 1979:171, italics mine. Similarly, Freire notes, to the extent that we become capable of transforming the world, of naming our own surroundings, of apprehending, of making sense of things, of deciding, of choosing, of valuing, and finally, of ethicizing the world, our mobility within it and through history necessarily comes to involve dreams towards whose realization we struggle. 2004:6-7, italics in original. Freire advocates here for what he calls a counter-hegemonic approach in the classroom through the establishment of a dialogic relationship between students and teachers' shared culture. Freire was successful in exposing forms of domination through education found in all societies by helping to expose the political nature of such institutions. Linda M. Harrison, in her 1983 doctoral thesis, Literacy and National Reconstruction in Guinea-Bissau, a critique of the Freirean literacy campaign, notes how shared ideological congruencies attracted the PAIGC-led Guinean government to pursue the Freirean method. Freire recognized the high levels of political literacy of the Bissau-Guinean people. He worked hard to develop a context-specific literacy model that assumed particular social relations and motivations, a desire to acquire literacy, develop an educational infrastructure, train competent teachers, provide the necessary resources to support these endeavors, and politically develop, support, and maintain a long-term literacy campaign. Harrison 1983. Between 1976 and 1980, when Harrison's evaluation took place, however, these social, economic, and political relations and motivations were slow in materializing throughout the countryside of Guinea-Bissau. Freire himself recognized the pitfalls of what he was invited to do. Reflecting 2 decades later, Freire recalls, "The challenge for me in Africa, as I pointed out in letters to Guinea-Bissau, Pedagogy in Process, was to be cautious always and aware of my role as an outsider who had been invited to provide some help with the transformation of the inherited colonial educational structure." Freire and Macedo 1995:399. He continued, "I always stressed the importance of a thorough analysis of culture in the development of a liberatory educational plan. In fact, the importance of culture was not my idea, since their leader Amilcar Cabral understood extremely well the role of culture in the struggle for liberation." Freire and Macedo 1995:399, italics mine. Freire, along with his French counterpart, Pierre Bourdieu, viewed culture as something more than a reproduction of social or national character and heritage. Bourdieu and Passeron 1977. 229. Culture was central to their approach, because they believed that liberation begins with the recognition that knowledge at its root, is ideological and political, inextricably tied to human interests and norms. Giroux 1979:261. Despite Freire's emphasis on culture as a foundation for education, he was only able to partially grasp the cultural realities affecting Guinea-Bissau during his brief encounter. Amilcar Cabral, on the other hand, was fully engaged with the ground-level cultural conditions and worked within them to maximize a nationalist sentimentality without denying unique cultural practices and activities amongst disparate groups. Cabral's multicultural approach sought unity in diversity. As such, Cabral is a prime example of a radical educator, who used the cultural capital language and lifestyle of the oppressed in an effort to promote amongst them an interest and critical reading of reality on both the local and larger levels. Giroux 1979:265, emphasis mine. With the 1980 coup and subsequent political unrest over 3 decades, however, neither Cabral nor Freire's initiatives were given adequate time to develop into successful cultural institutions. Interestingly, a more contemporary study, Sissoko and Dawn 1989, Dawn 1997, of the educational system in Guinea-Bissau shows that both men's approaches emphasizing cultural capital and competency continue to have great potential and should not be overlooked in future educational initiatives. Dawn, 1997, systematically demonstrates the problems with Guinea-Bissau's primary educational system by presenting the findings from a large survey of more than 2,400 students and 125 teachers from 24 lower primary schools. To start, it was determined that the least successful students, based on pass and dropout rates, were rural Balanta girls whose primary form of communication was their own ethnic language. Alenheed et al. 1991. Dawn's study showed that the primary factor in higher pass rates and lower dropout rates was the common use of a similar language between the student and the teacher, in this case, the Portuguese Creole lingua franca. Dawn goes on to interpret this finding as indicating the importance of socio-cultural and economic similarities between instructor and pupil. Dawn 1997:67. Next, culturally oriented factors for the teacher were found to be important in determining the success rates of students, including the teacher's gender, identity, religious participation, and participation in local activities, which supports the argument presented thus far. Don 1993, 1997, Don and Gomez 1993. Unfortunately, contrary to this finding, the teachers were frequently transferred by the Ministry of Education in a deliberate attempt to prevent tribalism. In so doing, many of the teachers had no family, local support, or adequate cultural capital in the communities they served. This led to a deprioritization of classroom instruction by the teacher and poor academic performances by the students. Don 1997:60, Sissoko and Don 1989. Dawn concluded her research by identifying additional problems and potential solutions to the educational dilemma plaguing Guinea-Bissau. For example, school and community agendas are often in opposition, educated youth have no professional outlets, agrarian and cultural obligations are time-consuming and viewed as more necessary than formal education, particularly in rural communities, and communication barriers are largely disregarded. To help overcome these obstacles, Dawn suggested that new teachers should be trained to adapt to local culture, be provided enough economic compensation to concentrate on pedagogy, and understand linguistic issues affecting the classroom where Portuguese is spoken by less than 1% of the enrolled student body. Dawn 1997:69. Conclusion. Dawn's findings show that the Cabral Freirean educational legacy in Guinea-Bissau has continued merit. Now, more than ever, policymakers in Guinea-Bissau need to consider cultural capital as an effective strategy to providing a meaningful service to the country's population in the face of resource inadequacies. Education starts with a shared understanding and empathy between administration, teachers, parents, and pupils. By knowing and understanding their students, they can help position them to succeed in the Bissau-Guinean context and challenge the unequal global system. Guinea-Bissau's Ministry of Economy, Planning, and Regional Integration released their second National Poverty Reduction Strategy paper, PRSP, in June 2011. In alignment with the United Nations Millennium Development Goals, MDGs, for education, universal enrollment and gender parity in schools by 2015, much of the PRSP's focus was on developing education. In that same year, however, education and health expenditures combined made up only 20.7% of the country's budget, while the international recommendation is 40%, 2011:19. The PRSP demonstrates that both the educational track record remains poor. Example 2010 saw a national literacy rate for women of 39.3%, and fewer than half the students enrolled in school will complete their sixth year, and the educational initiatives are largely being dictated from outside the country. Unfortunately, none of the 5 action plans or 6 government commitments outlined in the report recognize the importance of culture in education paramount to both Cabral and Freire's approaches. 2011-37. Only when discussing the implementation of Measure V of the PRSP, aimed at developing and improving the quality of the education system in Guinea-Bissau, is the importance of cultural capital, as argued in this chapter, even broached prepare and adopt new school programs appropriate for the country's economic and social realities. 2011:88, italics mine. This chapter suggests that working within cultural realities fosters trust and will lead to achievable, context-sensitive programs of study that can advance Guinea-Bissau's human capacities. Without the acknowledgement of the importance of culture in education, the status quo remains. N. Barney Pityanat. How shall we measure progress there where the dark-faced Josie lies? How many heartfuls of sorrow shall balance a bushel of wheat? How hard a thing is life to the lowly, and yet how human and real. And all this life and love and strife and failure, is it the twilight of nightfall or the flush of some faint dawning of the day? Tihus Muse Web. Du Bois, one of the early Pan-Africanist intellectuals, who ended his life in Ghana, on the continent where he knew his forebears once dwelt. In this essay, On the Meaning of Progress 230, Dubois was recalling his early years in the rural Deep South, where he first toiled to bring learning to the eager and opportunity to those whom destiny sought to consign to the fate of the unknown. Whatever the challenges and contradictions, he could still perceive, in the darkness, the flush of some faint dawning of the day. Such are those who are to make a difference to our world, many of them unheralded but present and faithful, driven by an inner spark of genius and inspiration. Today these are the educators and academics, the intellectuals in all walks of life, who are shaping a future for our nations. Culture and education are words that are often placed side by side. The sequence of the words belies the truth that these are interchangeable and mutually reinforcing expressions of meaning. There is therefore the recognition that education and culture are interlinked, and it is truly not possible to have one without the other. One presumes that this topic is of pertinent interest to the African Union and its programs for the advancement of the objectives set out in the Constitutive Act of the African Union, 2000. In particular that the OU should achieve greater unity and solidarity amongst African nations and peoples, accelerate socio-economic and political integration, promote sustainable development, and advance research, especially in science and technology, Article 3. The purpose of this address is to explore the linkages between culture and education and examine the processes of knowledge formation and developments from an African perspective. It is noticeable that the view of culture in many international instruments, especially UNESCO, posits a view of culture that is formalist and denuded of its radical character. For example, the UNESCO Declaration on Cultural Diversity, 2001, refers to culture as the distinctive spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features of society or social group, and that it encompasses, in addition to art and literature, lifestyles, ways of living together, value systems, tradition, and beliefs. The value of the declaration, I submit, lies in the extent to which it makes the connections between culture and education explicit, that it is at the heart of contemporary debates about identity, social cohesion, and the development of a knowledge-based economy. There is also the developmental approach to culture that the declaration espouses. Cultural diversity widens the range of options open to everyone. It is one of the roots of development, understood not simply in terms of economic growth, but also as a means to achieve a more satisfactory intellectual, emotional, moral and spiritual existence, Article 3. UNESCO has gone further. In its latest Convention on the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions, adopted by the General Assembly of UNESCO at the 33rd session in Paris in October, 2005, UNESCO emphasizes the interrelationship between education and culture as preconditions for sustainable development. It has been suggested that Antonio Gramsci, Frantz Fanon, and Amilcar Cabral write from the perspective of revolutionary cultural theory as they assert the transformative character of culture rather than the conservative impulses of some culture practitioners. Fanon sees the role of culture as the awakener of the people, to speak to the nation, to compose the sentence which expresses the heart of the people, and to become the mouthpiece of a new reality in action. Antonio Gramsci states that every revolution has been preceded by an intense labor of social criticism, of cultural penetration and diffusion. Finally, for Amilcar Cabral, culture enables us to know what dynamic syntheses have been formed and set by social awareness in order to resolve these conflicts at each stage of evolution of that society in search of survival and progress. The essence of these reflections is to note that culture is a necessary tool for discovery, advancement, and change. 231 It best expresses itself and has lasting value when it transcends the past and the present while building on them in order to better understand the present and shape, or take responsibility for, the future. There has been a resurgence of scholarship on Amilcar Cabral, not least amongst African scholars both in Africa and in the diaspora. For Cabral cannot be confined to the achievements of the liberation struggle in Guinea-Bissau and the Ilha Cabo Verde. Largely during the course of that struggle, he has bequeathed to critical scholarship in Africa and the world social and political theories that can now be applied to analyze and model social transformation. It was after all Cabral who perceived and articulated the link between revolutions and theory when he stated that nobody has yet made a successful revolution without a revolutionary theory. 232 Speaking in the context of national liberation movements, he drew attention to the evolution of societies and their distinctive features in the production cycle, to the dynamism and mutative character of classes. In fact, in the general evolution of humanity and of each of the peoples of which it is composed, classes appear neither as a generalist and simultaneous phenomenon throughout the totality of these groups, nor as finished, perfect, uniform, and spontaneous whole. The definition of classes within one or several human groups is a fundamental consequence of the progressive development of the productive forces and of the characteristics of the distribution of wealth produced by the group or usurped from others. 1966:3. In this way he developed a more nuanced and fluid theory of the class structure in African society, which was not as deterministic as that in Marxist orthodoxy at that time. In this way the responsibility for revolution could be owned by a wider set of social forces, who would be responding to their social circumstances. And so he concluded, the level of productive forces, the essential determining element in the content and form of class struggle, is the true and permanent motive force of history. For him the abiding history of peoples will outlive any class determinants, and man will continue to produce and make history, since he can never free himself from the burden of his needs, both of mind and body, which are the basis of the development of the forces of production. That is an extract from Cabral's celebrated essay, National Liberation and Culture, 1970, in which he opens up the possibility of societies creating their own culture with each generation. The liberation of productive forces and consequently the ability to determine the mode of production most appropriate to the evolution of liberated people, necessarily opens up new prospects for the cultural development of the society in question, by returning to that society all its capacity to create progress. 1970:5. Surely such a cognitive openness to new styles of living, new and different understandings of one's world, and new instruments of aesthetic and intellectual engagement opens up the possibility of culture being a helpmate of education rather than merely a hindrance. Amongst the more significant Cabral scholars one must count Carlos Lopez and Carlos Cardoso, but new work is emerging from younger scholars like Ple Idahosa, and I cite his seminal essay, Going to the People, Amilcar Cabral's Materialist Theory and Practice of Culture and Ethnicity, Lusotopi 2002/2, 29-58. The essence of Cabral for our topic today is stated by Idahosa as knowledge in the service of liberation. At issue was his recognition of sound theory and of culture for revolution. Of essential import in Idahosa's view is that Cabral sought to develop people's self-consciousness and an awareness of their power to make their own history. He had a unique trajectory towards development and revolutionary change, and that was a set of values based on theory and social context, and on a moral calculus that would be an abiding compass for the post-independence conditions. I have dwelt on Cabral and his theories because I wish to make a point he may never have made, and that is that culture is the means for prying open the sources of knowledge. Education will lead to a deeper appreciation and value of culture. I therefore now turn to the relationship between culture and education. Education, it is now widely acknowledged, is a necessary resource for human existence by which nature endows us with the power of inquisitiveness, with a desire to expand our knowledge base and to discover the new, to exercise our intellectual capacity to extract meaning from our world, to expand one's social and intellectual horizons, and to gain insight, skills, and knowledge, which in turn can add value to our surroundings as we find them. Education is the beneficent factor in human relations and in humanity's relationship with its natural environment. So understood, education, formal and informal, is a fundamental human right, the irreducible essence of human nature. Education therefore must be exploited, nurtured, valued, advanced, developed, shared, and disseminated freely as a common good. Scholars now gradually acknowledge diversities in science. We can no longer speak of a homogeneous science, any more than we can speak of the prince of the sciences. What has emerged, says Hans N. Weiler 233, is a conception of knowledge that is at once more differentiated, in the sense that it differs by the objects of knowledge and the circumstances of generating it, and more contingent, in the sense of statements that are valid only under certain conditions. Weiler then talks about the casualties of this development, but I prefer to refer to the benefits. Under this rubric now, ethics, moral understanding, and artistic expression can no longer be dismissed as unscientific. Social scientists can now acknowledge the cultural attributes of knowledge. There is recognition that societies have culturally sensitive ways of knowing and understanding, something which historically has been denied. That has meant that there are also culture-specific notions of epistemology. This has made it possible for indigenous knowledge systems and other culture-oriented knowledge systems to be affirmed as valid systems of knowledge. The Beninois philosopher Paulin J. Houghtonji 234 can therefore confidently conclude that the Third World today has structures of scientific and intellectual production where an extremely important work is done, a work the results of which sometimes have a resounding impact worldwide. It is out of question here to minimize that production or to ignore its value. The only problem is to know how it functions, how, by whom and in whose service it is exploited, what position it holds in the general knowledge economics worldwide. In other words, are those structures henceforth truly autonomous? Houghtonji makes the case for the legitimacy of knowledge produced in the South in non-Cartesian models of knowing and being. He observes that the creation of knowledge was always perceived to be the preserve of Western academies, the rest of us mere consumers. The interrogative character of culture, as Cabral presents it, means that society may have to live with uncertainties, because, as Hans Weiler is quoted as saying, new ways of knowing bring with them a profound doubt about established conventions in the production of knowledge and an exhilarating sense of a new beginning. 235 Armed with Cabral's view of culture, I believe that the stage is now set for us to examine how a culture-oriented education system can deliver a liberatory system of education. Cabral sought to develop people's self-consciousness and an awareness of their power to make their own history. He also provided for us an abiding compass informed by values based on theory and social context, as well as a moral calculus. Liberation, Frantz Fanon observes, is always preceded by the renewing of forms of expression and the rebirth of the imagination. In a similar vein, other great African minds have since exhorted Africans to take up that power of which Cabral speaks. Most of the strategies, tactics, aims, and goals are formulated and expressed in the plethora of policies, declarations, frameworks, and partnerships, such as Education for All, UNESCO instruments and programs, the OAU/O initiatives, especially NEPAD, and the APRM, to name but a few. These articulate quite poignantly a very lucid understanding of what such power should and indeed must achieve. It remains one of the mysteries and tragedies of our time that despite this understanding, and despite one well-intentioned educational initiative after another, launched by one august body after another, the intellectual capital seems to remain trapped in the vacuum of the debate so generated, unable to ignite effectively that spark that will galvanize Africa to committed and concerted action en masse. We need to intensify our efforts if we are to bring to fruition the wonderful plans for this continent and do justice to its enormous potential. And so it would be remiss of me were I to neglect the urgency and importance of our educational mission in Africa, and the important role that governments can and must play in this regard. On a more positive note, what has emanated from recent years of debate and interrogation of African issues is an increasing awareness and acceptance of the need to work together as a continent and an African community in addressing our education needs. It also makes good sense to use this strategy when dealing with the international community. One strong articulate voice articulating a very clearly defined message will surely be heard more clearly than a chorus of discordant noises. Frantz Fanon, a native of Martinique in the Caribbean, adopted Africa as his own native land. He became to many of us the voice of the liberation struggle of Algeria and a critic of the post-independence lethargy and anti-revolutionary malaise that set in, as it often happens to many of our countries. In his speech, The Reciprocal Bases of National Culture and the Fight for Freedom, published in his celebrated book of essays, the wretched of the earth, Fanon ends his address with these words. If man is known by his acts, then we will say that the most urgent thing today for the intellectual is to build up his nation. If this building up is true, that is to say, if it interprets the manifest will of the people and reveals the eager African peoples, then the building of a nation is of necessity accompanied by the discovery and encouragement of universalizing values. That, I submit, is the challenge of education and culture, properly understood. The Pan-Africanism of Cabral in the Music of the Youth. Miguel de Barros and Reddy Wilson Lima. Cabral Kamori. Cabral e mi Cabral e bo Cabral e tudo Cabradianas e Guinenses. Cabral is not dead, Cabral is me Cabral is you Cabral is all Cape Verdeans and Guineans. In the 1990s, with the wave of democratization in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, the PAIGC as well as the PAICV, being both political parties and considered as the strength, light, and guidance of the people, lost their status. As a result, the youth reinvented new forms of interactions with their peers in a context marked by globalization and Afro-Americanization of the world, where hip-hop culture, through its oral element, rap, appears as a vehicle for freedom of expression and protest amongst the most precarious urban groups. This article analyzes how the young Guinean and Cape Verdean provided, through rap, a renewed context for the Pan-Africanist and nationalist discourse of Amilcar Cabral, taking into account the challenge of preventing the erasure of collective memory and history, the alleged betrayal of his ideals by today's political leaders, and the need to recover Cabral as the guide of the people, representing him as an MC, messenger of truth. Since its beginnings, the appeal of rap seems to reside in its accessibility and easy use by the youthful majority with scarce economic and cultural resources. Bennett, 2001. Through the analysis of documents and speeches of Amilcar Cabral, the narratives of rap music espoused Guinean and Cape Verdean youth, the participant observation in concerts and recording studios, and the informal conversation with the rappers, we can see Creole language here designated as Creole, as an instrument of the mapping and construction of a new nation that, from Ogil's 2007 perspective, transforms into an act of freedom through the conquest of emotional, affective, and identified territory. Thus the rapper, introduces an ideological and militant function, using the linguistic patrimony of Guinea and Cape Verde. This article critically illustrates the discussions of youth about the political and governmental practices of the contemporaries of Cabral, about their own protests against marginalization and social oppression, assuming for themselves the role of protagonists of their civic actions, looking for new emancipatory mechanisms through rap music. Rap is used as an instrument of negotiating and/or reclaiming public space, displacing traditional rhythms such as Gumbe 237 and Batuka 238, Finazan, with the capacity to use radio and the internet for a new form of youthful protagonism, the conscious rap. From youth of the party to uncertain transitions. In Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, the need to control the youth has been a concern since the colonial period. Under colonialism, this was carried out mainly by the Catholic Church, whose function was to civilize behaviors and attitudes. This process gained political impetus with the creation of political organizations such as the Mocidade Portuguesa, Portuguese Youth. During the PAIGC mobilization for the armed struggle, the youth question had a particular resonance, especially in the creation of the spaces for the formation of the new man in the liberated zones in the forests of Guinea-Bissau, where the pilot school's 239 models had been replicated in the final phase of the armed struggle. In the post-independence period, a one-party regime was established in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, governed by the PAIGC as a party state, which strengthened the coordination of mass organizations with socialist/communist inspiration. The Juventude Africana Amilcar Cabral, JAAC, or Amilcar Cabral African Youth, was created with a view to the construction of a nation-state to guarantee the unity between Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. The 1980 military coup in Guinea-Bissau ended the project of unity with Cape Verde. The Partido Africano para a Independencia de Cabo Verde, PAICV, or African Party for the Independence of Cape Verde, had little influence on the youth. In 1991, with the wave of democratization in the two countries, both the PAIC and the PAIC lost their stature as the force, light, and guide of the people, which simultaneously implied the end of the chain of domestication of spirits. Barros, 2010, 7. However, the regimes in the two countries related differently to youth organizations. In Guinea-Bissau, the PAIC regarded the JAAC as its partisan youth organization, later creating the Consejo Nacional de Juventude, CNJ, or National Youth Council, which had a national structure, under government control. In Cape Verde, the reorganization implied the transformation of the OPADCV 240 into a non-governmental organization, retaining the same name, whereas the JAAC became extinct. Lima, 2012, 203. It was during this period, when the existence of one form of youth organization was being extinguished, that rap music started to penetrate the Guinean and Cape Verdean societies through American productions. In the case of Guinea-Bissau, it was mainly through music from Portugal, while in the case of Cape Verde, it was through the growing influence of North American gangsta rap. On the streets, rap plays a crucial role in the mobilization for protest, through music, the body and clothing, of urban youth. It is in this way that Creole, rappers seek to use the ideology of the word, Morgan, 2009, so that they can present themselves as MCOS Mensageros de Verdade, the messengers of the truth. In Guinea-Bissau and in Cape Verde, Cabral Kamuri/Mori, Cabral is not dead, is a slogan that immortalizes the spirit of sacrifice and struggle that Cabral himself made. Of the conscious/political rap that mention Cabral, 4 basic aspects stand out. 1. A preoccupation with maintaining Cabral as reference against the risk of collective and historical whitewashing of memory. 2. Criticism of the comrades and current politicians vis-a-vis practices of alien to the political thoughts expressed by Cabral. 3. Utilization of Cabral as guide and bearer of hope. 4. Cabral as messenger of the truth, that is to say, as MC. Thus, for example, Poca poca guentas sta toski c/bulletin sta mori monanti na memoria de nos pavio /bulletin storia /ta duvida de pa garrison mas nobu /nem bulletin imagem ka sta mas na livra primaria /na dinheiro /jas tra bulletin by bulletin dexa puma pa nos criança que e flor de revolução I disparanca /mas mesmo si ka stas inti bulletin prisensa /criança sta nasi e kakanzi historia de ses heroes /algum que da si vida paliberta si pavo sefoi /es ta troco pa heroes virtues /homem aranha, super homem. Pombo Preto, Abel Jassy, 2010. Little by little people start forgetting you are dying permanently in the memory of our people your story is doubted by the younger generation neither your image is present in primary school books your image was removed from money notes you left leaving behind a poem for our children who are the flowers of the revolution and of hope but even if your presence is not felt children are born without knowing the story of their heroes gone is somebody who gave his life to free his people you have been turned into virtual heroes Spider-Man, Superman. Pombo Preto, Black Dove, Abel Jassy, 2010. In general, the preoccupation with the maintenance and actualization of the live memory of Cabral is more present in the narratives of Cape Verdean rappers than amongst Guineans. Desgraça des Terracunça deste mortu de Cabral chafai de guerra matado objetivo de luta mudado en vez de concordia nacional I ben concordia criminal. Torres Gemios, Culpados, 2008. The disgrace of this land started with the death of Cabral the war chief was assassinated the objective of the struggle was changed instead of national concordance came criminal concordance. Torres Gemios, Culpados, 2008. Ma en punta, Siriki a nascu na pega dibita de nba luta? Now. E iabos k amilcar falaba boss es? Now. K amilcar falaba bas ora kuluda kaba pa enterga pa viafatura. Bomata amilcar bo enteral junta ku si converses ki pusival I posisidu impusival. FBMJ, Gene ka na sin, 2008. But I ask, are we to pay the debt for them having fought? No. Hey, did Amilcar tell you this? No. Amilcar told you to deliver the invoice to the people after the struggle? No. You killed Amilcar and buried him together with his conversations that were possible turn impossible. Bardati situasin sta gravi campukinti Amilcar cabral eroi mas garandi aonti buletin mataduaus buletin fitju na safri cancera garandi kinku puti imaginabakuma anas no na abandona no terras nde ku no firma ku arma na mon no engan haki garas contra no toma independencia no pensa kuma tudu na sidu mind jor ma sun cancera vida digintus na tira de suma flor. And pans. Digeen, 2006. Truth is, the situation has worsened the heat is on the greatest hero Amilcar Cabral assassinated yesterday, your children suffer much today who could have imagined that we will abandon our land where we stood and defended with arms in our hands and won that war when we took independence we thought that everything would be better but only suffering, the lives of our people are being taken away as if they were flowers. In this part, there is a feeling of revolt and disenchantment with the lack of opportunities, social justice, peace, and unity for these youths. Na natera katem so mornaku koladera tem montius nira ta bari pab existeras gosi e dibigzumeza ki nigasus sta fitsidu Monti makajishi I monti makaku difatu. Gordu I tudufartu otis ta furta kapa farta ma sin pomata fomi ami nsta aja monti mininu ta safri na lugar di omi thugs sta ta aumenta tudu dia pa alimenta skina alves en ta pensa si tudu kel storia di thugs li ka unbodi expiatorio ba tudu es problematis sujidadi li juventudi ka sta data oportunidade monti sta ta termina lisa upa inizia na mundo de marginalidade monti z ninguin sta ta feza so maldadi pamo es data puder passer. Autoridade. Buddha, na natera. 2008. In my country there is not only morna and koladera there are many foolishness that is swept under the mat now it is under the table that deals are closed many monkey businesses and many monkeys wearing suits. Fat and all fed up others steal not to be well fed but to kill hunger I watch many children instead of men suffering thugs increase every day to support loiters their day starts when yours ends and I go about thinking if all this history of thugs is not a scapegoat for all the problems of the society the youth is not given opportunity many are about to finish high school to enter in the course of marginality many nobodies make only wickedness because they were given power to be the authority e sufrimentu I garandi dema te gosi no ficatras dnosi pena dnosi tristi na ermans 8 quandu terra de amilcar cabral ex colonia de Portugal nunda cu 80% de poviota vivi mal vizinhu de conakry cu Senegal situado na costa ocidental secundado na quintal. Terra de no heroina mama titana sila jintas culuda pa circa Antonio Spinola independencia tomado prejuizo kun ten pa viota vivi mal pa un grupasin hu vivi ben. Chafai bati rendimento pa vu entra na sufocus no si de pais mas limpios pa pais mas porcos 7 de junho complicano situasin balas de kenhans matano populasan. MC Mario, Don Pina e Pachi de Rima. Relatorio 1973-2012, 2012. This suffering is too much up till now we lag behind My brothers until when? Land of Amilcar Cabral ex-colony of Portugal where 80% of the people live badly neighbor of Conakry and Senegal situated in the west coast hidden in the backyard, land of the heroine Titana Sila people who fought to expel Antonio Spinola independence achieved injuries began to appear people live badly for a small group to live well. Chief reduced income / people began to suffocate / we leave the most cleanest country / to the most dirtiest / June 7 complicated the situation / cannonballs killed our population. When the narratives that present Cabral as guide are presented in direct speech, the references carry the appeal to the struggle and resistance, reappropriating the slogan Cabral não morreu, Cabral is not dead. Cabral Cabacu sofrimento colonial / maluta cacaba e dexanupanu continual / intenquos nu sta spera? / nu jura bandeiras / catem tempo pa brincadeiras / nu tenki luta agi I sempre. FARP, Antis Barcus Review, 2007. Cabral ended colonial suffering / but the struggle is not finished and he left it for us to continue / so what are we waiting for? / we swear allegiance to the flag / there is no time for games / we have to fight today and always. Cabral Kamori / Cabral Tinharazon / e Kamori / Ifaka Nanos Karasan / Lenos Eroi / Si Buletin Pensa Ma Cabral Sta Morchu Buletin Sta Enganadu Pamo Cabral e Mi Cabral e Bo Cabral e Tudu Coverdianus e Guinensis. Kaya, LBC Mineo Solja e Chulaj, Amilcar Cabral, 2010. Cabral is not dead / Cabral was right / he did not die / he remains in our hearts / he is our hero. And if you think that Cabral is dead you are wrong because Cabral is me, Cabral is you, Cabral is all Cape Verdeans and Guineans. In this part, the rappers invoke Cabral, between the dream and the hope, with a concern for mobilizing a new generation to be able run behind the damage. Moreover, Cabral is presented as a factor of pride and identity for the future. Amilcar Cabral / Omiku ta pensaba futuro de no terra, Buletin nomiku en tarancas / I buletin bandera na testa / buletin inu na boca, na identidade nunca en ka na disesti del. FBMJ, Guin ka na Ficasin, 2008. Amilcar Cabral / the man who used to think about the future of our country. / your name I show off with / and your flag on my forehead / your anthem in my mouth / I will never give up my identity. Many rappers use Cabral's own speeches in their music. That is the case of the Sindicato de Gueto, Golpe de Estado Coup d'État, 2011, Rumen, Bissau, 2007, and for ARTK, Strela Negra Black Star, Abel Jassy, 2010. Today, in the major cities of Cape Verde, Praia, Mindelo, and Assomada, and in the Guinean and Cape Verdean diaspora, we encounter many youth hungry for knowledge about their African origin. They look to the nationalists, especially Cabral, but also Malcolm X and others figures of the North American anti-racist struggle. In Guinea-Bissau the orientation is more Afrocentric, with the trajectory of Nelson Mandela as the model. However, it is through Cabral, the revolutionary, that this spirit is today incorporated, especially by rappers, street poets, and new warriors of freedom. In Guinea-Bissau the deliberate search for the organization of a movement was initiated after the realization of the first rap music festival in 2000, through the association Guine Rap under the leadership of the producer and radio entertainer, Cicero Gomez Spencer. 251 In practice, this process has been enhanced through radio, especially Radio Juvem. 252 In the last 4 years, the weekly 2-hour interactive program, Ondas Culturize, Cultural Waves, has, besides promoting new talents originating from Barrows of the Bissau and the interior of the country, contributed to the promotion of cultural identity of those who claim to be the true Fitjustichan, children of the land, because they tell the Chas truth. This radio station has been organizing freestyle rap competitions every Friday on the veranda of the station building, serving as a stage for live performance and also allowing the listeners to call to vote for the music presented during the week and choosing the month's top hits. In Cape Verde, the conscious hip-hop movement, reclaimed by radio announcer and presenter Jorge Jorge Andrade, 253 once again seeks the Cape Verdean identity, now the African root, in exogenous movements and anchored in the nativist idea of the Egyptian, constituting a type of Creole neonativism, with the difference of marking itself by a radical break with the Lusitanism, but also with the patriotism, such that the Cape Verdean man/woman is viewed as a descendant of the African expatriated in his/her native land. The representation of Cabral in the politicized youth music of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, with a Pan-Africanist perspective, as reflected in his statement, "I am a simple African," not only dislodges or liberates the inheritance of Cabral from his comrades, but especially gives a sense of appropriation of the causes defended by this revolutionary, updating them and empowering the actors on the stage, thus reinventing a new nation rap Creole. Conclusion: contest and conquer the public space. In the two last decades, the social and civic consciousness of youth has gained impetus mainly through the use of music as public space for social, cultural, and political protests, and through the redefinition of youth identities. One of the principal elements that contributes to the visibility of this action is the appropriation of the street, contributing simultaneously to reclaiming free space for protest, creation, affirmation, and the transformation of youth into incontestable agents of public life. It was through rap, with its contentious character and explicit aversion to the dominant culture, that the alienated youth found a way to call the attention of society to the situation that they lived in the townships, revolting against propaganda and incentives to violence, promoting Afrocentrism and Pan-Africanism. In 2010, the Movimento de Luta pela Libertação Cultural, movement of struggle for cultural liberation, during the year of hip-hop Crioulo in Cape Verde, created the catchphrase Cabral pega na arma nas nu sta pega na microphone ik nas arma, or Cabral took the gun, we take the microphone, that is our gun. The use of radio enabled the popularization of their messages and to the spread of Creole. Cabral remains the principal reference for youth and, according to the Guinean historian Peter Mendy, 2005, 759, a source of inspiration for the progressive forces of meaningful change in all of Africa. The social conditions in which the rappers live constitute the basis of unity of their action of protest to conquer the public space and to carry the public outcry. When we took independence, we thought that everything would be better. The lives of our people are being taken away as if they were flowers. Bill Fletcher, Jr. Before the break of dawn on October 15, 1972, I set off on a pilgrimage to see Amilcar Cabral receive an honorary doctorate and speak at Lincoln University in Pennsylvania. Riding in a Volkswagen Bug with a man who would become one of my best friends, the present Dr. Stephen C. Pitts, we were instructed by his father that the car, handed down to Steve, had a tendency to overheat. As a result, we stopped roughly every hour on a trip that started at Harvard College in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and ended at Lincoln. After the program was over, we turned right around and drove back. Steve and several other black radicals at Harvard had heard that Cabral was to speak. We were originally all going to get in a VW bus and drive, but one after another, my colleagues dropped away until it was just Steve and me. A college freshman and a radical activist since my early days in high school, I was familiar with Cabral's name and the struggle for the independence of Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands from Portuguese colonialism. That said, I knew little about his approach to revolutionary theory, which had been a hallmark of his work for quite some time. With great anticipation, Steve and I waited for Cabral to speak on that very warm Sunday in October in a poorly ventilated building on campus. Cabral was introduced and addressed the audience. In all honesty, I do not remember any of the content of the speech. The speech was actually not a speech at all but rather a paper that he was delivering. There were no rhetorical devices and little excitement. I faded out, literally and figuratively, as I tried to stay awake after having driven for so many hours. I later found out that the paper was published as Identity and Dignity in Struggle, and contained his famous reference to the need to return to the source. Cabral's speech was followed by an electrifying oration by the then Owusu Sadoki, Howard Fuller, one of the chief organizers of the May, 1972, African Liberation Day demonstrations and head of Malcolm X Liberation University in North Carolina. Sadocki/Fuller, who would over time move from being a left-wing Pan-Africanist, to a Marxist-Leninist, to an advocate for school choice, and, ultimately, to becoming a friend of George W. Bush, rocked the House that day and brought everyone to their feet. But we were there to see Cabral and to honor his life and work. Few of us would guess that within 3 months he would be dead as a result of a conspiracy between factionalists within his own party and Portuguese agents. That moment for the Black Left. Although Cabral had been active since the 1950s, he began to have an impact on the Black Left in the United States by the late 1960s. By that time, the broad left wing of the Black Freedom Movement was undergoing important changes. Influenced by Malcolm X, what came to be known as the Black Power movement had myriad tendencies, each with its own recipe for black freedom. Many Pan-Africanists and cultural nationalists suggested that the struggle for black freedom had to be conducted either on our own or, at best, with other people of color. In some cases, there was no particular route of struggle suggested at all, but rather the cultivation of an alternative culture, businesses, and space, while awaiting some sort of apocalypse or undefined socio-political transformation. Countering this were two tendencies. One was the revolutionary nationalism represented by groups like the Revolutionary Action Movement, the Black Panther Party, and the Republic of New Africa, which, while having significant differences, nevertheless advanced the need for mass organizing, political action, and the fight for power. The Panthers, in particular as they came to be influenced by Marxism, were attacked by some black nationalists for adopting an approach that was allegedly alien to the black experience. The other tendency was more amorphous but included some within the Black Left who did not identify with nationalism at all, either having been influenced by the Communist Party of the United States, or other currents on the left. These forces were, for a host of reasons, often discounted by many forces in the Black Power movement as allegedly residing outside of the experience of Black America. This was an unfair and inaccurate criticism given the role that many of these activists played in the Black Freedom Movement and in other social movements where they advanced the anti-racist struggle. By the early 1970s, there was some rethinking underway in many Pan-Africanist and nationalist circles in the United States. Influenced by the then ousted president of Ghana, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, elements of the Pan-Africanist movement in the United States began moving left and considering whether socialism served as a credible and principled goal. This move reflected a broader search in the left wing of the Black Freedom Movement for a response to the strategic plateau that had been attained by the movement in the years following the civil rights victories and the later murder of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Cabral as an independent Marxist thinker. It was at that moment that Amilcar Cabral became a significant figure in the evolving Black Left. In order to appreciate this, it is worth drawing a distinction between Nkrumah and Cabral. Nkrumah was and forever shall be a hero for Pan-Africanists and anti-imperialists. Having led the struggle for the independence of what came to be known as Ghana, he sought a non-aligned role in the world, while at the same time taking assistance from the USSR, China, and, indeed, the United States. His ideas regarding the development of Ghana were influenced by Marxism and his assessment of the successes of the countries that flew the banner of socialism. After his overthrow in 1966, he moved even further to the left. Cabral, on the other hand, was a Marxist theoretician. I have never seen anything that Cabral wrote where he self-identified as such, but any reading of his work demonstrates that his analytical tools were consistently derived from the methodology elaborated by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. In addition to serving as a theoretician, he was the leader of one of the most important and advanced national liberation struggles in Africa at the time. Under his leadership, the African Party for the Independence of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, PAIGC, liberated much of the territory of the Portuguese colony and was preparing to declare its independence when Cabral was murdered. That Cabral was both a theoretician in the Marxist tradition and the leader of a successful African national liberation movement presented problems for those black activists who viewed, incorrectly, the Marxist tradition as simply a European approach to social transformation. Cabral, and increasing numbers of African freedom fighters, saw no such inconsistency and did not hesitate to say so. 3 Theoretical contributions. 3 theoretical contributions, in particular, had an impact on much of the black left in the United States. Cabral's famous essay, National Liberation and Culture, held note as a response to a narrow, largely economic deterministic approach to social transformation, on the one hand, and on the other, cultural determinism and mythology. In the famous clashes between revolutionary black nationalists led by the Black Panther Party and cultural black nationalists led by Ron Karenga, and until 1974, by Amory Baraka, the question of culture was seriously mishandled. Because forces aligned with Karenga saw black freedom as rooted in a cultural movement, forces around the Panthers tended to ignore real cultural issues within Black America or treated them as sideshows. Cabral's analysis emphasized the importance for any revolutionary movement of understanding the actual culture of the oppressed within which one seeks to base oneself. In doing so, one must look dialectically at the actual culture, both in its positive and negative features. Thus, Cabral repudiated radicals who denigrated cultural work, or created cultural caricatures, as well as those who privileged it above all else. A second contribution by Cabral was the notion of class suicide. Though the term was original, the underlying concept was deeply rooted in the experience of revolutionary Marxists. In the case of Guinea-Bissau, Cabral saw elements of the middle strata, specifically the nationalist wing of the petty bourgeoisie, as playing a leading role in the struggle for national liberation, but only if they successfully abandoned the aspirations of their class of origin and placed themselves firmly within the working class and peasantry of the country. When the concept of class suicide was introduced to the black left in the United States, it took on a complicated reality. It coincided with the growing recognition by the black left of the critical importance of basing a radical movement within the oppressed classes of Black America, and ultimately other oppressed segments in the United States. This meant moving away from a hierarchical relationship with the masses, for instance, serving as lawyers, doctors, professors, and other typical roles in the middle strata, and rooting radical practice amongst the oppressed by organizing side by side. As was typical of much radical activity in the 1970s, class suicide was frequently interpreted in very linear and dogmatic terms. Any radical who did not go into workplaces to organize, for instance, was suspect as not being truly revolutionary. At the same time, those who went into workplaces to organize side by side with workers, as opposed to serving as paid organizers for unions or community-based organizations, frequently assumed that the mere act of getting such jobs was evidence of having abandoned the aspirations of one's class origin. Cabral suggested that class suicide was not a specific or one-time act, it was actually a process and practice. One does not eliminate all vestiges of one's class aspirations by engaging in armed struggle for freedom or, for that matter, taking this or that job or turning down specific opportunities that might be made available as a result of one's class background. Rather, class suicide must be linked to building a movement for social transformation in which the oppressed are the direct instruments of their own liberation. In that sense, class suicide is not irreversible, a point that Cabral does not address but which can be deduced from the trajectory of many liberation struggles and other revolutionary movements, where one-time revolutionaries have morphed into a new elite or bourgeoisie. A third contribution focused on Cabral's notion of national liberation struggles being a process of a people returning to history. This was an invaluable insight in that it suggested that colonialism had taken the oppressed outside of what would have been their normal path of development and deformed their evolution. National liberation, then, was not only a matter of freeing a people from external domination and national oppression, but was an emancipatory process at a more fundamental level. It was about colonist people regaining their humanity and self-determination, a self-determination that went far beyond a national flag and borders to chart their own trajectory. Returning to history was not only valuable for traditionally colonist people but equally for considering the question of African Americans under the boot of white supremacist national oppression. African Americans, whose ancestors were largely, with the exception of Cape Verdeans, ripped out of history and implanted in the United States as slaves, were central as a workforce in the development of North American capitalism. They have been treated as a people without a history. As a result, the struggle for African American liberation becomes not only a struggle for rights, but a struggle to rediscover our own history and place on this planet, including our relationship to and with the rest of the African world. Cabral's returning to history transcends a cultural nationalist obsession with a mythological past or an academic understanding of history. It links history to the future and to the need of a people to recreate itself in a contemporary context. To put it differently, understanding history is insufficient in the absence of a popular revolutionary project. Central to Cabral's thinking and practice was the reaffirmation of the dignity and humanity of those who have been subject to colonialism and national oppression. He reminded the left that history preceded the class struggle and would continue well after the end of antagonistic classes. Cabral and Cape Verdeans. Cabral held great significance for a segment of Black America that for years was not recognized as being part of Black America, and for that matter often saw itself as something other than part of Black America, Cape Verdean Americans. Cabral's father was Cape Verdean, and Amilcar's early schooling took place on the Cape Verde Islands, 500 miles off the coast of Senegal. Though Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau were jointly colonized by Portugal, they had very different, though overlapping, histories. Ethnic differences would, after independence, contribute to some of the tensions that ultimately led to Cape Verde and Guinea-Bissau separating and forming independent nation-states. During the 19th century, Portuguese whalers and fishermen sailed with Cape Verdean crews throughout the North Atlantic. Many Portuguese and Cape Verdeans came to settle in North America, particularly in southern New England. The nature of Portuguese colonialism was such that, ideologically, it provided a mechanism for the colonists to often believe that they had been accepted into Portuguese society. Thus, the fact that Cape Verdeans came to North America not as slaves but as seamen, and later with their families, led them to self-identify as Portuguese and sometimes as white but not as Negro, Black, Afro-American, or African American. Cabral and the national liberation struggle in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde had a transformative impact not only on those respective colonies, but on Cape Verdeans in the United States. The combination of the civil rights and later Black Power phases of the Black freedom movement in the United States with the national liberation struggle in Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde resulted in a major rethinking amongst Cape Verdean Americans of their status both domestically and internationally. The consciousness change involved both a reaffirmation of the Cape Verdean identity, heritage, and pride, as well as a Black consciousness and the beginnings of a break with Portuguese colonial mentality. Organizations developed amongst Cape Verdean Americans, including the PEG Support Committee, and later annual celebrations of Cape Verde's independence from Portugal, July 5, 1975, which in places like New Bedford, Massachusetts, became major events. Through all of this, Cabral and his image loomed large. Legacy. The murder of Amilcar Cabral was a tremendous loss not only to the national liberation movement of Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde, as well as Africa as a whole, but to the international left. Thinkers of the quality of Amilcar Cabral simply do not come along every day. Cabral became legendary in the Black left and broader left in the United States. He legitimized the idea of a person of African descent not only being a Marxist but a Marxist theoretician integrally linked to a national liberation struggle. Cabral's legitimacy helped to demythologize Africa and African cultures, while at the same time serving as a source of immense pride in what Africa produced. It cannot be overstated that the fact that Cabral could not be perceived as a creature of any other nation or political force lent an unusual level of credibility to him personally and the politics he elaborated. Cabral, then, assisted in the evolution of many African American militants and radicals who were proponents of cultural nationalism as well as various forms of cultural and economic determinism to take a path towards Marxism. Few international figures played such a role. It was not just the courage of Cabral and the PEG against all odds which would itself be a sufficient basis to hold him and his movement in high esteem but Cabral's concrete, provocative, and illuminating analyses on the challenges associated with actual anti-imperialism and anti-colonialism that made him especially unique. He sought to grapple with revolutionary Marxist theory appropriate to his country and indeed the world in the latter part of the 20th century. Cabral's legacy is complicated. While the Paik survived his assassination and went on to successfully secure independence from Portugal for Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde 2 years later, the process that had appeared to have been transformational ran into headwinds. In addition to the separation of Cape Verde from Guinea-Bissau, in 1980 a process of revolutionary transformation came to a halt in Guinea-Bissau and regressed to the point that, today, Guinea-Bissau is viewed not as a beacon of socialism or of revolutionary advance, but rather as a weakened nation-state that serves as a major transit point for narcotics destined for Europe. It is pointless to wonder where Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde would be today had Cabral lived. What does demand study is what transpired both during his lifetime and immediately afterward that laid the foundation for the regression of a movement and society that seemed to have so much potential to stand tall and play a major role in Africa despite its small geographic size. In that sense, Cabral's work is far from complete. The African American left owes Cabral a special note of gratitude and honor, for he opened the eyes of so many of us to the multidimensional process of social transformation. And that this was done by an African made the message so much more compelling. Amilcar Cabral and his impact and legacy in the Black Liberation Movement. Kali Ekono. Since the close of the Fifth Pan-African Congress in Manchester, England, and the end of the Second Great Inter-Imperialist War, better known as World War II, in 1945, the radical wing of the Black Liberation Movement in the United States has been inspired by and drawn many lessons from its reciprocal interactions with the national and social liberation movements of Africa, primarily from 1945 through 1994, and the diaspora, particularly those of the Caribbean. The radical elements of the BLM composed primarily of revolutionary nationalists, socialists, communists, and anarchists have over the years learned and incorporated many of the critical aspects of the theories and strategies of radical social transformation developed by many of the 20th century intellectual and political towers of the African world revolution. Of all of these leaders and theoreticians from Africa, the Caribbean, and Latin America, however, none made more profound theoretical and strategic contributions to the advancement of the BLM than Amilcar Cabral. What separates Cabral from the others, however, is that his work provided detailed theoretical and strategic clarity on a number of fundamental questions that were critical to understanding the transition from American colonialism to neocolonialism following the defeat of legalized white supremacy in the early 1960s. Some of Cabral's particular contributions centered on the following questions: 254 The limitations of national liberation within the capitalist world system, the internal material basis for neocolonialism within colonist and oppressed nations, and the critical dangers associated with this form of capitalist penetration and imperialist rule, the ideological and theoretical weaknesses and shortcomings of the people's movements for liberation and the detriments they pose to the success of the movements, the centrality of culture to anti-imperialist resistance and the need to create a new culture through struggle to restore oppressed people into full agents of their own history and identity, the imperative of class struggle within the oppressed nation and the necessity of class suicide amongst critical segments of the nation, or nation class, as Cabral himself stated, but most particularly the petty bourgeoisie, who often constitute the leadership of the movements. Given their strategic location within the capitalist mode of production and its national/international hierarchies. These are some of the fundamental challenges confronting the movement. Cabral's theoretical, insightful works did not spring from thin air. Cabral developed his theories on the motive forces of history, colonialism, imperialism, questions of national liberation, neocolonialism, class and class struggle within national liberation movements, the transition to socialism, the centrality of culture and identity to resistance and social transformation from his unique social experiences, his central location in the struggle against Portuguese colonialism, and his critical study of the numerous challenges and failures of the national liberation movements on the African continent in the 1950s and 60s. Cabral was born in Guinea-Bissau in 1924 and was reared primarily in Cape Verde, a small island formerly ruled by Portugal. He studied to be an agronomist in Portugal. In the employment of the Portuguese colonial administration in the 1950s, Cabral was able to gain extensive knowledge of the cultures and social conditions of the various peoples of Guinea-Bissau and, to a lesser degree, Angola, by performing agricultural census studies. In September 1956, Cabral established the Partido Africano de Independencia de Guinea y Cabo Verde or PAIGC, which led Guinea-Bissau and the Cape Verde Islands to political independence in the 1970s. While living in Angola, also in 1956, Cabral collaborated with Mario de Andrade and Antonio Agostinho Neto to form the Movimento Popular Libertação de Angola or MPLA, which played a leading role in the liberation of Angola. In 1957, as part of a conference in solidarity with the Algerian anti-colonial movement in Paris, Cabral again partnered with Mario de Andrade and Antonio Agostinho Neto to form the Movimento Anticolonista or MAC, to discuss strategies to overthrow Portuguese colonial rule. In 1958, Cabral attended the All-African Peoples Conference in Accra, Ghana, organized by Kwame Nkrumah to coordinate support for the liberation movements from the existing independent nation-states and to unite the liberation movements on a continent-wide basis. 255. In 1960, while in Tunisia, Cabral established the Frente Revolucionaria Africana para a Independencia Nacional das Colônias Portuguesas or FRAIN. FRAIN was established to coordinate the strategies and initiatives of the PAIGC and MPLA against Portuguese colonialism. In 1961, while in Casablanca, Morocco, Cabral helped to establish the Conferencia das Organizações Nacionalistas das Colônias Portuguesas or CONP, to expand upon and replace FRAIN to include Frelimo from Mozambique and the MLSTP from São Tomé and Príncipe, in order to coordinate resistance to Portuguese colonialism on the African continent. In January 1963, Cabral and the PAIGC initiated the armed phase of the resistance movement in Guinea-Bissau, which led to its formal political independence from Portugal in September 1974. 256. Cabral was a principal architect in the overthrow of Portuguese colonialism and the weakening of imperialist domination of southern Africa. As the spokesperson for the PAIGC, MPLA, and CONP, Cabral was able to travel extensively throughout the world. Cabral used the knowledge gained on his travels to judiciously assess the many failures of the first wave of national liberation movements. These experiences shaped his worldview, theory and, most importantly, his practice as a revolutionary nationalist, socialist, and internationalist. It was Cabral's particular ability to systematically and scientifically summarize these experiences in a coherent and concrete fashion that made his work applicable to the ongoing struggle for liberation of people of African descent in the United States. Uniting with our comrade. The BLM came to know Cabral and his work through a dynamic set of interlocking organizations and networks linking activists based in the United States with the national liberation movements in Africa and Asia, the Vietnamese in particular, and revolutionary and progressive governments and social movements in Latin America, particularly Cuba, Africa, primarily Ghana, Tanzania, Guinea, and Algeria, Asia, particularly China, and the Eastern Bloc. These links consisted of survivors from the anti-communist repression and purges of the late 1940s and 50s, groups like the Council on African Affairs, CAA, headed by the likes Alpheus Hunton, Paul Robeson, and W.E.B. Du Bois. 257, liberal organizations like the American Committee on Africa, ACOA, 258, and a host of religious and academic institutions, black and white, that had been active, particularly around missionary activities in Africa and in supporting students from Africa to attend academic institutions in Europe and the United States. Through these links, activists engaged in progressive social movements were able to encounter their international counterparts via international conferences, student exchanges, solidarity missions and campaigns. Another critical link that facilitated the introduction and ongoing communication between revolutionaries from the continent with revolutionaries from the BLM in the United States were black expatriates that lived in Europe or on the African continent, particularly in Ghana and Tanzania 259. Conversely, African students and political exiles based in the United States and Europe played this critical role in reverse. The Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, or SNCC, was the first major student and youth-oriented organization to introduce the BLM to the likes of African revolutionaries like Cabral. Over the course of its 9-year existence, from 1960 to 1969, SNCC took several delegations to various parts of Africa to exchange lessons in the struggle and engage in international campaigns. SNCC's first major trip to the continent was in the fall of 1964, when a delegation of 11 members visited the Republic of Guinea, then led by President Ahmed Sékou Touré 260. The SNCC delegation was exposed to an extensive amount of literature about the national liberation movements on the continent while in Guinea, some of it invariably from Cabral and the PAIC, which was operating out of Guinea at that time 261. The next major SNCC trip to the continent was in the fall of 1965, when several members visited Ghana and attended the Organization of African Unity, OAU, conference being held in the capital, Accra 262. Cabral and several members of the PAIC were in attendance at the OAU conference. However, it is unclear to what extent they were able to meet and make exchanges at the conference. They were, nonetheless, definitely exposed to the PAIC's politics at the conference via presentations made by their representatives. The first critical introduction of Cabral and his work to the BLM was provided by Emmanuel Wallerstein, a renowned academic on African affairs, via an interview he conducted and published in 1965 entitled Our Solidarities 263. This interview was one of the first major pieces on Cabral and the struggle of the PAIC against Portuguese colonialism to appear in English. It received modest distribution via the left-wing press in the United States, but was read and disseminated by black activists in the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and the Revolutionary Action Movement, RAM, in New York City, Detroit, Washington, D.C., Atlanta, Oakland, and Los Angeles. The BLM's first major encounter with Cabral and his work occurred in January 1966 in Havana, Cuba, on occasion of the Tricontinental Conference of Solidarity of the Peoples of Africa, Asia, and Latin America 264. Cuba, like Ghana, Guinea, and Tanzania on the African continent in the 1960s, played a critical role as a revolutionary socialist state engaged in active struggle against United States and European imperialism. In this role, Cuba gave shelter, support, and resources to revolutionary organizations from throughout Latin America and the world. In this same vein, Cuba was also home to many BLM exiles. The most prominent BLM exile in Cuba during the 1960s was Robert F. Williams. Williams was a militant from North Carolina who fled into exile to avoid false imprisonment for an act of self-defense against white terror in 1961-265. He was one of the most outspoken advocates for armed self-defense and the formation of Negro gun clubs in the late 1950s and early 1960s. In support of Williams, the Cuban government provided him with contacts to the various revolutionary organizations that visited or had representatives stationed on the island and with access to printing and broadcast facilities to propagate his message back to forces within the United States. 266. Robert Williams, other BLM exiles, and several members of RAM attended the 1966 Tricontinental Conference, and, like most in attendance, were highly impressed with Amilcar Cabral and his address to the conference, Weapon of Theory. Through the Crusader Journal and his extensive personal correspondence with BLM partisans, Williams, along with the RAM cadre in attendance, introduced Cabral and his works to their first major audience within the movement. Following the Tricontinental Conference, BLM revolutionaries began critically studying Cabral and the national liberation movements against Portuguese colonialism in the pursuit of how they might help advance the struggle for black national liberation within the territories claimed by the United States. From 1966 through the 1970s, more and more BLM partisans visited Africa and engaged in regular and sustained contact with African revolutionaries, particularly those individuals and movements that were operating out of progressive states Algeria, Egypt, Guinea, and Tanzania. Ghana was removed from this equation in 1966 following a military coup that overthrew the Nkrumah government, such as the PAIG, MPLA, Frelimo, the African National Congress, ANC, the South African Communist Party, SACP, and Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania, PAC. These exchanges facilitated the deeper exposure of the BLM to the ideas and movements of African revolutionary leaders. Of national liberation movements like Amilcar Cabral, or from states engaged in socialist experiments, like Sekou Touré in Guinea or Julius Nyerere in Tanzania. In 1969, Basil Davidson, a progressive British Africanist scholar, published one of the most historically important works on Cabral, the PAIG, and the national liberation movement in Guinea-Bissau, entitled The Liberation of Guinea, Aspects of an African Revolution. 267. This work was read extensively by partisans of the BLM, particularly amongst college students in the late 1960s and early 70s in organizations like the Pan-African Union, PAU, in California and the Student Organization for Black Unity, SOBU, in North Carolina. 268. Another critical work also published in 1969 was Revolution in Guinea, an African People's Struggle, by a British collective called Stage 1. This was one of the first English publications of a collection of Cabral's speeches and writings, and received a decent distribution in the United States amongst BLM forces. It was from this publication that many in the BLM were introduced to the saying most commonly associated with Cabral, "Tell no lies. Claim no easy victories." 269. By 1969 there were several radical black and multinational solidarity committees operating throughout the United States that were providing material and political support to the national liberation movements against Portuguese colonialism and white settler colonialism in southern Africa, Azania, Zimbabwe, and Botswana in particular. 270. The Solidarity Committees played a critical role in spreading Cabral's ideas throughout the BLM. These networks also played a critical role in providing forums for African revolutionaries in the United States to make their case and present their ideas directly. Cabral and the PAIG directly benefited from this organizing on two occasions. Cabral first visited the United States in 1970, where he gave several lectures throughout the state of New York and held several dialogues and interviews in New York City related to the promotion of the PAIG's and allied CONC organizations' advocacy for self-determination and national independence at the United Nations. 271. In addition to Cabral's first visit to the United States, another critical event occurred in 1970 that had a major impact on the spread of his ideas in the BLM. In February of that year, members from the African People's Party, AP, and the House of Umoja, HO, based in Los Angeles, collaborated with Guyanese revolutionary Yuzi Quayana and the African Society for Cultural Relations with Independent Africa, ASCRIA, along with Forum, from St. Vincent, the Afro-Caribbean movement from Antigua and the PAC from Azania, to develop the Pan-African Secretariat, PA, in Georgetown, Guyana. 272. Guyana, then led by Prime Minister Forbes Burnham, was operating as a progressive base for revolutionary international coordination throughout the Caribbean, South America, and Africa, and was home to several BLM exiles and expatriates from the late 1960s to the 1990s. The PA was the first organization to call for the international launching of African Liberation Day, ALD, originally called Worldwide African Solidarity Day, WASHD, and held the first ALD observances in 1970 and 1971, respectively, in Guyana, Canada, Europe and in several cities in the United States. 273. VOS/ALD was specifically intended to promote the African World Revolution, giving particular focus to the struggles against Portuguese colonialism in Africa, settler colonialism in southern Africa, neocolonialism in Africa and the Caribbean, and the new African independence movement within the confines of the United States. A connected development occurred on the East Coast through the auspices of SOBU and Malcolm X Liberation University, MXLU. In the fall of 1971, Owusu Sedokai, one of the founders of SOBU and MXLU, toured the liberated territories of Guinea-Bissau, Angola, and Mozambique. In Mozambique, Sedokai was implored by Samora Machel, the leader of Frelimo, to build an international campaign in support of the national liberation movements of Mozambique, Angola, and Guinea-Bissau. Upon his return, Sedokai released a 6-part report on his trip in the movement publication The African World 274. This series was widely distributed in the movement and played a pivotal role in helping to launch and guide the formation of the African Liberation Day Coordinating Committee, ALDC. The ALDC, a broad coalition of BLM forces representing different tendencies and trends within the movement, called for and organized the groundbreaking May 27, 1972, ALD demonstration that mobilized more than 100,000 participants throughout the United States, including Washington, D.C., San Francisco, Los Angeles, and New Orleans. Following the success of ALD, the ALDC expanded and transformed into a more permanent structure, the African Liberation Support Committee, ALSC, which was the fulcrum of support for the national liberation movements in Africa through the mid-1970s. 275. ALD and the ALSC were very intentional in their promotion of the works of Amilcar Cabral and other national liberation leaders of the era, such as Eduardo Mondlane and Samora Machel of Frelimo and Robert Sobukwe of the Pan-Africanist Congress, PAC. Just as critical as the promotion Cabral and the views of other CONC leaders was the film Oluta Continua, which was produced by Robert Van Lierop and disseminated by the Africa Information Service, ACE, in 1972. 276. ACE was founded by BLM activists Prexy Nesbitt and Van Lierop in 1971, specifically to distribute educational materials about the national liberation struggles against Portuguese colonialism led by CONC. The film was shot in 1971 in Mozambique and Tanzania, and focused on the armed struggle being waged by Frelimo. The film spread like wildfire from 1972 through the mid-1970s, and perhaps more than anything else made the ideas of Cabral and Machel real and concrete to millions of black folks in the United States. ACE subsequently published Return to the Source, Selected Speeches by Amilcar Cabral, the first major collection of Cabral's writings and speeches published in the United States, in 1973. The ACE was also instrumental in coordinating Cabral's final visit the United States in 1972. During this visit, Cabral asked the Africa Information Service to set up a meeting with various leading forces in the BLM. 277. The meeting was held in New York City on the 20th of October and involved participants from over 30 BLM organizations. The speech was entitled Connecting the Struggles, an informal talk with Black Americans, and had a profound and lasting impact on the BLM in all its diversity, as it clearly affirmed the interconnectedness between the African liberation struggles on the continent with those in the United States, the Caribbean, and beyond. Oluta Continua. Agents of the Portuguese colonialists assassinated Amilcar Cabral shortly after his last trip to the United States on January 20, 197, 3278. The effectiveness of Cabral's work and leadership in helping to guide a people's revolutionary movement proved the cut off the head and body will wither theory to be false in this case. Following his assassination, the PAC escalated the war against the Portuguese and not only led Guinea-Bissau to political independence in 1974 but also overthrew the fascist Salazar Catano regime, that had ruled Portugal since 1932 by a group of Portuguese military officers called the Movimento das Armed Forças or MAF, which translated into English means Armed Forces Movement, in April 1974, admittedly influenced by the theories and moral example of Amilcar Cabral. 279. Half a world away, Cabral's works had also become common parlance within the BLM by the time of his death. His works greatly aided the political and theoretical development of the BLM in the 1970s. Cabral's work is still being studied and referenced today by revolutionary nationalist and Pan-Africanist organizations like the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, APRP, the African People's Socialist Party, APSP, the Organization of Black Struggle, OBS, the Pan-African People's Organization, PAPO, the Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa, PGRNA, the Malcolm X Grassroots Movement, MXGM, and the New African People's Organization, NAPO. Amilcar Cabral's method as a guide for reconstructing the radical black political subject. Ajamu Baraka. The value of Amilcar Cabral's contributions to global black liberationist praxis are many and are reflected in the various essays in this special volume. But in my view, as an activist whose theater of struggle is in the United States, the contribution that has endured the most over time is his fierce commitment to intellectual freedom. That commitment, as reflected in his theoretical formulations and practice, affirmed a central tenet of the black radical intellectual tradition. That tenet asserts the absolute necessity for black radical theories to be freed from any dogmas or doctrines that require the complexities of African people and their socio-historic experiences to conform to frameworks not emanating from and defined by African people themselves. Cabral's rejection of a formulaic Marxism, for example, was not a rejection of Marxism. It was a result of his understanding that a successful struggle for national liberation in Guinea-Bissau could not be built on theories borrowed from other socio-historical experiences, that it was necessary to see the realities of the land and people with all their complexities and contradictions. For Cabral, the epistemological question was no question at all, because it was the people, their experiences, culture, and struggles for personhood that was the foundation of knowledge. It was this return to the source, the validation of those voices from the margins, be it from peasants in Latin America or urbanist black women in the United States, that subsequent radical activists have elaborated on, from Paulo Freire to Patricia Hill Collins. This is my starting point when I assess the thought and practice of Cabral, and indeed it should be the starting point of any efforts to assess black theorists, from early abolitionists in the United States through to various forms of Pan-Africanism, and to the latest theories of radical black feminists. This wide range of thought, which I have collapsed under the broad heading of black radical tradition, have an underlying link, a desire to develop liberatory theory and practice that constructs a black political subject and advances the struggle for the emancipation of black humanity and, by extension, oppressed humanity in general. Bearing this in mind, what are the essential elements of Cabral's approach that are important for contemporary radical political practice in the United States? 1. The commitment to theoretical independence. Cabral's materialist analysis of objective socio-economic conditions was the starting point for his theorizing. While this is familiar as part of a traditional Marxist methodology, Cabral's approach required an intellectual independence that allowed him to see the unique characteristics of Guinean society that was structured by colonial capital. Freed from predetermined dogma, Cabral and his fellow revolutionaries in Guinea-Bissau formulated strategies based on the social realities they faced on the ground and not in someone's imagination or texts from the early 20th century. 2. Method of criticism, self-criticism, and grounding oneself in the people as the source of legitimacy, knowledge, and guidance. Cabral's approach to criticism and self-criticism serves as a much-needed reminder of an approach to accountability and theoretical and practical assessment that has become a lost practice for many activist organizations. Cabral's method of telling no lies and claiming no easy victories was a revolutionary principle that ensured honesty, accountability, and a never-ending struggle against human weaknesses in the fight for collective and individual transformation. It requires the elimination of any lines between the revolutionary cadre and the people, something that is a challenge for the residual element of vanguardism still infecting revolutionary theory and practice in the United States. 3. The role of culture and ideology. Cabral's theories on the role of culture and ideology as mechanisms for both liberation and domination are instructive for black revolutionaries in the United States, who must struggle to overcome some of the most effective methods ever developed for imposing bourgeois cultural and ideological hegemony in the entire capitalist world. For Cabral, it would be impossible to develop effective strategies for social change without a thorough understanding of the cultural and ideological mechanisms of control and manipulation that were being employed against the people. While some might argue that Cabral's theories are only useful analytical categories for understanding social realities and developing revolutionary practice in the Global South, I will argue in this short essay that Cabral's approach to understanding the dialectics of culture and ideology, grounded in the ongoing changes in the forces of production, provides the methodology for deconstructing the social realities of contemporary U.S. society and developing a black radical strategic program. Shifting the focus back to the cultural and ideological mechanism of domination. History teaches us that, in certain circumstances, it is very easy for the foreigner to impose his domination on a people. But it also teaches us that, whatever may be the material aspects of this domination, it can be maintained only by the permanent, organized repression of the cultural life of the people concerned. 280. Post-Marxist analysis has come to understand and better appreciate the role of culture and ideology beyond the simplistic misunderstandings of the superstructure-based dichotomy. Even as many Western Marxists were either unaware of or still struggling with the contributions of theorists like Antonio Gramsci, Cabral pointed us towards the importance of these factors in the struggle for power and during the revolutionary transformation of society. Yet, for many elements of the U.S. Black left involved in base-building organizing, issues of culture and ideology never received the theoretical attention they deserved, and a great deal of the critical work on culture and the role of ideology that was being generated in academia never found its way into the hands of black activists for several reasons, including the notorious anti-intellectualism of radicals in the United States and the institutional weaknesses of the left in the United States. It is my contention that the failure of the black left in the United States to develop the theoretical tools to understand and intervene with the rapidly shifting cultural and ideological realities at various critical conjunctures accounts for the left being completely unaware of the cultural and ideological terrain that had paved the way for the ascendancy of a center-right technocrat in the person of Barack Obama to the highest office in the United States settler state. But even more critically, the insufficient understanding on the part of black activists on the issue of ideological and cultural hegemony has resulted in a myopic view of the impact of Obama's presidency on the consciousness of black people in the United States. This failure has had devastating consequences for revolutionary practice in the United States, primarily because of the central role that black people have played in advancing radical social change in the United States. Cabral's analysis of the role of culture revealed how the dominating group imposes its worldview and values through the mechanism of culture and should have alerted black theorists in the United States of the need to give more attention to the cultural terrain. If we would have applied Cabral's critical approach to the cultural and ideological terrain of the United States from the 1940s forward and grounded that analysis in the rapid changes taking place in the material base of capitalist productive relations as they related to African Americans, as his method suggests, we would have seen how the cultural and ideological struggle took form and changed over time. We would have seen how the convergence of reform liberalism, state actions, and the collaboration of some activists transformed the radical movement for black human rights in the late 40s and early 50s into a struggle for so-called integration by the 1960s. This reformulation took place at the same time that significant changes were taking place in African American social structures. The reshifting of European imperialist power struggles, known as the Second World War, created new opportunities in northern wartime industries that served as a magnet for African Americans in the southern region, who as late as 1940 had a 90% poverty rate. This, along with the mechanization of agriculture and the ending of various land tenancy schemes, and of course the constant terror of unrestrained white power, served as the push that began the rapid proletarianization of African American labor in key urban centers in the North and the West. Even with these changes, the segregated character of U.S. society resulted in the creation of black enclaves that served as centers for the creation and nurturing of a vibrant civil life and specific cultural articulations in both the North and the South. But all of this changed with the development of the political motion broadly referred to as the Black Liberation Movement, BLM, which emerged in the 1960s. Cabral asserts that it is not possible to harmonize economic and political domination of a people who have maintained a cultural personality. It can be argued that African Americans were more than just a racial group, they were also a distinct ethnic group that was forged through common historical experiences and cultural practices. In other words, African Americans possessed the characteristics of a people. A people, however, who were blocked from the full development of their peoplehood or nationality, and who were physically separated through a process some referred to as domestic colonization. While the structures of colonial white supremacy ensured that African Americans were nationally oppressed people, the white colonial power did not feel the necessity to actively undermine the cultural integrity of African Americans in the same way that it did with the surviving members of the various indigenous peoples. But with the advent of the BLM in its various forms expressing an anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist program of support for revolutionary change in the United States and globally, the response from the U.S. government was as swift as it was predictable. The assault on the Black Liberation Movement was a multi-pronged military, political, but even more importantly, cultural and ideological attack. Launched in the 60s and taking different forms in the 70s, it was a program of containment with the objective to inoculate the African American community from the influences of militant black revolutionaries. The strategy entailed a soft counterinsurgency program to supplement the hard counterinsurgency programs of the Federal Bureau of Investigations, FBI, COINTELPRO, which had as its objective the physical elimination of internal black opposition. The soft approach was the development of programs and approaches that would psychologically integrate black people into an idea of an American national identity that stressed common historical experiences and values. This intentional policy had as its objective the creation of an African American with emphasis on American, an individual who, despite pigmentation, would have a worldview, sensibility, consumer taste, religion, and value system indistinguishable from any other American. This policy of integration was accomplished by instituting methods that were used by the state to contain and domesticate the indigenous populations. Methods were not as brutal as the Indian boarding schools, where colonial authorities physically took indigenous children for forced cultural conversion. For African Americans, the cultural assault took the form of forced busing schemes, the identification of our brightest for special scholarships at prestigious white institutions far from their communities, support for black business development, and the co-optation of oppositional leaders' messages into a narrative of common national destiny, the transformation and deification of Dr. King being the most obvious of these efforts. Of course, there are many who would disagree with this analysis of the structural and ideological changes that have occurred over the last 3 decades that paved the way for what many of us have seen as the rightward turn of the African American community. But the issues of culture and ideology must become a more central component of analysis and debate in our efforts to rebuild a radical black opposition in the United States. Tragically, many black activists have not understood that in terms of culture, the Obama phenomenon, the emotionally charged, non-racial support given to Barack Obama by significant numbers in the black communities represents the conjunctural integration of African Americans into an American identity and consciousness that is not that dissimilar from the average white America. While Cabral suggested that cultural resistance was indestructible and could take on new forms, he could not have anticipated the overwhelming power of bourgeois culture and ideology to impose itself on a people subjected to its influences on a daily basis. The Obama phenomenon reveals the depth of the pathology that is created when oppressive culture is internalized by the oppressed. The process of individual and collective repression, which is a function of the ongoing trauma of white supremacist social relationships, is constructed on an ideological and cultural foundation that normalizes a process in which the humanity of Africans is constricted, distorted, and even denied. The result for some black people has been that instead of resistance, a pathological dependency was created in which proximity to whiteness came to define our/their humanity and human worth. This dependency has played itself out in the public space through the vicarious validation received from white society through the personage of Obama. This phenomenon has a ubiquitous cross-class character that has invaded every aspect of black life in the United States, from poor inner-city communities to the disparate spaces where the black bourgeoisie congregate. As a consequence, it has created the most formidable cultural and ideological challenge for the construction of oppositional consciousness and movement in the history of the black experience in the United States. An analysis of the impact of the bourgeoisie's cultural war of position to create an American out of the African American experience and the Obama phenomenon should not be seen as an ahistorical attempt to reinscribe an essentialist notion of black culture and what constitutes a black community or people. Political support for Barack Obama should also not be pathologized. Many Obama supporters, including radical black activists, offer diverse and what they would consider mature and sophisticated arguments for supporting Barack Obama in 2008 and his recent re-election. However, it was precisely a historically fixed, static, essentialist understanding of what constituted the imagined black community, its culture and identity that facilitated a turning away from the study of culture and ideology. And by turning away from culture and ideology to only focus on political economy, black activists missed the profound cultural and ideological shifts that had occurred amongst black people that required a counter-hegemonic strategy of cultural and ideological struggle. It is Cabral's approach, the reading of our realities in the territory called the United States, that we must internalize if we are to identify the methods, appropriate organizational forms, and ideological content that will inform and reflect an effective revolutionary praxis. And an essential component of this work requires nothing less than the reconstruction of a new radical black subject. From Cabral to revolutionary black feminism, the rehabilitation of the black subject. The one element that Cabral thought indispensable for the success of any revolutionary process was victory in the struggle against our weaknesses. Whatever the cultural and ideological mechanisms of domination created by an enemy committed to maintaining its power over the oppressed, it is the battle against our own weaknesses that is the most difficult to overcome. Why is that? Because this battle is the expression of the internal contradictions in the economic, social, cultural, and therefore historical, reality of each of our countries, and implies that in order to overcome our weaknesses, we first have to know that they exist. Cabral reminds us that oppressive social relationships and structures can only be transformed by detailed knowledge of the reality that we are attempting to change. The failure of black revolutionaries to construct a praxis to counter the neoconservative cultural and ideological inroads made into the black community, as well as the repressive apparatus of the state, cannot be explained just by the institutional weaknesses of the BLM. While that is certainly a factor, one of the most significant factors that help to explain why black left theorists were unable to construct an oppositional program stems from the marginalization of the theoretical work of revolutionary black feminists. It is critically important that we face up to that reality. It has been this marginalization, when not completely excluded from the black radical tradition, that has arrested the development of theory that would have grounded the BLM in the emerging realities, understandings, and needs of our people. It is from radical black theory that we fully understand culture as a site of strategic contestation, a contradictory terrain of struggle. And it is from revolutionary black feminist thought that we look at the world differently and more accurately. Black feminist theory provides the framework for understanding the complex, intersectional relationships of class, race, gender, sexuality, etc. that construct identity and shape social experiences. And in better understanding the complex, interrelated, and multiple forms of oppression, we are able to construct a politics of liberation that can recenter the BLM as a force that can ground and unite the broader movements for U.S. decolonization and radical social transformation. Without the insights and experiences of black women, working class and poor systematized theoretically, our collective understanding of black social reality was partial and, therefore, our ability to construct liberatory practice severely limited. So while Cabral's method is instructive, it is in the margins where new knowledge exists, and it is from those marginal spaces that black feminism draws its insights and ability to produce a more comprehensive and relevant oppositional and visionary program. It is in those marginal spaces where the suppressed perspectives and experiences of black working class and poor women provide the corrective to orthodox, male-centered theories of social formation and social change. The construction of a political subject is a political project. A willful, conscious process created out of specific socio-historical circumstances. It is through the construction of a new black political subject that process, according to black radical theorist Bell Hooks, that emerges as one comes to understand how structures of domination work in one's life. 281 That we can counter the effects of white supremacist, capitalist, patriarchal ideological and cultural hegemony. And it is a radical black political subject, conscious of its oppositional history and informed by a vision of liberation that is inclusive, that provides the basis for the construction of a new black radical politics. Cabral's critical approach to apprehending social reality, intellectual independence, and honesty provided valuable first steps towards the development of a collective political subject. But it is the intimate understanding of the historical specificities of race, class, gender, sexuality, national oppression, and the challenges of constructing critical consciousness in the complex realities of the Western metropolis that must serve as the basis for the reconstruction of a radical black political subject. The continued expansion of an internationalist African subjectivity is being enriched by the anti-colonial, anti-white supremacist, and now anti-patriarchal struggles that have emerged from the margins of mainstream cultural dominance. But the tasks before us are still daunting. In this protracted fight for our collective dignity, we cannot afford any self-deceptions, we cannot mask the difficulties we face, the mistakes and failures that we have experienced and will experience, and we certainly will not claim any easy victories. But if we emulate Cabral's honesty and commitment to the belief that people can transform themselves in the process of transforming their realities, we can be certain that we will win in the end. Makungu Emakinyela. I became an activist in the Black liberation movement in the United States of America as a young university student in 1972, just 1 year prior to the death of Amilcar Cabral. It was Cabral, Malcolm X, and Frantz Fanon whose names, images, and ideas were most prominent in shaping my early political development. These three giants were most influential in the development of the revolutionary black nationalist theory and practice that was the root and grounding of my life and continues to be a tremendous influence, 4 decades later. Malcolm was seminally important to linking black nationalism and African American people to the burgeoning anti-colonial struggles of the time. At the same time, Fanon was key in demonstrating through his writing and his practical commitment what black internationalism looked like. It was from Cabral, however, that revolutionaries learned how to build a practical revolutionary theory from their own experience and cultural context. It is from Cabral that the Black liberation movement learned that revolutionary struggle must be pragmatic and that it must be ruthlessly self-critical in its assessment of the struggle in the context of real situations. Cabral's 1969 axiom, "Tell no lies, claim no easy victories," became for thousands of young nationalists in the United States both a warning and a guiding principle of how to wage a revolutionary struggle. These and other ideas of Cabral were very important to the development of revolutionary black nationalism as espoused by the Revolutionary Action Movement's House of Umoja, RAM/HO, which was the movement organization through which I began my activist career. Cabral's ideas on national liberation, and culture in particular, and the relationship of cultural struggle to the development of a national identity against colonial oppression were very evident in the theory and practice of the revolutionary black nationalism of the early 1970s to 1980s. In the United States, this was a particularly significant issue in that within the Black liberation movement there were, on the one hand, contending groups promoting the cultural nationalism espoused by the US organization, and on the other, the non-culturalist intercommunalism espoused by the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, BPPSD. Kawaida, the primary theory of black cultural nationalism as developed by Maulana Karenga, 2004, posited that cultural revolution must be waged and won by black people before political revolution was possible. Karenga argued that cultural revolution would be waged through the rescue and reconstruction of traditional African history and cultural practices. Though the BPPSD initially adhered to some ideas of revolutionary black nationalism, the party soon rejected both black nationalism and internationalism, under the theoretical direction of Huey P. Newton, 2006. In his theory of revolutionary intercommunalism, Newton argued that nations no longer existed, which would have been a surprise to Cabral. An important aspect of Newton's theory is his notion of the vanguard role of the lumpen proletariat. Newton argued that, rather than the working class, the peasantry, or even the petty bourgeoisie being central to building a revolutionary movement, it was in fact the pimps, prostitutes, drug dealers, etc. who were the most revolutionary class in the black liberation struggle. This argument was made with only marginal thought to the need to challenge the culture and consciousness of this class. Newton, 1968, argued that cultural nationalism was reactionary and contributed to the people's oppression. He said, "Cultural nationalism, or pork chop nationalism, as I sometimes call it, is basically a problem of having the wrong political perspective. It seems to be a reaction, instead of responding to political oppression. The cultural nationalists are concerned with returning to the old African culture and thereby regaining their identity and freedom. In other words, they feel that the African culture will automatically bring political freedom. Many times cultural nationalists fall into line as reactionary nationalists. These extremes in cultural analysis, aided by a lack of maturity within the movement, left both of these wings of the black liberation movement extremely vulnerable to government infiltration, disinformation, and disruption through the FBI's counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, which left scores of us members and Panthers dead from intergroup shootouts, emotionally damaged, or languishing in prison and laying the blame on each other. Different from either the cultural nationalism of the US organization or the revolutionary intercommunalism of the Black Panther Party, the revolutionary black nationalism of Ram/Ho, influenced by Cabral's analysis, argued that cultural struggle is not a distinct stage which precedes the political struggle, as the cultural nationalists argued, nor is culture an issue somehow largely insignificant to how a revolution is waged, as the Panthers believed. Revolutionary black nationalists agreed with Cabral, 1973 p. 43, that national liberation is necessarily an act of culture. Revolutionary black nationalism in the United States, in unity with Cabral, saw this when a movement for liberation was waged in communities around police abuse, as was done by the Coalition Against Police Abuse, CAPA, in Los Angeles, or for workers' rights. Similarly, this was also seen in the struggles to challenge the legitimacy of the celebration of the United States bicentennial, as the Afro-American Anti-Bicentennial Committee, AOBC, did from 1974 through 1976. These were in fact a struggle for the minds and hearts of the people. Cabral, 1973 p. 45, wrote, "A reconversion of minds of mental set is thus indispensable to the true integration of people into the liberation movement. Such reconversion, re-Africanization, in our case may take place before the struggle, but it is complete only during the course of the struggle, through daily contact with the popular masses in the communion of sacrifice required by the struggle. Rather than imagining that cultural analysis was something unimportant to and distinct from political struggle, or that cultural revolution somehow could be waged prior to and again distinct from the political struggle, learning from Cabral, revolutionary black nationalism understood that day-to-day political struggle around the important questions and situations of black, lived experience in fact was a process of re-Africanization and creating a national identity of black people distinct from the colonizing American identity under which they were oppressed." They agreed with Cabral that history proves that it is much less difficult to dominate and to continue dominating a people whose culture is similar or analogous to that of the conqueror, 1973 p. 48. When day-to-day political struggle is engaged in, it becomes clear that culture is not about recreating ancient African traditions from all around the African continent, though these traditions may be helpful in redefining African identity, or about creating rigid definitions of what is or is not African. Cabral, like Fanon, believed that culture, understood as revolutionary action, was a living, dialectical force within society. Cabral, 1973 p. 50, writes, "Culture, like history, is an expanding and developing phenomenon. Even more important, we must take account of the fact that the fundamental characteristic of a culture is the highly dependent and reciprocal nature of its linkages with the social and economic reality of the environment, with the level of productive forces and the mode of production or the society which created it." In other words, unlike some cultural nationalists, Cabral and the revolutionary black nationalists of the Ram/Ho understood that culture is under constant reconstruction and recreation and is absolutely linked to social and economic forces in society. Cabral, in an African-centered challenge to traditional Marxist materialist analysis, argued that it was not class struggle which was the motive force of history, but rather the productive forces of a particular society which were the motive force of history, whatever the society's social structure. He argued that this understanding, unlike traditional Marxism, did not leave Africa and Africans outside of history, simply because these societies did not have class structures in the manner understood by Marxists. At the same time, while challenging Marxist ideas, Cabral understood that Africans and other colonist people did not live in some antiseptic bubble outside of the realities of capitalist domination. Cabral's nationalist analysis included an analysis of capitalism and the resultant imperialism and colonialism which impacted Africa and the rest to the Third World. This ability to eat the fish and spit out the bones in his criticism of Marxist analysis was a powerful example by Cabral for revolutionary nationalists in the United States struggling to understand the situation of black people in the United States through the lens of an authentic African-centered worldview, which allowed the black liberation movement to maintain a connection with the worldwide anti-colonial and anti-capitalist struggles of other Third World peoples. Cabral, 1969 p. 102, in fact argues that the great moral contradiction of imperialism and colonialism is that these systems deny oppressed peoples their self-agency, or as revolutionary nationalists argue, self-determination. We therefore see that both in colonialism and in neocolonialism the essential characteristic of the imperialist domination remains the same, the negation of the historical process of the dominated people by means of violent usurpation of the freedom of development of the national productive forces. What Cabral is arguing here is that oppression stunts the colonist people's self-agency, self-determination, by denying them control of their own productive forces, whether it be land, labor, or tools. In effect, colonialism, by exploiting the land, labor, and wealth of the colonist, denies them control of their own historical destiny and development. He says that this is a negation of the oppressed people's historical process. By extension, a revolutionary struggle for national liberation rejects the negation of its historical process. This is truly what Marxists would call a negation of the negation. This leaves us with the question, what can black activists learn from Amilcar Cabral today, 40 years after his untimely death? As of this writing, Barack Obama has just won re-election for a second term as President of the United States. What the first 4 years exposed was that, despite liberals and conservatives' wishful thinking that his election would bring in an era of post-racial enlightenment, the election of the first African-American president has only exposed the still festering white supremacist leanings of a significant section of the American population. As the country struggled to salvage the economy, even as the unemployment rate improved overall, ever so slightly, it remained largely unchanged for African Americans at around 14%, twice the national rate. Several high-profile deaths of African American youths, like Trayvon Martin, exposed the reality that every 36 hours, a black person is killed by the police or some other representative of the state in the United States of America. On the international front, as the war in Afghanistan has raged on, the U.S. policy of imperial domination through military might has been magnified by the Obama administration, most profoundly demonstrated through assassinations and killing of both foreign and domestic-born combatants by American drones. Queen Mother Audley Moore, an early revolutionary black nationalist leader and a mentor of Malcolm X, was known for saying, "You might not think you are at war, but whether you like it or not, you are in a war." This seems to be the situation, not just with African Americans, but, as the U.S. capitalist system has hardened, with other communities of people in the United States as well. In this light, it is clear to me that many of Cabral's lessons on culture and the revolutionary situation are pertinent and useful today. Finally, Cabral encouraged a practical approach to national liberation struggle. That practicality also influenced the revolutionary black nationalism of the RAM/HO and other organizations. Through practicality, movements are able to survive even the worst of onslaughts. It was understood that theory is critical to successful national liberation struggles. Theory, however, which is not self-critical and open to being tested, is simply ideology. While it may seem that revolutionary theory and practice has declined in the United States, especially within the African American communities, there is a front of stiff resistance in urban centers around the United States. Young people, workers, and organizers are rebuilding and learning lessons about organizing through these past difficult years. The lessons and legacy of martyrs and heroes like Amilcar Cabral will contribute to the re-emerging liberation movements of the 21st century in the United States. Walter Turner. I don't believe there is life after death, but if there is, we can be sure that the souls of our forefathers who were taken away to America to be slaves are rejoicing today to see their children reunited and working together to help us be independent and free. Amilcar Cabral 282. At the height of the African liberation movements in the late 1960s, the Black Panther Party newspaper provided extensive news and analysis on the liberation struggles in the Third World. The Black Panther Party newspaper from 1968 to 1971 maintained a regular page on international affairs and utilized news services from Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean to highlight the importance of the African liberation struggles to African Americans and American activists. The BPP newspaper consistently made the connections between the movements for human rights at home and abroad by covering events in Africa, Vietnam, Brazil, Cuba, and Palestine. The treatment of these events and their placement in the Black Panther newspaper provided readers of the Black Panther Party with a window into the liberation struggles of the 1960s and the 1970s. As a result of the BPP newspaper, African American communities were able to develop an awareness that would be essential for a global view of the world and later struggles against colonialism, imperialism, and apartheid. The late 1960s were a turning point in the civil rights movement. The urban rebellions throughout the country and the voices of SNCC and Malcolm X added a militant dimension to black nationalism. The voices were younger and heard by a larger, more discontented mass of African Americans and young activists. Representatives of SNCC had traveled to Africa in the 1960s and had an opportunity to meet with President Sékou Touré of Guinea and Malcolm X in Kenya. During his lifetime, Malcolm X was able to visit Africa on 4 occasions and address the OAU, Organization of Africa Unity, in 1964. Upon his return to the United States in 1964, he spoke on a program with Ms. Fannie Lou Hamer of the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, and noted the need for African Americans to organize a Mau Mau similar to that in Kenya. That speech would be one of his last before his assassination 2 months later, in February of 1965. The transatlantic connection between Africa and African Americans was far from new. Black nationalism, Pan-Africanism, and Black radical internationalism have always played a significant role in the African American movements for self-determination. The Back to Africa movements of the 19th and 20th centuries 283 were a sign that African Americans saw an intimate connection between their fate in the United States and the status of African people worldwide. African Americans played a role in supporting and participating in the Pan-African Congresses of the early 20th century and catalyzed the Garvey movement and the Harlem Renaissance in the 1920s. When African American soldiers returned from World War II, the connections between Africa and African Americans became an integral part of the civil rights movement. After 1959, the spirit of African nationalism was fanned to a high flame, and we then began to witness the complete collapse of colonialism. France began to get out of French West Africa, Belgium began to make moves to get out of the Congo, Britain began to make moves to get out of Kenya, Tanganyika, Uganda, Nigeria, and some of these other places. Malcolm X speaking at the Bandung, Indonesia conference that was held in April 1955 and set the groundwork for the non-aligned movement. The Black Panther Party newspaper provided a regular source of news and analysis on the wars for liberation in Angola, Mozambique, and Guinea-Bissau. The BPP newspaper offered a regular mix of international affairs, news on African American communities in the United States, and information that highlighted the community survival programs of the Black Panther Party. It was not unusual to find news on the PAIG, MPLA, Frelimo, or the ANC in the regular editions of the BPP newspaper. The paper provided regular coverage on the Vietnam War and encouraged African American soldiers to question their role in the imperial wars in Southeast Asia. The Bandung Conference was a concrete step in building a post-World War II non-aligned movement that included Africa, Asia, and Latin America. After his attendance at the independence celebration of Ghana in 1957, Martin Luther King presented a sermon at his church in Atlanta entitled, "The Birth of a New Nation." Dr. King's congregation at Dexter Avenue Baptist Church had allocated $2,500 for his travel to Africa. Martin Luther King was part of a delegation of dignitaries to Ghana that included Congressman Adam Clayton Powell Jr., Labor leader A. Philip Randolph, Ralph Bunche, and Norman Manley, the future Prime Minister of Jamaica. The travel of Dr. and Mrs. King took them through stopovers in Dakar, Senegal, and Monrovia, Liberia. While he was in Africa, King met with Ghanaian President Kwame Nkrumah and Tanzanian nationalist Julius Nyerere. His journey concluded with a visit to Nigeria before returning back to the United States. In his speech of April 1957, King said, "Ghana has something to say to us. It says to us first that the oppressor never voluntarily gives freedom to the oppressed. You have to work for it. And if Nkrumah and the people of the Gold Coast had not stood up persistently, revolting against the system, it would still be a colony of the British Empire. Freedom is never given to anybody, for the oppressor has you in domination because he plans to keep you there, and he never voluntarily gives it up. And that is where the strong resistance comes. Privileged classes never give up their privileges without strong resistance." 284. The next year, President Kwame Nkrumah hosted the Conference of Independent Africa States, which called upon all members of the United Nations to intensify efforts to combat racialism and segregation in South Africa, the Central African Federation, and Kenya. The 1958 All-African Peoples Conference endorsed Pan-Africanism and the desire for unity amongst African peoples. The conference rejected the claim of Portugal that its colonies constituted part of metropolitan Portugal and demanded immediate independence for countries in Africa under Portuguese rule. The conference went further to condemn nuclear testing on the African continent and demand independence for Southwest Africa. In 1955, Amilcar Cabral traveled to Angola and joined the MPLA, Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola. Cabral had attended school in Portugal in the 1950s where he met and befriended Agostinho Neto, who would be the first president of Angola, and Marcelino dos Santos, a founding member of the MPLA and of Frelimo. After his return from Angola, the PAIG was formed, and in April of 1961, the PAIG, together with Frelimo and MPLA, formed in Morocco the Conference of Nationalist Organizations of the Portuguese Colonies. The war in Guinea-Bissau began in 1963 when the PAIG started concerted attacks on Portuguese installations. The Black Panther Party for Self-Defense had been formed in 1966 and supported not only the African liberation movements but a radical Pan-Africanism that worked to inform its grassroots supporters of the wars being fought worldwide for liberation and self-determination. A survey of the newspapers between 1968 and 1971 reveal extraordinary press coverage on Africa and efforts to make the connection between struggles in Africa and those of African Americans at home. Even after the FBI-induced splits in the BPP in 1971, the various newspapers of the party factions continued to provide news and information on struggles for liberation in Africa. The Black Panther Party was politically committed to internationalism when it was formed in 1966. The BPP had strong connections with Cuba from the outset. When George Murray, Minister of Education of the Black Panther Party, attended a conference in Guantanamo, Cuba, in 1968, he was told by the Cuban representative that Cuban revolutionaries were prepared to give their lives for the cause of Afro-Americans, which is the cause of the people of the world. 285 The presentation was part of the national campaign of solidarity with the Afro-American people, and included representatives from the countries of Guinea and Korea. Alfredo Gonzalez, the first secretary of the party in Guantanamo, said that the time will come when those who have assassinated hundreds of black citizens and unleashed dogs against them because they have claimed their rights will have to account for their actions. 286 In 1963 Amilcar Cabral made contact with Cuban representatives in Algeria, and in 1966 he traveled to Cuba for the Tricontinental Conference. Cabral requested military support from Cuba and then returned to Guinea to build support with President Sékou Touré. Cabral asked that the Cubans send mechanics and mortar experts and ensure that they would be blacks or dark mulattoes so they would blend in with the fighters in Guinea-Bissau. This pattern of Cuba sending blacks and mulattoes to their military efforts in Africa would be a consistent policy throughout the Cuban efforts to assist the Portuguese colonies in their struggle for independence. After the independence of Angola in 1975, Cuba would send more than 30,000 troops over almost 15 years to repel invasions against Angola by South Africa and its Western allies. The defeat of South Africa and its allies in Angola was a decisive victory that enabled the independence of Zimbabwe, South Africa, and Namibia. The Black Panther Party publicized their connections with Africa and revolutionary struggles throughout the newspaper. Various editions of the Black Panther newspaper included a page titled, International News, with border photos of Che Guevara, Ho Chi Minh, Mao Zedong, and Patrice Lumumba. The November, 1968, edition of the newspaper included a news clipping detailing the efforts of the United Nations General Assembly to strengthen sanctions legislation against Rhodesia and extend them to Portugal and South Africa, because neither of the countries had abided by the United Nations sanctions resolution. The article noted that Portugal and Rhodesia had provided mutual defense for South Africa and that both of the countries were engaged in a bitter struggle with black freedom fighters. Portugal is a country that is doomed to collapse without the life-giving raw resource that she steals from Angola and Mozambique. 287 The November, 1968, issue of the BPP newspaper noted that soldiers and children in Guinea had been attacked with shrapnel and napalm. The victims were shown on Cuban television, as their visit to Havana had been arranged by OSPAL, Organization in Solidarity with the People of Africa, Asia and Latin America. A report on the same page showed a photo of the completion of the Tanzania section of the Tanzania-Zambia Railway. This railroad, which was completed with the support of China, was essential in providing landlocked Zambia an outlet for exporting goods other than via South African ports. The same issue noted the attempts by South Africa to jam radio broadcast on Radio Hope that were coming from Tanzania to South Africa. As the wars intensified in Guinea-Bissau and the other Portuguese African territories, the Black Panther Party newspaper expanded the amount of coverage on Africa. The coverage of African liberation struggles in the BPP newspaper conveyed a strong message to readers of the paper. The struggles for liberation and self-determination in the United States were intimately connected to the struggles for liberation throughout the world, not only the African continent. The party often devoted several pages or more to the coverage of international affairs. Some of the articles were brief, and had been posted from press services that included news agencies in China and Cuba. The Cuban organization OSPAL and its feature magazine Tricontinental were widely used as sources for news on international affairs. OSPAL had been founded in Havana in 1966 as an outgrowth of a conference that included representatives from Guinea, the Congo, South Africa, Angola, Vietnam, the Palestine Liberation Organization, Puerto Rico, and Chile, amongst others. Amilcar Cabral was an attendee at that conference in 1966. By the end of 1968 the circulation of the Black Panther newspapers had reached over 100,000, and would reach 250,000 by the 1970s. The BPP newspapers in 1969 covered a variety of international themes, with an emphasis on the African continent. There were articles on Mozambique, Haiti, Thailand, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Guinea, Nigeria, Palestine, the Congo, Vietnam, Alfath, Chile, Brazil, and China. An October issue of the BPP newspaper interviewed 6 women from the Black Panther Party on solidarity with the struggles of South Africa, China, Vietnam, and Palestine. The article, Alfath Speaks to Africa, emphasized the solidarity of Palestinians with the struggles in Africa and noted that they had attended the Pan-African Cultural Festival in Algeria because the same circumstances which created the white regimes in Rhodesia and South Africa created the state of Zionism in Palestine. The same issue of the paper highlighted news on the armed wing of the African National Congress, Umkhonto we Sizwe, and the intensification of the armed conflict in Angola. The years of the late 1960s were critical turning points for the liberation movements in the Portuguese colonies. By 1969 the PAIC, under Amilcar Cabral, had acquired anti-aircraft weapons and were able to challenge the Portuguese air supremacy. It became clear that for all intents and purposes, Portugal had lost the battle in Guinea and that the government of Portugal was conflicted internally about its ability to retain control of its overseas territories. By 1971 the PAIC controlled all of the territory outside of the cities in Guinea-Bissau. The September 1969 edition of the Black Panther newspaper featured an article by Amilcar Cabral that was reprinted from the Tricontinental magazine of June of 1969, titled The Power of Arms. Several photos of Cabral were printed in the paper, and the entire speech covered 3 issues of the BPP newspaper in September and October of 1969. Cabral made the connection between the war being carried out by the Portuguese and Western interests. With regard to the position of the Portuguese in the war, we are of the opinion that they are carrying it out because of the criminal policy of their government, and because they are afraid of decolonization. Portugal is an underdeveloped country, it is a semi-colony of England, the United States, and other countries. It prefers the role of intermediary to having to withdraw from Angola. It prefers to let Angola be exploited by the United States, Belgium, England, etc. rather than moving out and leaving it only to others. 288. Inside Portugal, the cost of the war and dissatisfaction within the military would lead to the overthrow of the Caetano government in 1974, leading to independence for Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, and Angola. The Portuguese in Guinea article of June 1970 noted that Portugal was engaged in attacks against Guinea-Conakry, French, to undermine and weaken the successes of the PAIC. Like the US in South Vietnam, popular armed struggle has driven Portugal against the wall in its West African colony of Guinea-Bissau. 289 While Cabral was in New York in 1972 to speak at the United Nations, he had an opportunity to speak with a group of African Americans at a meeting that had been organized by the African Information Service. He started his talk by saying, "I am bringing to you our African brothers and sisters of the United States the fraternal salutation of our people in assuring you we are very conscious that all in this life concerning you also concerns." 290 Cabral was speaking at a moment when the PAIC was about to declare victory in the long war against Portuguese colonialism. It is also a contribution for you to never forget that you are Africans. 291 Cabral continued. You can be sure that we realize the difficulties you face, the problems you have and your feelings, your revolts, and also your hopes. We think that our fighting for Africa against colonialism and imperialism is a proof of understanding of your problem and also a contribution for the solutions of your problems in this continent. Naturally, the inverse is also true. All the achievements towards the solution of your problems here are real contributions to our own struggle. And we are very encouraged in our struggle by the fact that each day more of the African people born in America become conscious of their responsibilities to the struggle in Africa. 292. The international role of the Black Panther Party must be placed in the larger context of events in the United States and throughout the world in the late 1960s. African Americans and their allies were building a movement to effect social and political change in every arena of society. The objectives of the BPP became a platform for many other activist organizations of that era. The themes of police brutality, poor housing, inadequate education, and racism resonated with every African American. Many other organizations, with few changes, adopted the format of the 10-point program and platform of the Black Panther Party. As a result of the success of the Black Panther Party and the larger movement for African American self-determination, the United States government, under the auspices of the FBI and the COINTELPRO program, took every step possible to undermine the party through infiltration, misinformation, and assassination. It was frightening to the fulcrums of power that the party could make alliances with liberation movements throughout the world. This same set of interests on a global level would lead to the assassination of Amilcar Lopez da Costa Cabral in January of 1973. The Black Panther Party contributed to the framing of a consciousness based on concrete examples of struggles in the United States and those in Africa and abroad. The BPP newspaper coverage on Africa was included in a larger frame of imperialism and colonialism throughout the world. The same edition of the paper that included a story on police brutality or violations of the rights of African Americans in Chicago, Oakland, New York, or Houston included a story on colonial wars being waged against countries around the world that were seeking independence and self-determination. The Black Panther Party newspaper, 1966 to 1972, complemented an international movement that spoke clearly against imperialism and on the side of revolution and independence. The struggles of Amilcar Cabral and the PAIC mirrored the fights for freedom and self-determination that were the foundation of the Black Panther Party. Amilcar Cabral. Angela Davis. For a time during the late 1960s, Amilcar Cabral was as important a figure for the United States Black Liberation Movement and other radical formations as Che Guevara, Stokely Carmichael, and Rap Brown. We seem to evoke the National Liberation Campaign in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde with the same ease with which we referred to black struggles in Los Angeles and South Philadelphia. Of course, few of us had ever visited those countries, although Harry Belafonte had arranged a trip for a number of SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, activists to Conakry, Guinea, the former French colony that abuts Guinea-Bissau to the south, which served as the headquarters for Cabral's liberation movement. The summer of 1964 was Freedom Summer in the United States. In Africa, especially in southern Africa and in Mozambique, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, and Cape Verde, national liberation movements were passionately challenging white supremacy and the Portuguese Empire. In the United States, after the racist murders of Cheney, Goodman, and Schwerner in Mississippi and the Democratic National Convention, where Fannie Lou Hamer demanded that the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party be seated, Harry Belafonte organized what he called a recuperative getaway for Mrs. Hamer, Bob Moses, Julian Bond, James Foreman, and other key members of SNCC. 4 years later, when I spent time with Jim Foreman, who was mentoring a small group in Los Angeles who had recently created LASNCC, I heard him refer frequently to that trip and to Guinea's role in supporting the independence movement in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde. Jim Foreman and my friend Charlene Mitchell, a black leader of the U.S. Communist Party, were the two people from whom I heard most about Amilcar Cabral during that period. Charlene, who would become the driving force behind the international campaign to free me that was launched after my arrest in October 1970, had actually met Cabral. Shortly before meeting him, she had had a contentious encounter with Eldridge Cleaver, then headquartered in Algeria, during which he argued that the Cubans and some of the African leaders had sold out the revolution. Cleaver's position came up during Charlene's meeting with the PAIC leader in Morocco, who was quick to point out that too many so-called black revolutionaries assumed that fighting, as opposed to the transformation of popular consciousness, was the essence of revolutionary change. As a leader who had spent many years on the ground using his training in agronomy to organize villagers in Guinea-Bissau into liberated zones, he clearly understood how dangerous it was to romanticize revolutionary practice. In this sense he challenged conventional tendencies to take literally Fanon's argument that violence is a cleansing force. Eldridge Cleaver was not the only one to romanticize revolution by allowing the fight to overshadow the goal towards which the fighters were striving. In fact, one of the major problems of that era was the tendency to be seduced by masculinist and militarist images of struggle. Cabral consistently challenged those ideas. And despite the fact that too many of us failed to develop more complicated ideas about revolutionary change, radical black activists of that era did indeed understand how our connections, material and symbolic, with liberation movements on the continent of Africa helped to transform the way we envisioned freedom movements inside the United States. Figures like Amilcar Cabral, and for some of us also Agustin Jonito and Samora Machel, helped us to imagine the horizons of freedom in far broader terms than were available to us through what we now call civil rights discourse. Those of us who were Marxists and were inclined to join our African comrades in proclaiming that anti-colonial struggles were pivotal arenas of global resistance to capitalism were as wary of provincial and capitalist-inflected definitions of black power as we were of the assimilationist strategy associated with conservative civil rights advocacy. Thanks to Cabral, we recognized that our very conception of black liberation, which distinguished our strategies and goals from that of an approach based strictly on civil rights, was closely linked to national liberation struggles in Africa. In other words, we were deeply connected not only with U.S. freedom movements, but also with the post-World War II anti-imperialist efforts in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Thus, our relationship to Amilcar Cabral and his people in Guinea-Bissau and Cape Verde was not abstract. We depended on the sense of internationalism accorded to us by Cabral in order to develop our own critiques of narrow integrationism and our more capacious visions of black liberation. It may well be that we relied too heavily on iconic leaders, Fidel Castro, Che Guevara, Frantz Fanon, Patrice Lumumba, Amilcar Cabral. However, this pantheon of revolutionary men, some of us discovered women like Haiti Santamaria and Celia Sanchez, did help to sustain our belief in the possibilities of global liberation. When I joined the Communist Party after our SNCC chapter disintegrated, ironically, because one of the New York leaders felt that the women had too much power in LA SNCC, I became a part of a formation within the party called the Che Lumumba Club. Around the same time, I helped to campaign for a college at the University of California, San Diego, which would serve the needs of Black, Latino, and working-class white students. We chose to call this future college Lumumba Zapata. We could have just as easily called it Guevara Cabral. I do know that during that period, many male babies were named after Cabral. Such naming practices, whether of institutions or children, reinforced our affinity with people standing up against colonialism and U.S. imperialism all over the planet. But Amilcar Cabral was so much more than a symbol. As a revolutionary theorist, he emphasized the importance of tending to the particularities of each liberation struggle, political, economic, and, he emphasized, cultural. In his widely circulated address to the First Tricontinental Conference in Havana, January, 1966, entitled, The Weapon of Theory, he underscored the fact that revolutions were not formulaic and could not be simply transferred from one side to another. Of course, the excitement of the Cuban Revolution, which had triumphed in 1959, was not only what it accomplished 90 miles from the shores to the United States, but rather the potential it announced for future, and hopefully similar, radical transformations. Rather than attempt to reproduce the strategies and tactics that were successful on the island of Cuba, Cabral urged us to develop our theories and strategies by directly engaging with the specific economic, political, and cultural locations of our struggles. However great the similarity between our various cases and however identical our enemies, national liberation and social revolution are not exportable commodities, they are, and increasingly so every day, the outcome of local and national elaboration, more or less influenced by external factors, be they favorable or unfavorable, but essentially determined and formed by the historical reality of each people. The success of the Cuban Revolution, taking place only 90 miles from the greatest imperialist and anti-socialist power of all time, seems to us, in its content and its way of evolution, to be a practical and conclusive illustration of the validity of this principle. 293. In a meeting with U.S. black activists several months before his assassination, he further elaborated on the importance of envisioning the struggle in terms that are far more profound than guns and violence. In our country we have been fighting for nearly 10 years. If we consider the changes achieved in that time, principally in the relationship between men and women, it has been more than 100 years. If we were only shooting bullets and shells, yes, 10 years is too much. But we were not only doing this. We were forging a nation during these years. 294. Cabral always emphasized the need to engage in deep analysis. In other words, analyses simplistically based on analogical thinking were unacceptable. In the same meeting with U.S. black activists, he referred to a conversation he had had with Eldridge Cleaver, with whom he discussed the nature of the colonial condition. Cleaver was set on arguing that black people in the United States were subject to a form of colonial domination. He pointed out that many times we are confronted with phenomena that seem to be the same, but political activity demands that we be able to distinguish them. That is not to say that the aims are not the same. And that is not to say that even some of the means cannot be the same. However, we must deeply analyze each situation to avoid loss of time and energy doing things that we are not to do and forgetting things that we have to do. 295. The lessons we learned from Amilcar Cabral were invaluable. I never met him in person, but I do remember passionate conversations about the imminent collapse of the Portuguese Empire with Agostinho Neto in Tanzania in 1973. We spoke about the death of Cabral, which was still fresh in everyone's memory. During that trip to Africa, I also spent time in Conakry, Guinea, and there, on the soil where he was assassinated, I was able to pay tribute to a man who helped to transform the destiny of the planet. The following bibliography is divided into two parts, a list of selected publications by Amilcar Cabral, and a select bibliography of publications about Cabral.